Hello everyone. Today we will talk about how to manage the process. This is very important for you as system administration because sometimes you have some application is not working. So you have to find the system PID, maybe it's called process ID, okay? Then you have to kill it. Okay, we have three important command. For me, the PS is very, very important because how to find and search for the application or database that one is stuck in your process and how to kill it. Okay, so we learn in this one three command PS and kill and top. Okay, this is very important to our system administration because sometimes we try to manual day is not working, so you have to find another way to kill or terminate the process. Okay, we give some example and we see how together do together. Okay, for example, now I have I log into the server. Okay, I log in 3 session, same server, one with Tariq, one with Sam, with root. Okay, first option or first command is called PS. PS that will show out all the process. Okay, and the most flag is option and work with PS is -E, -F, -L, -U, -P, and -EUX. This is the most favorite to use, or -EF. Okay, so if you see the example -PS -A, it will give you all list command with ID and the name. If you add -list, they will list as long format. You can add F, they give you more details if you want. And end of the -U means you see what the user, for example, I'm searching for Tariq. Okay, maybe Tariq, he open vim test.sh, for example, he open file. Okay, I want to see what the process Tariq he running, so I see PS-U user Tariq, so he will give me all the process or services run by Tariq. He will give me the bash, he open bash, the session is bash, is open it. Okay, and he tell me system they use, and he tell me vim, he use also vim to open a file. Okay, so if you want to see all the process, for example, now I'm running also Apache server. Okay, now I have Apache server. Okay, I run hello world. Okay, Apache server systemctl status httpd. Okay, for normal way, when we stop Apache server, we have to systemctl, we run, and this one we learn and how to stop and start services. I can run stop. Okay, but sometimes it's not working. Okay, for example, now we are system administration, we have to find a way how to terminate. Okay, now I run some example systemctl stop HTTP, but it's not working, so the Apache is still running. We have to stop it first, then we upload again. So how to find? First, you run as the favorite is you have to run with -EUX or -EF. Okay, EF means display information all processor in the system, plus F provide all full listing with additional details. Okay, if you put this is the old command used on Unix before, but still working in all forever Linux and others. Okay, so if you want to use the EF, the new one, or the old one, EAX. So for example, I will search for Apache. Okay, example, I see PS EF. This is the new command. If I put like this, it will be a lot of process. So I will search for grab. We learn for grab HTTP. Okay, Apache start HTTPD. You run by Apache or by HTTP, the service name. Okay, so now you show me what I have around 5. Start by 43471. This is the PID. If I go scroll up, the beginning of the command PSEF, you see this is the PID. This is PPID. This is PID like from the init file. Okay, so don't execute this number. Okay, we all running on this number only, the PID. When we kill on PID, process ID, not PPID. Okay, so this is the command run from where and who is the user, or UID, who's the user. Okay, if I see PS EUX, this is the old command still running. Okay, if I scroll up, this PUX, this is the old command but still running good. So this gives you the user, the PID, the CPU, the memory, and other information. Start when and start which day, and the timing and the command. Okay, so you have two options: use PS with EF or PS as EUX. Okay, so I run an example of PSX and grab for HTTPD. Now I have this. So now how to we find the server, how to kill the any process. To kill any process is very simple. Okay, kill, we have one option is with -s or without. Means if you put -s or without, it will kill the process gracefully. Okay, this is -s or without. If this is not working with you, you have to put -9. -9 will kill forcefully. Okay, if you see all the signal, you can put -l. I show you example. I see kill -l. They will show me all the process. Okay, but we focusing only on 09 because this one we never use too much, but only the two things we use only -9, 09. This kill is like forcing, and the sync single is the one 04. Okay, so how to kill now? For example, I run Apache. I want to kill Apache. Okay, so what I say, kill, and I put the IDs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. By the way, this one is not the process. This one the same command. When I run this command, it will create process first for it. Process. Okay, the same way we kill in Windows. Okay, if I run now he kill. If I search again for Apache, is nothing. This one is the create process for the run command. If I go to Apache now, I refresh. Now it's down. Okay, now we kill. The same things we do in Windows. If you see in Windows, example, I open Paint. Let me open Paint. Okay, I open Paint. Okay, for example, I cannot kill. I try to close it from here. I cannot. So in Windows, we use Task Manager. The same things. You go to the UID. For example, I go to Paint. Okay, then you right click and end the task. I will kill the. This is like the other way to kill in Windows. Okay, but in Windows we have GUI. We can Task Manager and we kill. But in Linux we have to open by PS to search for the PS and kill. Okay, I give you another example. For example, I have this user Tariq. Okay, for example, he is a vendor. He log in wrong timing. Okay, so I'm not happy why he log in, for example, on weekend. Okay, same time I can kill his session and kick him out from the server. For example, I see you can see who's inside the server. We have called W. You press only W, they will give you all the user inside. For example, you show me Tariq inside the server. Okay, he opened VMTS. Okay, they give me was the ID, whatever. I can see also who. Same things. They say me who's the user and come from where. If you see all the IP come from the same IP because it's come from my Windows. Okay, so root and Tariq come from the same IP. For example, I'm not happy with Tariq. Why he login is like vendor. So I can kill him same way we kill any process. So what I do, I see PS EUX. Okay, grab for me -I Tariq. Show me all Tariq process, even the session. They give me the session like he login, he so to you to root and everything. Okay, so what I do, anything under his user, I will kill him. So what I do, kill. Before we use without -9. Thus now we force just -9. This force to kill any process. So I choose all the process he handling. For example, anything in the Tariq, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this one is the same one we found. Now I just click enter and I kill him already. We see here the session is killed already. Now he kicked out from the server. So this is very, very important how to find PS. I suggest you use EF or EUX to find out, but if you want to search for any user, you just use P -U and username. Okay, and kill, we know how to kill. You have to use without signal first. Try to kill without anything. If cannot, you use -9 is the force to kill. Okay, last things we wish about top. Sometimes they're good to see the overview. For example, if Task Manager, if I go to Task Manager, for example, I go to users, I can see who's the user, only me. I go to process, I see the memory, I go to performance, I can see it like here. Okay, is like I see my memory, my CPU, my disk. Okay, this is in Windows, because in Linux we use the same, but we call top. Okay, let me close this. I clean the screen, bash, I clean. Okay, so I am in the, I see just top. Okay, top they give you summary. Okay, example, how many user? They give me 3 user is login. Okay, uptime, how long is almost around 12 hours is the server is running. Okay, what running total, how many total task. Okay, and the zombie, how many file is like application is not running. Okay, they show you how many memory and swap. CPU, the best things we focusing on is example here. If you see here, the first example, anyone is up and takes a lot of CPU will come in the first. Okay, but now all running is normal because I never run something heavy. But we do test. I will run a script from another session from Sam, for example. I saw to Sam. Okay, I saw to Sam. Okay, LL. I have one script. Okay, the script cat. I open the script. It's just a while loop. Okay, just print hello world. Okay, this is running like that. Okay, so I run this test. I run will take a lot of CPU. Okay, now I see top. Okay, see how the CPU is jump to take 30%. Okay, if you see here the first test.h is the one the command, and here they show me who's the user Sam. Means when you open top, you can see who's the most process they take and who's the user use more than that. Example, in database, sometimes application, they take a lot of CPU, a lot of RAM. So we know who's the user, we know who's the application he use most, or kill the application. Now I see like most application is used by CPU and RAM is Sam, and he running a script called test sh. Okay, it's the one we run hello world. Okay, we'll keep running and they keep taking a lot of CPU and RAM from us. Okay, so so the top is very useful. You can see the users, you can see the timing, you see the ID, okay, the RAM, the cache, everything here you can see, and you see who's the user or the application is running. You can see the SAM. Then you can, like example, run ps-f. Example, you see the command is he run this one. Then you can search by this one. Example, grab for test. You can see he run this one to run, so I can kill it and I can execute it. But before you kill, you have to make sure is that application affect the whole production. Okay, not just anything, just kill. You have to make sure what you're using. If this script is nothing, it's just housekeeping or something, you can just kill it. But if it is a very important for the application, we cannot just kill anything. Okay, for me is I know it's just hello world is loop, so I can kill it for my root. So I take the PID kill, and 09 is forcing and the number, and he killed. Now I see the script already stopped. This now I see show you is killed, and the top you see will soon disappear from here and back to normal. Okay, no, because I run again top. You see the sh, the script is gone because the CPU is back to normal and everything is going normal. Okay, so hopefully you learned something today about how managing your processor, because it's very important. Remember to use PS anytime, even if you go to Docker and everything. So most of the time we kill the containers with IP, with network, we kill by PS. Okay, this PS is very important to see all the process. Kill to kill any process. Top to see overview about your server. Okay, hopefully you learned something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Now we go to section about permissions. Permission are what access we have in Unix and IX. This is very important concept because during your work system administration you have to understand all the things, all the permissions, and why. I will give you a scenario for beginner. Why we're using groups, very important for any environment. Okay, imagine you have 4 directory. Okay, every directory they have a lot of files. For example, these files belong to storeroom. Storeroom may be all the laptops inside the laptop L. Okay, this one may be inside all the architecture. Okay, this folder may be inside all IPs. Okay, and here all the information about cloud maybe. Okay, so if you notice, all this folder is belongs to IT, so only IT is allowed to access, other people no. So this belongs to IT guys. So anyone not IT doesn't belong to this. For example, you have 3 engineering. You have Mike, you have Sam, and you have Adam. Okay. When the boss come, you have 3 engineering. With the mouse going ups. You have 3 engineering. Okay. The boss, I tell you, this is our system administration. You have to able to access all the folder. Okay. So you are the Unix system. You give access to Adam and Sarah and Mike. Okay. And also you give access here Adam, Sarah, Mike. Here also the same, Mike, Sarah, Adam, Adam, Sarah, Mike, Sarah or Sam, whatever. Okay. One day Sarah or Sam, he resigned. He left the company. Okay. So you have to remove his access from every server. You have to go here and remove. For example, he never left the company. Maybe he changed his job scope. He become maybe storage, or become he's not IT anymore, become HR or management. Okay, so you have to remove him. Remove his access from here, and remove access from here, and you have to remove access from here and from here. You imagine you have 100 directory, so you have to go every directory and remove Sam or Sarah from there. Okay, you imagine you have a new user or new system administration, maybe call David D. Okay, so the boss also asks you system administration. You have to add him. So you have to first move Sarah from every directory. Then you have to add David for every directory. This is huge of, and sometimes you have to make mistakes. Maybe you forgot in this directory for IPs. Sarah still there. So you have a huge maybe mistakes, huge of effort, tedious job. So we IT DRP, or don't repeat yourself. We do the same concept and say like work smarter, not harder. So the best solution for this, what we do, this all belongs, okay, all directory, and here Sarah, Mike, Adam. We create one group. Okay, this group called IT. ID guys, example. Sorry, my font is very bad. Okay, IT guys. Okay, then we put all in this group. IT group here, IT group here, IT group here, and IT group here. Okay, so anyone, and we who's the member of the IT, we put Sarah, Mike, and Adam. Okay, so anyone member of this group, he can access this one and this one and this one and this one. It's more easy. Why? Example, Sarah left the company. You remove Sarah from here only. Finish the story. No need to repeat, no need to do anything. Just remove Sarah from here and it's done. No other job. You have new system with David. You add David here and finish. Why this group is very important? Because when you put group, you put permission by group. We never put permission by users. Okay, so whatever we have directory, we put by group, because who's the group can access. We not put them by user, because if you put by user, you have to put 1,000 users inside. But by group is easy, and we have to specific group. We have create a lot of groups, but every group we know for what purpose. Why I tell you, like when you add a group and add user, we have put numbers UID, because we know the group for what. Because for example, you have ID group. You create IT group. For example, they take number 200. Okay, after maybe 1 years, the boss asks you to create ID group. So you create ID group again. No, we have tracking sheet. Oh, okay, we have already ID group. If the same scope, just put in the same scope, put just the member here, and they access everything. But if the ID group is, for example, different scope, maybe they change to the company become bigger. You want become storage, just divided by IT guys. Okay, say IT storage, and give him number like 201. Then we change the group permission from there. Okay, this why is the groups and permission is very important for Unix, because you can organize your company, you can organize your architecture for your operation system. Okay, if you have any question, please let me know. Have a good day. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Today's video we will learn how to create groups and user and how to delete it, because as we learn, when you make your folder or directory secure, you have to make permission or ownership to groups rather than you make it for others. Okay, so as we learned before how to change the ownership and permissions, so we can link to groups. So what we have, like example for group, the create group is the command is simple, just group add and the group name. Okay, but this one we don't use this way, because when you create like that, the system will take any ID, group ID from anything. It's any random from the system. Okay, but in real enterprise we never do like that, because we have to make group every example. I make group DBA for database. Okay, so I choose for them example the GUID group ID is 2000. So I have to make this same every server. Sometimes I have 200 server, I have 100 server. I have to make the same, because if I just create like that, so the system will create for me, but other system maybe create another ID for me. So it's not the best practice. So the best practice, you have to choose the GUID, same as user ID. In real life enterprise, we never use an like that, because if you do like this, the system will choose ID for you, for user ID. So also it's not best practice. The best practice, you have to choose ID that will match for all system, and you can track, for example, for Excel sheet, or your system can track for any user or group. For example, I have group DBA, I will choose 2000. I put in Excel sheet or something. So every system I have to do the same things. Okay, so today we'll learn how to group ID, how to create groups. Okay, the groups group command is simple, just group add and the group ID, group name. Okay, so I go to system example, clear. Okay, so for example, I want to create a group div developer. So I see group ID, group add, and the name div. Okay, this is if without any ID, they will choose for me random name. Okay, so as I see how to find the group, you can find the group in this directory. They will create all information here, st, etc, and group. Okay, and you find any user or group, you just put groups command and the name of the user, you will find all the group belongs. Okay, first we can see the group. I go to cat sc group. Okay, then I grab for the new one div. Okay, so they give me the developer. I have one developer, one div. This is the new one we create together. So they choose 2001. Okay, so let me delete. To delete the group is simple. End of the page I put for you. To delete the group, the group del, group delete, and the group name. So they're the same. Group delete and the group name div. Okay, so now we create again, but this time we choose ID. Okay, group add, but this time we choose G. For example, they choose for me 2001. I will choose 2005. Okay, if this is number available, how to choose is available, you can cancel this. You can search in this one, cat grab, and you choose the number. For example, 2005. See is exist. If no output, no anything return, means this available. So I run this command, group add G205, and the name is div example, and they create for me. Now I search again. Okay, they will create for me div, but this time with GID I choose 4. Okay, to see example if this group belong to some user. Okay, I will show this command user add, user mod, sorry, to edit user. For example, I add one group called add group, new group to example this div. I choose the user. For example, I choose Tariq. I make Tariq member of div developer. Also I made Layla, and I add Sam. So 3 user is all belong to developer. How to see the user belong to this one? You have to wait. First you have to group groups command, and you choose example Layla name, they will give you group, all group belong to Layla. They tell me the Layla group, label name, user, she have Layla group, she have DB group, and she had diff group. If I show group Tariq, they give me Tariq user, he belong to Tariq group, DBA, and diff. You see Sam, the same things. Sam, he belong to Sam group and diff group. Okay. By the way, is by default, if you create user by this command, user add, okay, user add, they will create group the same name. Example, if I see Rex, I will show you now. Example, I have group, group, I search for group, cat SC group, okay, grab for me Rex. Okay, I don't have any group called Rex, okay, but if I create user add Rex like this only, they will create for me group name Rex. Now I have Rex group, they will create for me user Rex and group Rex same name, but this one is by default in the system. But this is the worst practice. The best practice, you have to create group default, the different group means when you create user, you have to add him for some group. If the user example from HR, you put in HR group. If IT, you put in ID group. It's manager, for put in manager group. In VIP, you put in VIP group. Okay, don't just put you add user this way and they will create the same name. Okay, now we continue. So you can see also this way or other way to search. For example, I see group Layla, I want to see this diff. For example, I have diff, I want to see who is belong to diff. You can see cat group grab diff. Okay, they will give me diff group, but who's the member of this? They give me, this is the GID, group ID. They tell me user Tariq and Layla user and Sam user, means 3 member of this group. If I go example DBA, I have DBA, this is the GID, the member of Tariq and Layla. Okay, this is how to handle the group. And delete group, we delete before. Okay, just group and delete to delete any group. Now we go to users. Okay, we finish group. Okay, to create the best practice, you create with GID. Okay, to see all groups information will be in here. You see any user belong to group, you just command groups and the username. Now be to user. User the same way. If I create user but this way, they will create group and user the same name. This is not best practice, and they choose UID and a random ID. Okay, so you have many options. They have example M to create home directory, S special use for shell if you want shell for bash or other shell, G was the primary group, U you choose your user ID, G to add another secondary group by comma separator, C the comment for user, D if you change the directory for another user. Okay, or you can run user mad add. You can give all the manual documentation for user add. Okay, the system or configuration system, for example, for when you run this command, okay, the default all settings is come from this directory. If you see, I copy this and run cat. Okay, this is the original option they will come from. We come back again. So this option they come from home, especially default home directory, the shell and a skeleton. Okay, the best practice to create user in enterprise is just this way. You see add user. Okay, dash C is the comment. So what's the comment? For example, I bought HR member. Okay, this is the comment. Dash U, which you choose the ID. For example, I will choose 2005, the same ID of the developer. Okay, for example 2005. Shell you can remove without. By default will take shell. It's okay. The group ID was the group was the primary group HR. Before you create this one, you have to create HR, you have to create accountant, you have to create editor if you want to add new group. Okay, for example, I will choose for diff. Example, I see diff developer member. Okay, and the group is diff. Okay, G accountant, I already have this this group, I think. Let me just search. I see cat groups grab editor. I have editor and I have accountant. I think I create before the video. Okay, I have this group, so I can add user this way, and the user ID. Okay, the best practice, don't put anything capital letter or small letter. So the best practice, you have to add the comment, the user ID, the group, the group. You must choose the group for him. Otherwise, they will create Mike group. This is not best practice. Okay. Then you add another group. For example, if he extend, for example, his HR, you put an accountant and you put an editor as you. So let me put an HR. So it makes sense. So the group ID is HR, the primary group, and I have secondary group. I can add more group for him. So I can put accountant and editors and his name. So I just copy this one. I go to the system and just write like that. They see Mike is already exist. Maybe I ran before. User delete -r Mike user delete. Okay. Now I run the same command. Okay. So what happened? If you see now, all information of users will be in /etc password. Okay. This is all user information will be here. So for example, I cat password will be a lot of information. So I grab for the new user called Mike. If you see here, Mike, the user ID is 205, the one we choose. Okay, the 005, this group ID, this come from the HR I created before. Okay, so here the div member, here's the comment. What's this job example? I see developer member. Okay, which home directory? I never put any home directory, any option here. By default, it will take from home and Mike. If I see example ls-l/home, all people I create in the system will be here. I create, for example, Layla, Mike, Rex, Sam, Tarek. Okay, and the shell by default will take bash. If you want change, you can change by -s, or you can edit later if you want edit. But the best practice, you choose UID for the user and the primary group. Okay, if I see example user ID, I told you before, user ID any name, for example Sarah, will create group and ID with Sarah. So I see group Sarah, they will create Sarah group for him. But for now, if I see Mike, groups for Mike, you don't have Mike group for him because we choose for him be HR. The first group in the line will be HR. The secondary group is accountant and editor. Every time they have primary group is only one. The rest is considered secondary secondary. Okay. So today we learn a lot of things about this user add and user group. So how to add group is easy. Just add group. Best practice, you add the group ID. The file of our information of group you can find here. If you want to see the all group belong to the user, you just write groups and the username. Then we back to user. How to add user. This not best practice. Only for this thing you can do this one. But the best practice, you can add more information. Example, the user ID, the group, the primary group and secondary group, and C if you want. You can add dash, all the default here if you want. Okay, all user information you can find in C password. Okay, for delete user you can delete. Okay, the option with delete user, you have two options. One, R means what? Just show you. Let me clear ls/home. Okay, now if I delete user example Rex, okay, user delete without -r. Okay, I just Rex. They will keep his home directory. See, Rex exists, even his ID is gone. Okay, sometimes the boss asks you to delete his account but keep his home directory if he have like some script, something important. But if you want delete with his home directory, you can add -r, remove his home directory and email. If he's cannot run, you just add -f to force. I will do the same now, but this time I delete Sarah. Okay, user delete -r Sarah. He will delete Sarah and her home directory. So I see now Sarah is gone. There's no more. Okay, with -r you can use delete his home directory. But if you know this account have a lot of script, you can just leave it. Okay. So today we learn about group and users. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Today we talk about SU or SU. Okay, what's the useful or what's the purpose of SU? If you go to any enterprise or company or system administration, they're using SU. SU is just the basic explanation is just switch to another user. Example, I want switch from my user to root. Okay, how to switch? I have to use SU to switch to root. We have another exception. We can use sudo if you want to upgrade from normal user to root. Okay, we will learn the next video about sudo, but now we're focusing about SU. Okay, SU was the purpose, just switch to another user. Okay, for example, I want to switch from me to root. Okay, I can put SU dash empty. If I put dash empty nothing, it will switch by default to root. Okay, if I put SU dash root, he will switch to root. Same means with root or without anything, it will assume is you are want to switch to the root. Okay, also I can switch to another user. For example, SU to Tariq, I want to switch to Tariq user. Remember, before you SU to anyone, you have to know the password. Means if I want SU to root, I need to know the root password. Without root password, I cannot switch. If I want to switch to Tariq, example, I am another users like Sam or Layla, I want to switch to Tariq, I need to know Tariq password, or I cannot switch. Okay, just remember, root can switch to any user without password. From root, I can switch to Tariq, I can switch to Sam, I can switch to Layla without any password. Only the root can. The rest cannot. Okay, then we learn this was, you see, like must all know the password before you switch, otherwise you cannot switch. Then we learn about SU with dash or without. What's the difference? If without dash is we landing in the same place. Okay, we do now demo to understand more, because with practice is more understanding. Okay, now go our server. Example, I am, who am I? I'll just who, they give me our ID. Example, I am Tariq user. Okay, if I see who am I, also same, I am Tariq. Okay, if I see SU dash without anything, will assume I want to go to the root. I know I need to know the root password. Okay, I put the root password. Now I can switch to root. So I see ID, now I am root. Okay, if I want back to Tariq from root, remember, root can go any user without password. Example, I want to go to Layla without password. He doesn't have a prompt from password. Why? Because I'm root. If I'm root, I can go to anyway. Okay, I want, for example, Layla, I finished Layla's job, I want back to root. Okay, if I back to root, example, Layla, she don't know the password of root. If you go like this, you will ask for password, right? The other ways or tips, you can try exit, because you come from root. You can click exit, will back to the root. Okay, look out of Layla session, they back to the root. Same things if example I go to Tariq, now I'm back to the root, I just exit. Otherwise I have to put the root password. Okay, so for example, I am Tariq, let me switch to Tariq. For example, I am beginning, I am Tariq user, ID, I am Tariq. I want to switch to Layla. So to Layla. Okay, I cannot, because I need to know Layla password. Without Layla password, I cannot switch. So you have to remember, you have to know the password before you try. Okay, so this is the basic command about so how to switch to another user. Okay, now I will learn about SU with dash or without dash. I will give you the example. Let me clear ID. Now I am Tariq. Let me switch to root first. Root, to understand this example. Okay, clear. Okay, I am the root. Okay, now ID root. BWD, which my location? I am in /root. Okay, now if I SU with dash to Tariq, okay, I can SU to Tariq. Now if I see PWD, they say I am moved to Tariq user, Tariq directory. Means if I switch dash with dash, I switch to any user directory. Now let me exit. Okay, I back to the root directory, right? If I switch to Layla with dash, with go direct to Layla directory. If I see pwd, so now I go to Layla directory. Okay, this with dash means when we use dash, we'll go to the user directory. Okay, if I use without dash, was it different? I show was it different. Let me exit back to the root. Okay, now I go to cd to temp file. Okay, temporary file. Okay, pwd, I'm in temporary file. If I switch now to Tariq by dash, okay, I put dash or hyphen, I go to Tariq directory. Now pwd to Tariq hyphen, right? I exit. I will go the same example, but this time without dash. Su without dash Tariq. Now where I go the same directory. I never move. Means I am in /temp, will stay in /temp. So pwd, I'm still in /temp. He will never move to any Tariq directory. Will keep in temp. I give you an example again. Exit. Okay, I am root, right? I am in /temp. If I slash with dash or hyphen to Layla, I will move to Layla directory. pwd. Now I am in Layla directory, right? But if, let me exit. If I do the same but without dash, he will keep in same location. Now I am in /temp. I'm in temporary file, right? I see sudo without dash Layla. Now I will stay in the same location. I never move. pwd, I still in the same location. This is just a difference between dash or without dash. We're landing in the same location. Okay, it's a short video about SU, but you must understand because we using a lot in our daily job. SU to root or SU without root, or sometimes we SU to sometimes the database user, because I don't know if I know the root password. Okay, for example, I know the root password, but I don't know the database team password. So what I do, I can suit to root. From root I can suit to anyone to do my job or run the application or run the database. This is very good solution because not every user they will give you the password. So if application team on leave, they not around and you want access to run some application, so you have to know the root password enough. So you can suit to root, then from root you can suit to any other user and you can run the job of the application or cron tab or anything. Okay, hopefully you learned something new. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. We learn about sudo, how this action means. When you run any action, he will go to sudo. Okay, when you run some action with sudo, he will run to sudo file. Sudo files is existed here, and it's c sudo root. He will check if you have permission. He will let you pass. Example, I want to reboot or restart the server. I do sudo reboot the server. Okay, he will go to the sudo. If you have permission, he will pass and let you report the server. But if you have no privileges, he will return you to same action, means you not passing. And same time, if you pass or don't pass, he will generate the logs. Okay, all logs and cd var logs. He will keep all logs there. So it's good for you if one day one server is down or somebody reboot or shut down the server, you can go to the logs and see who's the one execute by sudo the action, or run the command by sudo. Okay, we go to the file. Okay, sudo is in summary is allow a system administration to delegate, authorize to give certain user or group ability to run some or all command. Okay, so the location for sudo root is exists here, means if you go here, let me clear ls-l sudo root. Okay, so this is the location. Okay, it's belong to root user and group user and is 440. Okay, this is the location of sudo root. Whatever you do, you just write it here. Okay, Okay, best practice, when you edit the file, you edit by vi sudo. Okay, this is the way to edit, only the sudo. Don't edit like vi etc sudo root. Okay, don't do this. This is not recommended at all. So the best practice, you use vi sudo. Okay, this is the best practice. For me, my experience, the best practice also, you have to copy the file. Means before you edit, you copy. Very, very important to copy the file before you edit. Okay, so now we do our practice. For example, I have let me copy this. Okay, I have two system administration. I have Tariq and I have Layla. Let me make it same. Okay, Tariq, I will give him all the privileges of root, and I put no password. What does that mean? Means I can execute any command as root without password. Just write sudo the action, sudo the action, sudo the action. They never prompt for password. Okay. In other scenario, Layla, if I put nothing here, empty, Layla different. Layla, whatever she do action, they will prompt for password. Whose password, root or Layla? Is Layla password. Every time she do any action, he will prompt for Layla password. Ask her to write her password, not the root. Remember, it's Layla password. Okay, because she already have in sudo file. So she want sudo the action. They will ask her for her password. By default, the sudo will save it for 5 minutes. Means when Layla run this command, will keep 5 minutes. If after 5 minutes, it will ask her the password again. This is by default of security. But you can change it to 0. Means every time she run any command, to will ask her for password. This is for hardening or security best practice. If you're interested to learn more about security and hardening, I have one course I just created. Okay, called Linux Security and Hardening. Okay, around 4 hours. Here, how to hardening all your server like enterprise. Because every enterprise, they will do hardening and security as a baseline. Okay, here you learn how to first to create your permission as the correct way. Because when you create permission, you have to put like example sticky bit. You have to install the OS with some space and claim the free space. Okay. And you learn about how to set up the banners, how to set up or remove the unwanted package as modules, how the most important, how to set up or secure your SSH, because all our access by SSH. Here also they will teach you all things about SSH, and also how to learn about PAM module, about SU, about sudo, how to hardening your PAM. And last also we learn about NTP is very important, how to sync or make your NTP is sync, so you can run any time with correct timing. Okay, if you're interested, we back our video about sudo. So by default is 5 minutes, but if you run the base or security, you can read it as 0. Means every time Layla run any command by sudo, we will ask for password. Okay. This the same things, but the different is percentage. If I put percentage, means this is group, not user. This user. But if I put percentage, means this is groups. If I have example group, sysadmin, I have HR, I have engineering, I can put percentage and I give him the power. Okay, this all means I give him all privileges of root, but we can make it as only one command or one action. We run later. Let me remove this. This is some action example. But here I will give you a good action example. If I have one guy called Sam. I want to give Sam only one action, is reboot the server. Maybe this Sam, he work on operation team. So sometime server need to reboot. So I don't want he call me in the midnight and ask me to wake up and run the command. So I give him only one permission. He reboot the system. So I can give him a specific task by sudo file. Okay. Here's some shortcut we will learn later. First we start by Tariq. Example, I will give Tariq all privileges without password, and I give Layla same things but with password. We go our file. So remember we edit by vsudo, right? Before we edit, the best practice you copy. I copy cp sc sudos sudo rows sc sudo rows, and I put, usually put by people they put alt. This is wrong practice. You put by date. Example, I put by today is 06 February 2023. Example, click. Permission denied because I'm Tariq. Correct. Let me exit. Maybe I'm root. Okay. So I run the same things. Enter. Okay. Now I copy. Then I can run also diff compare. When I edit the file, I can compare. Okay. Now vsudo, I like to put in the last of the page. I think I already did, but here, let me make it aligned. I like to make it, this is not necessary, but I like to make it neat. So here the same we copy. I put Tariq as all, no password, and I put Layla but with password, means with nothing. Okay. Okay, here you see. Then I save it. No, let me open to session, duplicate. Let's make it Layla 2 3, and let me this sudo to Tariq. Okay. By default, if I run without sudo, example cat sc shadow file is encryption file, is only for root. Okay, so I see permission denied. I need to root privileges or root user. So I can run again sudo cat sc shadow. I can open it this time, but without any password. They never prompt for password. This is Tariq. Okay. If I run the same things with Layla, because remember Layla we put nothing, right? So this no password, but Layla without means she require for password. Means if I put the same sudo cat sc shadow, they will prompt for password 1 2 3. Now will open. Actually, if I run again, will open again because they will save it for 5 minutes. This is for baseline or hardening. Only after 5 minutes he will ask for password. But if I open another session to prove to you, if I put Layla 1 2 3, if I put the same sudo cat shadow, he will ask for password. Why? Because the password safe in this session for 5 minutes, but because this new session he will ask for password 1 2 3, then he will can open. Okay, this is the summary how to run or give privileges to no password or password. Last about group. Okay, with the same example, let me close it. Okay, close vsudo. If you see groups, let me before I switch to group. Okay, this one, if for example I want root, I don't want to run by Tariq, I want switch to root. I can switch without su, because if I see su, if you remember the last video we learned about su, if I want to su to root, okay, they will ask me for root password, but I don't have root password. I want, because I have already privileges, I have already everything like root. Why I just move to root without password? You can, yes you can. You have to run this command sudo -i, or another command called sudo su-i. This you switch to the root without password, because Tariq no password. Okay, but if Layla switch to root, he will ask for user password. Remember, not root, user password means Layla. If Layla she want to switch to root, she can run this command, but I have to put Layla password. But for Tariq, I can switch to root without password. This is usually when you run any instance in AWS or Azure, he have already his Tariq user inside the sudo file. So example, if you see in AWS, EC2 user, right? User. This is the default user, right? This user, if you open the sudo file, you will see his permission like this, like Tariq. Means when you run sudo I or sudo su-i, you can switch to root without password because he have this permission. Okay. if you see the default instance in AWS. Okay, so last things before I put the admins, I show you also Sudo. Example, I am the user Tariq. Let me cancel. I am Tariq, I want to switch to root. Sudo -I. Now I become root. Okay, it was Tariq, root. The same example, exit. Sudo -I. Same things also. This is Tariq now. I switch to what happened? Sudo su dash. Oh, sorry. Sudo su dash, not I. This is for I. Let me, if I mistake. Dash, no I, sorry. Save it. So I become root. Let me exit again. Sudo su dash. I become root from Tariq to root. Okay, this I can switch to root anytime because I have privileges of root. Layla, if you do the same things, but we'll ask her for Layla password. Let me to sudo Layla. Hopefully, I don't know the 5 minutes is passed or not. If I try now, sudo -I. So we'll ask for Layla password. Okay, now I put 1 2 3. If you notice, it's Layla password. But if I put exit, if I put su like that, they will ask for root password. This is different. When you have privileges, you can pass to root without root password. Okay, this is the big difference between sudo and su. Let me exit. The same things you can do sudo su dash, because already the password saved for 5 minutes. Now I can from Layla to root. Okay, now I will remove and I put admin. If I see groups, Layla, she have admin group. Groups, Tariq, he have also admin group. Okay, so I see bim vsudo again. Let me just edit this. Percentage admins. Okay, and let me remove Layla. Okay, now I put for group, not for user. Now Layla and Tariq, they have group admins. They have the same privileges. Okay, let me try. Now Tariq and Layla, they have the same things. Let me see Layla. 1 2 3. Now Layla, I'll let for example sudo cat sc shadow. She can run without password. Because why? Because we put admins, no password. Because both they have the same things. Now I see sudo su dash. She can switch to root without password. Same things to Tariq, su to Tariq. If I put also sudo -I, I can switch from Tariq to root without password. Now I give privileges by groups, not by users. Okay, that's we done. Now the last things about SAM. Okay, example, I have one SAM guy is operation team. Sometimes I need him to reboot the server. Okay, before, if SAM, I never give him any privileges. Switch to SAM. Okay, I am SAM user. I want to reboot the server. I just reboot. They never give me any authorize, right? Only user root can authorize. Okay, so I put sudo reboot again. They will ask me for SAM password. I put SAM password. They will ask me is you are not in sudo file, and they will report this incident to the logs. Okay, so I am the system administration. I want to give SAM only this action. Okay, first example, this is the action, right? If I reboot now, will let me exit. Now I am the system administration. I want to give to SAM, the operation team, this action only, reboot. So first I find the reboot where I see which reboot. Reboot. This switch just give me the location of this command. They give me this location. Okay, to switch anything, which example cat, they will give me what's location. Anything you find, they will give you. The different bin means anyone can access. S bin means only for system administration. Okay, so I want to give him this action to SAM. So what I do, vsudo, I go into the page, then I go here, I see SAM, because only not group Okay, then I like to make need all equal to this one, means I give him only this action. If I want to give him more action, you can just put comma and give him an action. Example, spin shut down. I think it's shut down also the same. Let me just duplicate root. I want to see which shut down. Oh, shutdown is here, so I just copy. Okay, for example, I give Sam, just say all, but not all command, only reboot or shutdown. Okay, and I save it. Okay, now I let Sam to do his action. Remember, Sam, he tried before, he cannot. Now, because I give him only action, now he let him try. So now Sam is sudo. If he see without sudo, he cannot. But if he see sudo reboot, he will ask him for password, because remember, we never put any password for him. If I put no password, means he can put without password, but I put without, so he can write his password. This ask for Sam password. If I put 1 2 3, the server will be shut down. Now it's disconnected already. Okay, this is very important concept about sudo. Okay, this last thing about sudo we learn. Su, this is just shortcut if you want to learn. Example, I run some command, but I forgot to run sudo, so I just run sudo exclamation mark 2 times. They will run the same command with sudo. I show what I mean. For me, I like to use this sudo exclamation mark 2 times. Means if, let me run to Tariq user. Okay, for example, I run some command, this long command, example, Ansible command or Docker or Kubernetes. I run so big command. Okay, I give you just short command, shadow again. I run this, but I forgot I have to run sudo. Okay, so you have to wait. The first one you see sudo, and you run the command like this. Okay, he will open for you, no issue, right? For me, what I like to do, I will do the same concept scenario. Cat, you see, shadow. Okay, oh, I forgot, so I would sudo exclamation mark 2 times, means run the same command, this last command with sudo. I run again. Now he open. If you arrow, the same things. Hopefully you understand. Let me cat let's see sudo rows. Okay, if I run like this, I see sudo, I can put question mark like exclamation mark 2 times, or I just copy again and put it's like this. So this is the shortcut. If I put like this, or I put exclamation mark, he will run last command with sudo. So I just click again, he will run like this. Okay, this is for my personal, I just like to use, so I just put for you. If you like to use, otherwise it's okay. Okay, we finished about sudos. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone. Today we learn about services. What's the services, or how to manage your services? The services means what? If you install any software, example Apache, you install database, you install anything, we'll create services for that. Services, how to handle. Do you need to stop, need to restart, need to enable, do you need to disable, like this. So everything in Linux, when you install something, they will call it services. And same in if you notice in Windows, they have also services. If you see, I press in Task Manager, go to services here. Services here, some services you can see, you can stop from here and start from here. This same concept in Windows, okay? But it's in, if you see in Windows, like you see you running, stop, they show you all this in one GUI, okay? But in Linux, we have same way. We can see everything, but by command line, okay? First, how to handle. We from Windows, from Red Hat 7, 8, 9, the recommended way to using systemctl. Recommended way, you have to use systemctl. systemctl and use the surface name. Example, status for any surface. For me, I remember the surface called SSH to access the SSH, right? It's called like that. When you press surface systemctl SSH, you can with dot surface or without. Works the same. Okay, they will give you an example loaded from where. The surface file will be here. This is the surface file. Later we will do our own one. We create new one called surface same. Okay, active was your status is active, the date, the timing, and you see how many long is 1 minute, and some documentation and main PID, the ID, task, whatever, CPU, how long it take, memory. They give you more information about that. Okay, so most of the time like this, when you edit something in SSH, we need to reload the configuration file. Example, I will show you what I mean. Vim SSH the config file. This is the SSH config file. Okay, for example, I want to edit something. Let me see what I want to edit. Okay, for example, the banner. I want banner. Okay, you see here. If you watch my another course called hardening and security, it show you everything how to secure your SSH. Okay, for example, if I edit something here, okay, let me edit. So I make the banner null. For example, usually the best practice you put the banner to another file, but for now like this. Now I edit. Okay, I edit the config file. Now I want to ask SSH to take the new configuration. How we do? We have to reload or restart the surfaces. This is how. So we do it systemctl restart SSH or restart it. Now it will take the new configuration. Sometimes it works reload. From my experience, actually, I notice restart and reload almost the same active. Means they do the same things. Okay. Most of the system they see reload is better. Sometimes they see restart is better. But for my own experience, almost the same. They do the same job. Okay. So what we have systemctl restart SSH reload. We have also what we call stop. I cannot stop. If I stop now, it will disconnect my session because I access by SSH. Okay. We have start. I will give you all the command. We have this, and we have enable and disable. I will explain to you what's enable and disable. Okay, for example, I need to install new surface, new package called Apache. Apache is good to open on web browser. Example, I want to open this server on web browser. Okay, if you want to open, I have to install a software called Apache or Nginx. This is most popular, but for now we're using Apache. Okay, so when I install, if I see systemctl status httpd is the name. This is not exist, means the service that I haven't created yet. But when I install the package, will create for me http service. How you see yum install httpd. I install the package from the repo. Okay, he will run the repo because we are connected to internet. Because CentOS they have a free repo from internet. But if you are in Red Hat, they will give you free. It's actually is free from Red Hat, but you must buy the Red Hat license. Now it's installing. I will speed up until they finish. Let him install. The network is very slow with me now. Let him take his time. I duplicate the session. Okay. I will show you if, example, you forgot the name. Okay, what I mean. For example, you systemctl status SSH. Maybe you forgot the name SSH or something. The other practice you do, you write systemctl list unit files. Okay, type surface. When you put like this, it will give you all the surface running in the server. Okay, so example, I would do the same, but this time I see grab for me SSH. Maybe I forgot the name. Search, and they will give you the name is here SSH surface. Example, I want cron something, the scheduler timing, the cron tab. I click like this, and they give me the cron is here. Okay, any surface you want. In TP, I think it's not running. If you see like this, it's not exist, means it never install. So any surface you want to search, you write through systemctl list unit files type surface. They will list for you all the surface you require, and you can find the one maybe you forgot how to write it. Okay, this is important command. You just keep it. I will put you in the text file. So if you forgot the name of the SSH or any service you forgot the name, you just write it and grab for the first beginning, or you just read all of them. It will take time from you, but hopefully you remember at least the first letters. Okay. This one, now you tell me to install, will install for me HTTP, and this is the dependencies. So I say yes, install. Okay, so what we have, we have systemctl status sshd. We have status, we have enable and disable. What mean enable and disable? Okay, if you see here, enable means if I restart the server, reboot the server, will start automatic because we make it enable. But if I make it disable, if I restart the PC, will be disabled, means it is not working. Okay, we try on firewall surfaces. CCTM status firewall. If you notice here, everything we ending with D, SSHD, HTTPD, firewall D, because it's called system D. Everything ending with D, letter D. Okay, I see firewall. Now show me the firewall is active. Okay, it's running and is enabled. Okay, means if I reboot the machine, will start automatic. Okay, I will show you now. If I restart now, reboot, but let me see first install everything. Okay, now it's done already. So I reboot the machine, and you see the firewall will start automatic. And remember, we run first HTTP is not exist, right? Now we install HTTP, they will create for them surface packages. Next video we will do our own surface. We create our own surface. We have to follow the same template. Okay, let me restart. Now it's already ready. We see same things. Systemctl status firewall D, surface or without surface is run normal. I show you is active. Why? Because we reboot the machine, because it says enable. But if you want surface will be, I don't want to run when they start the boot the server, you make it disable. We do like systemctl disable firewall D. Okay, I disable it now. If I see same systemctl status firewall. Okay, they show me is active same, but now it show me disable. This is the yellow one. Okay, now if I reboot the machine, this will be inactive. You have to activate it manually. So now I see reboot again. Okay, now it's up already. Let me clean systemctl status firewall. Now see is inactive. Why? Because it's disabled already. When we disable it, means every time we restart the machine will be inactive. You have to activate it manually. Okay, this is the best big difference between disable and enable. Enable means restart the machine or restart the server will be on during the boot up. But if you boot disable, means it stop every time when you boot up. Okay, this is a big difference. Now you see systemctl, for example, HTTP Apache, I forgot the name. So what we do, the full systemctl list unit files type surfaces. Okay, they will give me all. Let me grab for me HTTP. For example, I forgot the name. Now they tell me you have HTTP, it's disabled, it's not running. Okay, so I can target it. Systemctl status HTTPD, and you see me is inactive and disabled, means if I start the machine will be inactive. Let me start it manually, and we try to see systemctl start HTTPD. Okay, now I see again. Now you show me it's active. It's just running in 1 second ago. Okay, then let me go inside www html. I think echo hello world from Apache index.html. Let's just make one file to read from here. Let me take the IP if config -a. This is the IP. I go to the Chrome and run it. Now you see me hello from Apache. Okay, it's running. By the way, if your firewall is on, you cannot see this page because why? See systemctl status firewall, because firewall will block you from AT. Because actually, truth, we never use firewall in Linux server because we're using this physical one, Cisco or another firewall, F5 to handling. We never handle from software level. We're handling from hardware level. Okay, so it's if firewall is active, start firewall. Now if I run the page, I think we'll block. We'll keep running, but it's blocked already by firewall. So the best, you just disable. You can run all your testing or stop. Now will be okay. Okay. So what they do, example, if Apache, if now systemctl status httpd is disabled. If I restart the machine, we do last test. I restart the machine, well, HTTP will be down. So this one is depends on you. If you want to make it up, you run as enable. If you want make it down when you restart the machine, make it disable. And if you want to change any configuration, you can click restart or reload or others. Okay. And the last things I will show you the old way we're using, the old way without systemctl status sshd. This is the new way from Red Hat 7, 8, 9. Okay, the old way we do surface, sometimes it's still working, ssh status. The other way surface, and the service name and the status. Click here, they show you the same things. Okay, they show you the same things, but the most recommended is using systemctl. And this one, some surface doesn't work with this. Okay, next video we will create our own surfaces and we handle it the same way. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Today we create our own surfaces. Because why? When you install a package like Apache, Nginx, database, they have their own surfaces because they were installed with it. But sometimes you work with company, they have their own application. Maybe bank, they have their own application for timesheet, for manpower, for HR surfaces. Something this they use internal. Nobody use external. They use internal between the company only. Example, if you heard about Google, they have a lot of product just used between Google employee. They never use for outsider. So every company they have a small application. Example for timesheet, they own things. Something like calculation for the salary. Something they're using SAP. International one. Oh, they using their own local. Especially if small company, they using their own application locally. But now if you have task, they have their own script, but they ask you to create it as systemctl, how to handle it. So today we will teach you how to do this one. For example, we need first to create a script, or the application script or file they will start it. We create what, just simple one. For example, I will create to temp file. I will create vim script or hello world.sh. Okay, this is the name. So we start this is bin bash. This usually we use in shell scripting. I just logger hello world 01. Sleep for 2 seconds. Then let me. So just hello world 01. Hello, after sleep, stop for 2 seconds. Stop for 2 seconds, like that. Okay, this simple script. Okay, so the script where ls temp hello world. Before that, the issue. If you see cd to ls, this one don't have any executable permission. You see only read and write. So you have to change it first. Change 777, for example. Hello. Okay, ll. Now you have everything. Because sometimes it doesn't work with you if you make it without any execution permission. Okay, this is our script. For example, this is, sorry for my voice. For example, this is the script or application from the team. Now they ask the boss, tell you, please make it as SSH. If you see the last, if you notice the last one, Apache one, systemctl status HTTP. This is Apache last one we installed, right? They will give you the application. The services is here. Now it's inactive. If you see here, let me read. We cut this file. So they're using the same. We're using all same template. Okay. They see description, Apache server. Once init, start from init. The first services when you put up. Okay. After network is ready, remote is ready, everything is ready. Then you launch. Documentation you can find here. Service type, language, start execution from where, okay, load from where, graceful or what. There's many options, okay. For us, we will make it easy one, but we have to say we follow the same template, okay. First, we create an vim. We go first cd systemctl systemd system, okay, ls-l. We have some file here. We create our own vim. I call it my service, my serve, okay, dot service, okay. So I will copy paste same things, just the important this one. Description, my service. After network is ready, nothing else. Surface is simple. Executable, we run from bin bash. This for the bash. Then from where? Our script we is not here. Our is hello world. Let me duplicate. Our ls-temp hello world, I think. Yes. This is our script. Let me edit here. Okay, start always and went by the multi.user target. This is level 3 when they put up. Okay, then save it. Now I create my own service, my own application. Okay, the application do what? I will show you here. If I run the application without anything, system cd. Okay, if I run the application temp hello world, okay, I run the application. He will do what? Tail f. He will look in messaging file logs message, okay. He will look hello world 1 2 3 4 5 and go out, okay. It's like this. This is the our script. So I run again. He will make hello world 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, this is just small script because sometimes they run the big huge application, okay, but we just show you how the same way we do. Then I go to here. Now I will run this one not from here. We run it the same way we run all services. I see systemctl status my service. Yeah, this is the name. See, even they already understand. He autocomplete for me. So if you see, it is inactive, okay, because I run it here manually, right? Now I want to run it as disable, and he's disabled already. Now first I want to make it enable. Means when the system start, they start with it. So I make it enable. Enable. Okay. Now I see restart again status. Now you see me enable. Now I started. I start my own service. Now start. Now I started. If you see here, he will run again. Hello world 1, 2, 3, 4, and he exit. Okay, here I teach you how to create your own services. Sometimes they have their own application. They run the whole service. So you can run it the same way, and you can also get more information. Example, systemctl status of my services. They tell me the file is here. This is the file we do together. Okay, is enable. What time he ran Saturday, the timing 1 second ago, how many memory he take, how many CPU, the C group is going to C group, and start the services. And they tell you what the first service starts is hello world 01, like that. They give you more information about it. This is the beautiful of when you make your own services in systemd. Okay, hopefully you'll learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone. In this section, we will learn about networking, how the network works, how we set up the networking. The network is you have to learn at least the basic of network, because when you work as system administration or DevOps, you have to have knowledge of a knowledge of networking. Doesn't mean you have to be expert, because this one is under team they call network team. Every company, they have network team, and they have specific network dedicated for network, for set up the Cisco, the firewall, anything for infrastructure, for physical or software network. They do the network team. But for networking, for system administration or DevOps, we have to learn about networking is coming to your Linux server. So how to set up your Linux server and your networking. You have to know the IP address, nickname, subnet, some basic about a router, the VLAN, the switch. You have to know. We try to teach you many things here, so at least you know. And also we teach you how in command line, how to set up your IP, how to find your IP and everything in Linux command line. Okay. First, I want to teach you overview about network. What's a network? Especially when people, they see network interface or NIC interface. This is the network. Okay. This is be in your laptop or physical server. This is something physical. And go out here, you can put LAN cable called Cat5. Okay, this is the cable here. Okay, your cable go inside. Most of the time they call Cat5 to here. Okay, this is the network. This is LAN cable. Okay, but sometimes if you have laptop, they have something inside, but can connect direct to Wi-Fi. Okay, no need to access LAN cable. But most of the laptop, they have two. One, you can put cable, and or you put Wi-Fi. But in physical server, most of them, they work with LAN cable, because LAN cable more reliable than Wi-Fi. Okay, so this is the network interface or NIC interface. Now we take another photo about laptop. Now I explain to you about my laptop. Now my laptop, this is my laptop. Okay, I have one outside. I can put cable or I can put Wi-Fi. This is called PCI connection. This is put this one, this place in the motherboard. Okay, this is called PCI connection. Whether you see sometimes PCI in your LAN command line, it is this one called PCI connect to the motherboard. Okay, and one example here, I can put my cable here, and most of the laptop, they have also some physical small, they call Wi-Fi. So you can connect Wi-Fi direct, or you can connect by LAN cable. Okay, so this is my Windows. Okay, this is my Windows 11. Okay, so my Windows have, if you see here, I have one exist. Okay, this is my LAN or Wi-Fi. This go to my house router. From my house router to internet. To my example, the one I connect to my company. Example in Singapore, I company like any network company, M1, Stingtel, or StarHub. I connect from. They give me the routers, so I connect to them. From them, they connect to the outsider. I can Google, I can Yahoo, I can Bing, anything. Okay, but physically, I have only one go outside from my laptop to the router. Okay, this is called NIC, physical NIC. I have only physical NIC. Okay, now I have VirtualBox, the one we installed the Windows. Okay, Linux. I have one VirtualBox inside my Windows. This is my Windows. I can connect to outside. If you see here, I go to CMD, I see IP config. Okay, you show me here. This is my IP. This is the router IP. So the router is called 192.168.1.1. This is the router IP. Okay, and my Windows IP is 192.168.1.89. Okay, this is the subnet, because all of them in the same subnet. Okay, if you see here, wireless connection means I connect by wireless, by Wi-Fi. If I connect by Ethernet cable, they call Ethernet adapter Ethernet 02. Okay, here my LAN cable. They show me I have IP version 4, but I have no gateway because I cannot connect. I have one here, but it's not exist because I cannot connect the router. Right, no cable. But they give me just dummy IP address. Okay, it's not real IP address. 192.168.556.1, but there's no router. Means I cannot access any Google. I cannot go anyway. I connect by this one because I have gateway. Gateway means I can connect to the router. From the router, I can connect to the world, the internet. Okay, but my physical one, Ethernet here adapter, Ethernet 2, they show me I have also IP, but I don't have any gateway. It means I cannot connect anyway. It means anyone here, I can just stay in their laptop. This is actually dummy. It's not real IP address. Okay, and this is the IP6, IP6, IP version 6. Okay, also this is dummy. It's not exists. It's not real because I cannot connect to the router. If anything connect to the router, will be real IP address. This one I connect to the router means this is real IP address. Okay, I don't use any version 6, so I don't have anything here. Okay, we back to the our example. Let me take another screenshot, clear one. So remember, I have my laptop is Windows 11. I install VirtualBox. Inside the VirtualBox, I install 2 Linux. Okay. Inside the Linux, they call NIC VirtualBox. This one is same as this one, but this one is physical real one. This one is just virtual one. It's not real one. So I can make one. I can make more than one. Means I have another one Linux. I can install 2 or 3. Okay. Is any benefit from this? Is no benefit actually. Why? Because if I make 2 or 3 virtual NIC, okay, all connect to the physical one. From physical one, go to the router. In real scenario, if this is down, all of them is down because we have only one physical NIC go out from the laptop. Okay, so how the enterprise works? Okay, this is for my laptop. So how the enterprise works? Now explain to you about enterprise setup. Enterprise, they have 2 ways. First, they do the using VM, like AXI host, okay, and our physical server. Okay, we go to physical server first. Example, this is physical server. You install only one Linux on it, only one, maybe database, maybe application, whatever. Okay, so the physical server, usually behind they have more than 3. This I just put for you 3 physical, but actually they have more than 8. Especially the new one from Dell or HP, they have sometimes 8 or 10 physical NIC. So when you have 8, for example, you have more than 3, this is very good for redundancy, for fault tolerance, for failover. Is many good option. Why? Because for example here I make one physical NIC, okay, go to the router. Okay, I can make another physical NIC, go to another router. This is most company they do like this. Means what? If the one router is down, this one works fine. This one continue to the world, for example. This one, example, they make it for backup only. For example, most of the time they make backup. So they make one NIC especially for backup. So never affect the management, never affect the traffic from the physical NIC. So most company, they make more than NIC. Okay, so they can make this one for maybe can make 2 as bind. Bind means they can make 2 as a 1, works as a 1. Is very good for performance and very good actually. If this one is down, this one is still connected. Okay, in physical net is the same way. When you connect to your Linux, you can find a lot of list of your physical NIC. So then you can separate. For example, this one may make it for management. This make it for example backup. This make it for setup or standby. As like this. Okay, this for real physical so enterprise. When they have one physical this, they have more than option. They have more than 4 and 8. Okay, this one for physical one. If you're using example VirtualBox is the same way. For example, the company using VirtualBox. Okay, what they do, they set up the whole physical server. They install first as AXI host. Okay, it's physical server like this. Okay. Sometimes they have more than 4. I tell you more than 8. Same way. Example, I have 3 only. Okay. So when I install VirtualBox via AXI host, they have vSwitch by default. Okay. vSwitch, we can link one physical or more than one. For example, I can link one here. I can make 2 for failover example. I can make one Linux. Okay. Come to the switch. From the switch, come to the physical server. The other Linux, I can go to the same things, to the switch, same switch. From the switch, go to another physical server. This one go to the router, this one go to the router. In the future, if this one is down, this one works fine. Means the switch will never fall down. So the most company, they make one switch, they make minimum 2 physical server, physical NIC to go inside the switch. From the switch, go to the Linux server. Okay, this one can make it, for example, this is for database. They can make another switch, new switch, from the new switch to the another one. So never affect this both. Means this one, if all this down switch, this one will never be down because it's software. If example is down, the other switch is on. So the enterprise, they will works like that. Means they will never depends on one. They do once in more than physical, so they can install many things. So, but for our example, I have of my laptop, I have only one real physical one. But we do the example on Linux. We can make 2 or 3 NICs. But for our scenario, because I am doing from my home, okay, we do the practice from our Linux. For example, I have one Linux here. I can put 2 NIC, okay. We do our practice on it. We do our command line, about everything. So from the NIC actually is behind the scene is come to my physical NIC. From physical NIC go to the router, okay. So in real life, it's not benefit from here, but I will show you the same example, because if you are enterprise, they will troubleshooting the NIC same way we do in my laptop, okay. So this is the overview about NIC. If they will tell you the NIC is down, the physical NIC is down, you know, understand this is the NIC actually. Is physical for networking. So from the networking come to the router, sometimes come to the switch, from the switch to the router, like that. But in the EXI host, they have virtual switch called vSwitch. From the NIC come to the switch, from the switch to the Linux virtual box, okay. So if you have company work in virtual box, will be like that. If they work on physical one, physical will be direct to the Linux. But if you are from home, I will be set up like that, okay. Hopefully you will learn something new about the NIC, and the next video we will start doing our network troubleshooting. We learn more about networking. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Hello everyone, we continue about networking. As we learn is NIC interface, you understood was the NIC was the physical NIC, okay. So was the physical, and what software means this the IP and subnet, gateway, and others, okay. But we have as system administration, you have NIC interface, okay, in Linux. How to fix it, how to set up, how to fix IP, anything for, because every Linux or every device in network, example your phone, your TV, your laptop, whatever, they have IP address. IP address will be different. Example, you have mobile phone, you have phone number. Cannot be 2 phone in this 2 phone number, same number on 2 phone. Cannot become everyone have 1 phone, okay. So in Linux, the most tool they're using is called network manager, okay. Network manager must use for all the newest system, for example from Red Hat 7, 8, 9 and above, okay. And Ubuntu also from 16 I think above, okay. So it's the newest network manager, I think from 20 start from I think 2015 and above, all from 9 years from now or 10 years from now is all using the network manager, okay. Tool how to set up IP, set up your network DNS and everything in this tool, okay. So we have 2 ways. The first way, we set up both network manager, and we teach you how to set up network manager. The other way, you set up manually, okay. Manually, I will put for you here the details. I make it some big, okay. So I give you all the details how to set up manually, okay. So we do both way. At least you understand how to set up. In most enterprise, as I understand, they will do manually. They put file, so the file can read. Anyone can read the file and understand, okay. So not much people using network manager, but at least I teach you. At least you have skill how to set up everything by network manager. Otherwise, you can set up manually. The most enterprise they do set up manually. The next video we will also do in bonding, how to do bond, how to make 2 or 3 network works at one. It's called bonding. This one also need to create a file in network manager, okay. For example, now if I go here, let me clear the screen, okay. If I can the screen example, I see NMCLI. The device network manager is the command called NMCLI, okay. They have to go device means that the physical net, okay, physical, okay, status. They will tell me how many NIC interface, physical interface I have. They will show me I have 2 called NB 0S3 and LO. LO means loop back. This is just work internal within the Linux, between example surface to surface. They're using this internal. We cannot use this, okay. This is just basic for internal for device for the Linux. Every Linux have this internal device, okay. The external we have only one, the one I connect even the SSH, everything from one, okay. So to make more ID is just click IP address show. They will show you the IP address. Okay, IP address show. They show the first device of device, NIC interface, LO, SIP. All IP is same. It's called internal IP or loopback. Okay, 127.0.0.1. Okay, nobody use this IP because it's internal. Okay, the second one is the init MB0S3. This is the one. We have IP address is 192.168.115. That one I access the SSH. If you see my SSH here, I change the location from here to right to left. You can change from here, side by left or right. If you see here, rename the session. This the IP I access the SSH using the same IP. Even I have HTTP from here, I use the same IP to open the HTTP Apache. Okay, this is how to see the network. You can use IP address show. Shortcut for this, I use most people they're using IPA, just IP address. They show you the same result. If I see IP without anything, they will give you error. You need some option. You see IPA, add A. Shortcut for address. They will give you the same information. The old command is still working. Ifconfig. Okay, ifconfig -A, they will give you the same details. There's more information. This is the old command. This one they see the whole legacy and they will remove it, but I heard this one from 2020, now 2023, going to 24, also same things. They see will remove it, but nobody remove. They're still keeping it. So we want to use it. Okay, this is the old command, still working fine. Okay, so we have only one interface. So if I go to the server, go to settings, network. Okay, I have only one active. I have to active two and number 2 and 3. We activate 2, we add more NIC first interface, virtual NIC. Okay, so we can do practice. Otherwise, we can't do any practice. So I will add 2. 1 we do manually. We follow the documentation. 1 we do with network manager. I will show you the 2 way. Okay, let me first. I have to shut down the server. I see power off. Okay, I go to the server. Let me change the name. I go to settings. Let me correctly name CentOS. Okay, I go to network. I add adapter. Same. I have to change branch. Branch means we take from my router home router. Okay, I add more 3 adapter. Okay. Now I have 3 interface. I on. By the way, most important, I will show you when I see NML. Let me show you again. I click, you press R to restart the session. So I press R. If the server is up, they will open for me direct. If it's still loading, they can't open. Now it's open. Okay. Let me clear the screen, bash, and clear the screen. Okay. If you see NMCLI device status. Okay. Now before we have only one. The first one, the second one, the loop. Okay. Now you show me 2. Start with 08, all the same name, same convention. S8, this is S3, this is S9. We have 2 on network, but it's all both are down. Okay. Now we learn about this command, how to use this command, network manager. Okay. So how to bring this device up? Okay, we have command called NML device up, and to choose the device name. Device name is this one and this one, S8 and S9. By the way, some of them they see, I noticed in my team, NMCLI connection show. Okay, they show you which connection is on. But what's the difference between this and this? This is device. This is device means the network interface. This one connection. Okay, they have different. Connection is mean the profile inside this device. Okay, I want you to make sure you understand. Example, I give you example. This is iPhone. This is the SIM card inside the iPhone. The mobile number. Okay, called connection. So when you edit the IP address, you edit the gateway, you edit everything. You edit from the connection, not the device. Device we never touch. Okay. So you must understand between the connection and device. Connection is this. It means the profile inside this device. But the best practice in all company, they keep the same name, device name and connection same name. But actually you can change. For example, I change from S8 to make it another name here. I can change. So connection different name, the device different name. But most company they're using the same name, so no confuse for anyone. Okay. So I will try to on the device. Example, if I see NML connection up, this is work only for this one because this is connection name, right? If I try to S8, he will never understand what's this S8 because this is connection, not device. But if I want to turn on the device, I have to choose the device, then I turn on by device name. So I see NML CLI device, this is the correct way, up, and I choose the device. For example, S8, okay, is 8. Because my server is set up by DHCP, will take automatic IP. Okay, I give you just some example here. Boot roto. Okay, they have two type. Static IP means I have to choose IP static, never change. Okay, and I have called the dynamic IP. Dynamic IP means I take the IP from the router, my router of my home. But if you have router in the company, the same concept. If you go anyway, they will give you automatic IP. Means this they're using DHCP. But in enterprise company, we use all static because Linux server we cannot change anytime because the Linux server they give you maybe application database. NFS sharing or Samba sharing, so we cannot change the IP from DHCP because DHCP means what? If I turn off my machine, I turn on again, maybe the DHCP they will give me another IP, and this is very very bad. So we never use DHCP in Linux server. Most of the time we're using a static, but for us for our training we can use DHCP if you want. Okay, we back to our session. Now it's up, right? So I see NML CLI device status. They will show me now I have 2 up, S3 and S8. S8 we turn on. By the way, the shortcut for this one, you can see NML CLI DS only. They will give you the same things. DS. D device, S status. Okay, so I have this up and they take the connection same name. Okay, just to prove to you the connection is different, I will see NML CLI connection modify. Now I modify, I change the settings in connection. What's the connection? This one connection. Okay, I give him another name. I say connection ID. Okay, and I give him name maybe virtual IP VIP. Okay, name select connection state show. Now I see S3 still the S3, but if you see here VIP connection name change from this device. If I see NMS device DS also, you see now the device name is S8, but the connection is called VIP, virtual IP. Okay, so just to prove to you, connection can change, but the best practice you keep it the same name. If this S8, you keep it S8. If S9, you keep it S9. It's the best practice. Most companies using the same way. Okay, so example, I want to give IP for this S8. Okay, I will give him by we're using to network manager. Then we're using the file. For example, I want to give IP for this. The best things in network manager, you just remember the first basic command, mlcli connection modify. Okay, modify. Then what's the connection name? VIP. Okay. Then example IP version 4. Okay. I click tab 2 times. They will give me all options for version 4. Okay. I have IP address. I can put IP address. I can put gateway. I can put DNS. I think DNS is here. I can put method. Okay, they have many options, but just remember method means you choose static or dynamic. For me, I will choose static. Okay, I will change the IP address. For example, let me cancel this. IP show. I want to see first IP what I have. For example, 58. Okay, for S8. This one I will keep it the same way. I don't want to change. I will change the new one. I create up. S8 example. He have IP ending with 58. I will give him example 200. First, I want to see is 200 exist or not. Pink. I will give the IP. Okay, I version 200. I'll just see it's empty because in my home nobody use my TV or mobile, so it's unreachable means nobody use. Okay, so I can use this 200 for my settings. So to change anything, I'll just copy again. Okay, because when you change, you have to take the subnet. Subnet is /24. Okay, LM select connection modify. Okay, VIP. Okay, IP version 4. If I forgot, I just put dot and 2 tab. They give me all the option. First, I will change the method. ME, they will continue for me. Tab, and I give you the manual. For example, I see manual tab. They will give me manual means static. Okay. Then IP address, I want to change the IP address. I can copy like this, and you will tap, it will continue for me. And the IP address, the new one, I take same, but I will change to 200. Okay, 200. Okay, the subnet same, the gateway same. I think to change. So like this, I will fix IP in my network using network interface. So I click enter. If I see IPA is still 58, the old one. So you have to restart the network manager. You have to wait systemctl restart network manager. Sometimes this one doesn't work. So I see IPA, okay, still it's changed to 200. Okay, many times I use this network. What's this command? Oops. Systemctl. Okay, if I use this command, okay, many times they will never change the 200, the IP address. Okay, the second way I will show you, if you change by this one, it works fine, it's very good. If not, use this one. And then like connection down, you bring this down, the virtual IP. Okay, you bring it down, I bring it down, now I bring it up. VIP. Okay, then IPA confirm will change to 200, but now you change already. This is the second way. The third way, if connection down doesn't work with you, you bring the device down. I mean device, not the Linux device, the network interface means device status. Okay, you bring this down. So like example, MSLI device down. You bring this down. Okay, then you bring it up again. Device. Now it's IPA will change to 100. Okay, you have three ways. If this is the first way, systemctl works with you, you keep it. If it doesn't work with you, bring the connection down. If it doesn't work with you, bring the device down, the network interface. Okay, this three way to make sure your network is everything is fine. Okay, this is the first way we change the network interface with you using the network manager. Okay, remember I will put for you another tab. Okay, here don't worry, I will give you a lot of command. Useful for the network interface. Okay, you can test yourself, but we can't like keep using every way. For me, most important to understand how to change the network interface. You have to wait. You have to use network manager, or we're using the old design, the device file. We put the file, we put all data, then we keep it using it. Okay, this is the first way. The second way, we make another video for the second way. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Hello everyone. We continue about that. If you remember, we last things we see MSLI connection show. They will give me, I have two connection. Okay, the VIP we change the name from SA8 and the S3. By the way, it's the best practice to keep the same name, means the device and the connection the same name. So we change now. You can bezel for you enable connection modify virtual IP to connection ID. Okay, so connection ID, I will give it a new name, is same device, enter. Now enable connection show, they change from VIP to S8, now the correct. If I see ML device status, so the device name and the connection the same way. This is the best practice actually. Okay, don't change, but you can change best. I'll just tell you what's the difference between connection and device. Device is the network physical one, connection is the data or profile inside. Now we have this S8. Okay, S8 we will do it manually. So what we first we can bring it up. So ML device up and the device name S8. Okay, we see what name they will give. So now NMLCLI device status. Okay, they will give S9 will give the same connections. Good for us. You can change if you want, but for us you need to change. Okay, but we set up the IP. IPA. If you see now, S9 he will take 222 because why is the DHCP? Remember, it's dynamic IP. He take from my router automatic because when I set up the server, he's take everything to dynamic. So now I will change it. I don't want this dynamic. I want to change it by file. Okay. First, how to create file? We have to go directory called cd system config network script. Okay, this is the directory to create a file. I will put for you here for your information. Okay, if I go inside, okay, I have one is from the original one from S3 when I create the server. Okay, so I have to create the same name, NMLCLI device status. Okay, I have to create S9 same name here. Okay, so I create same name. but change to S9. Okay, so I see vim. I will take this name, the first name, then the last. Okay, now the file is empty. Then you tell me the data get from where. You can get this from my paper, or you can get any from any website. For example, I open for you faster Red Hat and Red Hat website example. Will give you here. He ask you to follow sample example. They will give you here. So I will copy. This one you can get from any IP, from any CentOS or Red Hat, whatever. They will give you all information manually. So you go here. Okay, I copy from Red Hat. Okay, so I keep here. I change whatever I suit me. Okay, first of all, the device name. Device name is ours is different, right? Let me duplicate the session. So let me make big. So enable as device status. I have this name. I have to change. I follow my name. Okay, device name is S9. Okay, boot roto. Okay, boot roto. I give you here. You have two option, boot roto. If you put none, means static. If you put DHCP, it means dynamic. For me, I want static because I want put my IP. Okay, so it's put none already. I will follow. On boot means what? I put for you the meaning. On boot, not here. On boot here. Indicate that whatever the network, the interface should be automatically activate during the system boot. Means when I turn on the server will be on. You see the network is on. If you put no, means when I turn on the server, the network will be down. I have to put manually. But for me, I want to put it as automatic. So I put yes. We see the settings. They see yes. Okay, continue. Network, okay, is 255.255.255. This is the correct network. Why? Because my router use the same. If not, I go to my example, my Windows CMD, or you go to Mac. If you're using Mac, see Mac IP config. This is in Windows we call IP config. In Linux they call fconfig. Different little f. You see my IP address is 192.168.189. My subnet is this my subnet. So this is only for my router. But if you work in company, they will give you different subnet. Okay, this is my subnet. So I follow 255.255.255. Actually, it's considered /24. Okay, my IP address they give me 10 blah blah blah. This is not my IP address. I will change to, I will take from my Windows example, same, but I change the last one. I go here, I change to example to 205. Oops. 205 example based network. But to make sure, I will ping. This the new IP is exist or nobody use for my home. Let's copy. If unreachable means nobody use. So unreachable means nobody use. I cancel. I go here. So I use this user CTL. I put for you the meaning. I add for you as this the last one, user CTL, user control. Okay, this one wasn't in my file. I added. It's actually is you like if user control is no, is only root can control this interface. This is the behavior by default. Okay, if you see control yes, means non-root router, no root can use this allow to change interface. So this is optional. You want to keep it or you change it. For me, it's okay because I want just root to control the network interface. Okay. One more. I want that gateway. Gateway is very important, but they never put. Okay. And see in the document they put or not. They never put the gateway, so you have to add the gateway. So I go to here, add the gateway, because if no gateway, I can't access the internet. 192.168.1.1. If you ask me, I come from where? I go to my my Windows. This is my default gateway. 192.168.1.1. Okay, this is my router. Okay, I finish. Nothing else. So I just close it. Okay, now my connection is up. Change. So I see IP A. My S9 is still 221, right? We choose 205. I clear the screen. Now we finished to set up the file. If I see cat the file, now we put our data. This data you can get actually from Red Hat, from any network, from a website. They will give you this details. So you just copy paste and you can change up to you. Design your output. Okay. For example, a device, you put your device name. This one we learned can be static or DHCP. When you put on is yes or no. This is your subnet. This is your IP address. This is just to say it's controlled by root or not. This is the gateway. Okay, so how to, if I say IPA, we have the old one. Now we have new one, is called 205. Now how to restart this file? Okay, because we're using a file, not network manager. If network manager, we do the same way before, like last video, systemctl restart network manager. This we done because why? Because we changed the IP by network manager. Okay, but this one we changed by file. If I see IPA, will keep the same. Make the screen. We do the second one. The second way we do is NMSLI connection down. Then we down the connection. And let me see the name. NMSLI connection device status. Okay, we have this one. So I will bring it down. Connection down. And we bring it up. Okay, IPA, and the IP change already to 205. Okay, this is good. S9 we have only 205. It's already changed, but for me, during the restart they create for me another one is this one. Okay, let me see in connection show. This the one, this the device, this the name. I don't know why you check system name. Okay, so if something happened to you, it's good for us. We do practice together. If this happened to you, you have two network. You have two same name. Okay, one is down. The white one is down. No connection, no device. One is on. This is the correct one. This one, I don't know where it's come from. Okay, maybe it's Clutch and CentOS or Red Hat. Okay, so how we do resolve this issue? Easy to delete. You have to delete this device. Okay, so first we see NMSLI device status. Okay, we see in the device we have only three. Our physical connection. Remember, we put 3 connection. The network 1, 2, 3. We have 3 connection, 3 device. Okay, but connection for some reason they give me 2. Okay, so what do? We delete this one. We delete by what? If we put nf s09 will unless sk, they will delete 2. This one and this one because the same name. Okay, and device is only 1. So we delete by UUID. How to delete? We learn today NMSLI connection delete. Okay, and you put UUID. This is different between this one and this one because S9 and S9 is the same. So we delete by UUID. If S9 is different, you just delete by this one. Okay, but now we have this one. I don't know, created during the restart. So what we do? We just click here and click enter. Now successfully deleted. NMSLI connection show. Now we have correct, but this one is changed name. I don't know why. System NF09. So we change also this. We change the IP. The name. So we correct the name. Okay, but first IP A. Now the IP is correct. It's 205. Everything is correct. Only the name. Let me CD. NMSLI connection show. Now we have the name is wrong. We corrected. NMSLI connection modify. And the name first system. See, the system is become slash. This is space. Then see connection ID, and we give one name and enter. Now NMSLI connection show. Now we have everything is perfect. The name is correct. The device name is correct. Okay, this is good also for us. So we do some things and we have 2 connections come from nowhere. Okay, for some reason I have another connection come without any mistake. I do the correct way, but they come in anyway. Sometime if this happened to you, how to fix the issue? Good things, we have to troubleshoot it together. First we have name is duplicate the name. Our name is correct, but for some reason we have system come from I don't know from where. So we correct it. So we correct the name and we delete the extra one. So now we have perfect network and we change IPA. The first one we set up this one by network manager by command line. Okay, by command line. I will give you all the command you needed. Okay, the second one we do by file connection. Okay, so you learn at least how to change by network manager, how you change by manually by file. Most enterprise so far we're using files, but if you need to change anything by command, you can change. At least you learn. But if you change by file, you can change. The next video also we learn about bonding, how to make bonding, how to make like 1 or 2 interface in one works as one. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Today we'll give you overview about DNS. Many times we heard DNS. What's the DNS? DNS in short summary is domain name system. It just translates from human to IP address. Okay. The same concept in phone number. Okay, I will give you the phone number. I think it's more easy to understand. Now you have phone number. Okay, when you have phone, you have your father number, your mother number, your sister, your brother, your teacher, your friends, whatever number you have. By default, you will never remember the numbers. All right, we remember the name only. For example, I have my friend Sam. I put his number 555-563-2184. I put in my phone because I remember Sam, this is the number. So when I call Sam, I just call by name. I never call by number. But in the phone behind, they don't know who is Sam. They care about the number. So you give phone, they call by numbers. In computer, the same things. When you do something, they will call by IP address, the numbers. IP address 192.168, blah, blah, blah. All by numbers. But for us, we need human remember like this. So in phone, what we do, we keep in our phone. We keep Sam number, dad number, mom number, okay? But in computer, they do the same way. We keep these things in two location. Number one is called EC2 host file. This is the in Linux, all Linux, we keep in Linux and Unix, we keep in this file. We keep all our data, DNS data in this file. Means I put Sam, I put his phone number. Means when I ping to Sam in IP in computer we call ping. I ping to Sam, or I call Sam, I call him by the IP address or by phone number. Same way. I call dad, same way. I call mom, same way. Okay, what's the problem in this? In this was I can't keep it in local. Means I keep it in my phone. If I change my phone, I have to make everything from beginning. But now with Google, with iPhone, we can keep in cloud and can copy paste, right? But in computer, the same way. If I have one Linux, I put all manually in one file. Then I change the Linux or I make another Linux server. I have to copy everything manually again. Okay, so the solution, what? We keep DNS keep database for in cloud. Means when I keep in all DNS, I put this only to ping the DNS from the DNS called to Sam. Okay, what's the problem in this? For example, here if you see the mom number ending with 584, okay, if my mom, for example, change her number to 666, if in this file I never change, every time I call my mom, I will call the wrong number. And this real scenario in enterprise the same way. Sometimes we change the IP. For example, for mom, we change her IP, but we keep the old IP. Then we call, and we get a lot of problem. So the best scenario, we have to use DNS, but most company until now, even 2023 or 2024, same way, we still have issue with DNS. Because why? If the network is down, we cannot ping the server. So the best, we keep our data inside the server, and we keep also in DNS. So we have both data, one in the DNS, one in our local file. Local we keep only on ST host. Okay, so here's some file very important. Just keep in mind this called resolve. This we keep our DNS name. Here resolve file define how the system call your DNS name. Means in this file I put my DNS name. My DNS name example abc.com. Mean every time I make any ping or call, I go to this server. From this server, he keep my all DNS database. Okay, ST host is my local DNS. This whatever I call, I can keep it whole. Next video we will do a lot of practice. Okay, here this old file nobody used so far in Unix and Linux. Before we're using this file, but no more we full. And by default, if you see here this location they call host file DNS. My host name means anytime you do any call, he call the file first. File means this is the file. Second option, if no file, no answer or no data exists, call the DNS. DNS exists in this file. My host is considered this file, but this file is not used anymore. So we focusing only for both. Okay, files. What data we keep here? And DNS, what cable we keep in DNS? DNS, we have to we have server DNS. Let me open another. So the DNS house works. We set up one server, for example, we have one server, okay? Can be Windows, can be Linux, okay? So from there, we put the server IP. For example, the IP address is 192.168.100. This is the DNS, okay? Then we keep the data same as mom, Sam, example. We keep example, we have four server. We keep the database for server. Example, 110 is called database for Singapore, 120 for UK, 130 for Japan, 140 for US, okay? And I have my Linux server. So the best things here, for example, my server is 100, okay? I keep only in this file my DNS. I don't keep all this here, okay? I have to option, remember. I keep the DNS or I keep in manually. So if I use DNS and I have really good DNS, okay, what I do, by the way, if you see 100, it cannot be the same IP by mistake. Actually, it must be different, okay? So if I can keep both, I can keep, for example, DNS and I keep my host file here, okay? I will give you what's the issue here. For example, if Singapore one change from 110 to 150, okay? If I ping to DNS will give me the new number. They tell me Singapore one is changed already from 100 to 150, so I don't need to keep. But if I never change it manually one, will keep bring or send the data to IP. IPs doesn't exist at all. This big problem. Okay, but this is the big difference. So if I have really good DNS, okay, and I use DNS, I don't use the host file. So when I want to send data from my web application to the database in Singapore, okay, before it was 10, right? It changed to 150. The web, he don't know what's the IP address. We ping by database_SG. We ping or we send data by the name. When I ping to the DNS, please send this data, example, to database to Singapore, he will give me the newest IP address. They tell me, okay, the newest IP is ending with 150. Then the database sent successfully. But if I keep all in manually file, okay, if Singapore changed to 150, I need to change manually. Otherwise, he will try to send data to 110. 110 is not exist anymore. Then he give me a lot of error. This really in enterprise, sometimes we have a lot of issue because sometimes they change the IP, we keep the old IP. Why sometimes we try to find out the issue, we find out is our IP is very old one. They change the IP, we never change. So we have a lot of troublesome. Also DNS and most enterprise until now, I never see DNS is very reliable 100%. Sometimes we send data by DNS because some network issue, we cannot find out the data so fast. So we keep the data is we bring the performance is very bad. So what we do, the solution, we put the cable, we put the data internally. So inside the ST host, we put all the data inside by manually. So this is what bring us good performance. Okay, but we have to keep handling the data manually. Only this is the bad things. But otherwise, the performance is very, very good. But DNS, if you have really good DNS, good networking, you have good performance. But I never see so far any DNS is very, very good because many times they make DNS as Windows or Linux will be far from the server, especially for database. Database need something very, very, very fast networking traffic, so can bring the database is very fast. Okay, so you have to remember you have to type resolve. We keep our DNS here, and host we keep our data manually here. The next video we do demo and show you how to do the DNS in Linux server. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. Now we continue about the DNS, where you put the DNS information and the domain name. Okay, and this is the file you put. This is all in all Linux. If you are Ubuntu, you have CentOS, Red Hat, the same things. The other ways, the more enterprise, when they have some DNS not reliable, not strong, they put on host file. This is the local DNS. most company until now they still using the host file base because it's more strong and more performance. But only the con or the bad things on this one is you have to manually to change. Okay, and this file still exists on most Linux server. This only to give you the order you take from where. Example, in the line you must focus on the line of hosts, means take from files first. Files means the SC hosts. Second, from DNS is take from the resolve.conf. Last one he take from the host name. If you have any host name he will take from. Okay, so the first one is be file by default, so you keep it this way. If your company really want DNS first, you have to put DNS here first, then file, then host name. Okay, now we do some demo. I will open the two server, the CentOS and the Ubuntu. Okay, let me sudo root, and this root already, bash, and this bash. Okay, first we open this file. We open this file resolve. Okay, resolve, cat resolve. If we see cat resolve, you see is empty. This is Ubuntu. All this is nothing is comment, means never write anything. Here the namespace. Here you put your IP address of the domain. Okay, this was option, just ignore it, and the search. So most of the time we focus about name server and the search. This is an Ubuntu. If I put in CentOS cat resolve, I have only one line, is name server the IP address of my gateway. Okay, and if you see, notice here generated by network manager, means this controlled by network manager, means when you want to restart anything here you have to restart network manager. Network manager is systemctl restart network manager. Okay, is this rare to find any surfaces start by capital letter. 99% is all small letter, but only this is the different one from them is start by default or capital letter. Okay, so this one, if you edit anything, file this and you add here. Okay, here the namespace, now name server, I will put you here, name server, and the other one is search. Okay, the most line is you have to edit this both. Okay, name server means with the domain name. Example, you work in, I give you example. For example, you work in banks. Okay, we prefer or we suggest, like example, you call banks.com. Example, your domain is this name. Okay, so your server inside this domain, most of them they see database, for example 01.banks.com. the second one, example, web application 0.backcom, web02.bank.com. so all your servers start like this, the server name and the domain name. Okay, this is all your organization or your enterprise works like this. Okay, so in the resolve.config we focus only two lines. The first line is name server. Okay, name server. The second one is search, the word search. Okay, this is the most common, it's only two line in this .config .resolve. Okay, so what you put in this to resolve, let me scroll down, let me make a line. Okay, the first name server is the DNS. What's the DNS for the domain? Example, your company have DNS server. Okay, maybe as IP address 10, 12, 13, 14, for example. They have maybe DNS 1 and DNS 2. So this is would be 1 and DNS 2. Okay, so this is will be 5. Okay, for example, this you have 2 DNS. So you put the IP in where? In name server. Okay, you put your IP of the DNS here. If you have 2, you make 2 line, means name server. You make 2 line. This is 5. So always the name server, you put the IP of the DNS. Okay, search, you put what? You put the domain. Means this is the DNS, this is a domain, right? You put your domain name. You put like that. So will be name server, the first IP for the DNS. If you have 3, even you have 3 DNS, most of the company use 2. If you have 3, example 6. So you put your name server, you put your DNS 1, DNS 2, and DNS 3. Means if this one it cannot take from, he take from this. If not, he take from this. But the search for all domain is your bank.com. Okay, so the search you put your domain name, but for name server you put the DNS IP. Okay, so like this, let me copy. This is just example. I don't have this IP 10. Now we learn how to edit the host resolve.config file. Okay, you have two ways. The first way, we're using network manager. Okay, and this is a command to network manager. If you want disable network manager to control your resolve.config, we can edit this file to fix it. Okay, this one not nano, we use vim. Okay, if you are sudo, if you are root, you need to use sudo. If you are not root, you have to use sudo. Okay, so we do the two-way how to edit this file. Okay, the first one, example, I go to this server, example, cat resolve. So this is my default. Inside they put name server, they put my gateway. Okay, my gateway. If I see when I open the file, by default I never edit anything yet. They say generated. If you see the first line, generated by network manager, means you have to add by network manager, means you have to add by command line. Okay, but I give you the two-way, by network manager, or you want baseline or file system. Okay, the name server is they give me my gateway. If you see my CMD from my Windows CMD, let me zoom, IP config. Okay, they give me my gateway. Okay, is 192.168.1.1. So this take it by default. So how to edit? You have two ways. The first one, the network manager, the command line. So we we can enable CLI connection, modify the connection, my connection name, and IP version DNS, and I put my DNS, the IP DNS. Then I put my DNS search, the one I told you. We have search by domain and the name server. Okay, let us give us 192.168, follow my domain, my VLAN, the router. Example, I put 200. Okay, then I put here 201, just put 2. Okay, and the search is bank.com. Okay, so first we do by command line, then we do by file system, by file base. So if I do now without anything, example, let's see, I go vim resolve, but remember, before we do anything, the best practice, you copy IP. We learn this. Copy I, give me is override or not. P, keep the permission. Resolve. Okay, and resolve, I can put any date for the date June 2023. Oops, cannot be space, so I put underscore. Okay, so now I edit resolve.config. If I change anything here, for example, I put 192.168.1.200. Okay, and save it. Okay, see, now is they have a new one, right? They have the new one 200. But if I do systemctl restart network manager and I cut again, they back to the original one. They never even take the changes. The changes only by command line, by network manager. Okay, so how we do? We follow this command. Okay, so nm CLI connection show. First I want to see my connection. I have one connection. So nm CLI connection modify, then the connection name, then IP version 4. D, if I see I click tab, I give me all option for DNS and DHCP. I see DNS and click to type tab. They give me DNS. Let me add the DNS. This DNS option we don't touch. This priority we don't touch. We touch this one, search later, and DNS. We put our DNS IP. Okay, but if you want add, I want add. I don't remove this. I want keep it. For example, I want add above this. So I put from the IP version 4. I put plus sign. So plus sign. If I forget here, I see plus sign, add. If I see minus, remove. Okay, I give you plus sign first. Okay, and what's the IP example? I take this one, 200. Click enter. I will add one more, 201. Okay, now I have 3 plus the gateway. Now I see nm CLI device. Systemctl restart network manager. Okay, only the rare surface we find anything start with capital letter. Okay, most the service 90% is all a small letter, but this one is rare to find is a capital letter. Okay, I click enter. Now I see a cat resolve. Now I show me my 3 IP, my 3 DNS name. I add this one and add this one by by command line. Last one I want to add my example search. I told you search is very also important. You put search and your domain name. Example I add same, okay, but this time dash search. Okay, this is the command search, and I put, for example, I see banks.com. Okay, then restart and cat and see the output. Now you see search banks.com and the 3 domain name. Last one I will teach you if you want delete. Example, I want to remove the 221. Same things we do here. Oops, not here. The same things we add, we just remove. We make it from plus to minus. I click enter. I restart and I cat. Now he's removed 201. Okay, so how to add is you have to put plus sign. If you want to remove, you add minus sign. Okay, how to add this name server DNS and the search domain in your file system using network manager. The other way, using manually, means what? I go to, let me remove vim resolve.conf. Okay, I want to do it manually. I don't use network manager. Okay, so what I do first, I have to disable network manager. I disable it here. I go here, vim EC network manager config. I go here, vim. Okay, I found one line. Okay, I found one line called main. Oops, I am in wrong server. I am in Ubuntu. Same things in Ubuntu and Sudo same. Okay, let me close this. Okay, vim network manager. I go to main. Okay, even in Ubuntu the same main. Okay, go to main. Then you add one line called, let me space DNS none. Here you write DNS. Where's the line? Here, DNS none under the main. Okay, we put the 2 server in same time, so you see DNS equal none. Okay, and Ubuntu I already open already, so same things. DNS equal none. Okay, I close it and I close it here. Means now don't take from network manager. I will do manually. So what I do now, let me systemctl restart network manager. I will also restart it in Ubuntu. We do the same things. Okay, now we edit manually. So I say vim resolve.config. Okay, for example, I add not banks. I will change my domain to tariq.com. Okay, and the IP I will change it to example 190. This one be 191. Okay, so I copy here. I put same in Ubuntu. Now vim, let's see resolve. I go down. I can remove this as all is less. If you see anything start with hash key, means it's comment. You can remove it if you want. I will remove everything. Add and I copy wrong. I copy again and copy. Okay, I close it. Then I close it here. Then what I do, just restart the network manager. Restart and I cat resolve. Okay, now they take the new editing. Why? He will never take from network manager anymore because we disable it. Okay, if I do in Ubuntu, same things. I do something system manager. I restart it and I cat resolve. Now he take the new changes. So you want do it by command line, use the command line. Okay, you want to do by file system base, you can do. Most of the company they do file based system base, so they do this way. So they disable the network manager. They put in main DNS none. Then you put the DNS file information, your server name and the search domain. Okay, so you learn the 2 way. We apply on Ubuntu, we apply on CentOS. Now we learn about how you put the DNS information from resolve. We put in host file. For example, I want ping to Ubuntu. Okay. By the way, we do this is fake because this IP don't have DNS. I don't have DNS. I don't have even domain name. Okay. So now the second way we do is on file system. How we put in file system. Okay. First, what they do, I take the IP example. My IP A. My IP is ending with 15. Okay. I will take Ubuntu. IP A also is ending with 120. Okay. For example, I want ping to Ubuntu server name. Okay. They will tell me server not exist. Why take longer? If I bug from Ubuntu, I ping to CentOS and CentOS. Okay. They reply, by the way, they say Ubuntu name surface is not unknown. Okay. If even I ping my own name, ping CentOS doesn't understand. Was because they try to find this DNS. I know I understand why he take time, because he tried to find the DNS name. Then is the DNS does not exist. Then he back to tell you name surface unknown. Okay. Now they will give me the same CentOS temporary failure, blah blah blah, and the same resolution. Okay. Different error but the same meaning. Okay. So how to fix this one? To fix it, we go to st host file. Okay. Let me cancel. I clear. So as we learn, IP hosts. Okay, to hosts 04062023. Okay, now vim hosts. What I put, capital G, I go down, then capital A, I go the last line. Okay, so what I do, I put my information. First, I put my DNS, the Ubuntu. So IPA, this is the IP address. Okay, I can put here, and I see Ubuntu. I can put any name if I want, but I just put for me to best practice, you follow the host name. The second line, I put my server of CentOS 15 CentOS. The best practice, you put all in lower color, lower like a key, means a small key, not upper key, not capital letter. Okay. Now I save it. Okay, without any restart any surfaces. Okay, I say cat hosts. Now I have two server, right? I say now ping to CentOS, he will ping without any problem. I cancel, ping to Ubuntu, he will ping without any problem. Why? Because I put the file name here. This is why I told you the performance is very good, because he not reliable on DNS anymore. Most companies they're using this file system. They put all the manual data in the file host file. Okay, I put the same here. Let me add. I copy here. I go here. Vim hosts. Okay, this one is come by default, so I remove all. I don't need it. Okay, then I capital A and put. Let me remove the hash. Okay, Ubuntu and CentOS. This one is the local host. They put from by default from this when we install this one, so we can remove it if you want. Let me remove it. Doesn't require, and save it. Okay, then I clear screen and ping. Same things, Ubuntu. Now he will understand what's Ubuntu. And if I put CentOS, he understands now CentOS. This is how to resolve the DNS name and localhost. Okay. The last things, the bad things I tell you, if I change the IP here, okay, let me change IP of CentOS, IPA. I change this IP for another IP. Okay. For example, I change the IP. NMSLI connection show. Okay, I will change it so fast. NMSLI connection. Modify init IP version 4 address. I will put the same, but I change it to, for example, 130. Okay, and IP version 4 method manual. Okay, now systemctl restart network. IPA, you see the changes, it's already changes. Okay, 130. Okay, now the bad things, now I change, right? Cat hosts file, and the old data I have 150, it doesn't exist anymore. So I ping now. If I ping CentOS, even my own server is still running. Okay, so let me systemctl maybe the cache file. Let me restart network manager. Okay, clear, ping CentOS. Now he will try, but he will cannot understand the IP address. Now even for Ubuntu, let me ping CentOS. Okay, it's still pinging. He will take 1.5, but actually 1.5 is not exist anymore. So let me restart it. Network systemctl restart network manager. Okay, let me try ping again. It's still pinging, means it still exists 1.5 in my local host. So what I do, because I put the wrong name, if I see ping CentOS, still exists, right? So but IPA show me is 130. Oh, sorry guys, they show me I have 2 IP. I add 1 IP. Okay, let me remove this IP. The same command we nmcli. Okay, here I will remove 1.5. Okay, let me make minus. Okay, now systemctl restart network manager IPA. The IP still exists. So what we do, we disable the network there. So I bring it down. nmcli connection down, and my connection will be down from here also. I access by console. nmcli connection show. I have one is down, so I bring it up. nmcli connection up, and the name now is up. I go back, still doesn't show here because I think the IP is changed to 130. Let me start from here. CentOS, rename it, is now is 130. Okay, open again, accept. Now he accessing like new IP. Okay, password, now I'm accessing. Okay, so now I say ping my IP address, will never works. Why? Because it's already changed. This is the bad things in host file. Okay, why? Cat hosts, the existing, the old one, every time I ping of I send data to CentOS, will never accept. This is why if you change IP address, we have to change for the whole server. If you have any old server, you have the wrong IP, you have to change manually. But if you have DNS, you change a new one server, the DNS server, and everything will be taken. But if you do it manually and local, you have to change it manually. In all enterprise until now, they all using file system, means they put all the IP is here, so you have to change it manually. So change it manually, vim hosts, change for the new IP, example 130, and save it. Okay, ping again will works. Okay, so this is how you change it in local host file, and most companies they still using this one. Last things we learn about this one. This is one how to show you the order. The order host, this line, file means take from this file, DNS means take from this DNS, last thing take from your my host name. Any host name you take from your host name. Okay, we change in Ubuntu and we see what's the settings in Ubuntu or CentOS. We go here, we go first, close this, go to CentOS. For example, I cancel this, cat etc ncc switch config. If you see the host line, they see take from file first, DNS, and my host or my host name. This is my default, and most companies they're using this one, file first, DNS, and my host name. But if you really want to use DNS first, you put DNS word is here, so become DNS file my host name. Host name always the last one. If I go to Ubuntu, you see cat nsc config and hosts. Here the file, here they have different. They put file first, then host name. This is mean host name in Ubuntu, then DNS. So you can change it. For example, I see edit this file, but best practice you copy first. But now I am just YYP. I copy. Okay, then I comment this line. Then I put file first, then DNS, then my host name. Okay, this is the best practice. File first, DNS, and my host name. I save it and done. Okay, this is how you use There's three options: DNS, local DNS, and order of DNS. Okay, on this example, and I will attach in the video. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Today we talk about bonding. What's the network bonding? Okay, in short word, our short summary is called how to make two interface or two NIC works as one. Same concept if you watch my cluster course. Same things, how to make more than one server works as one. Virtual IP, bonding, clustering, almost the same concept. How to make the team more than two works as one. So the enterprise, they use the same way. Okay, what's the benefit of this? Benefit, they have two high benefit is high availability. Means when you have more than NIC, if one of the NIC is down, the other one works as standby or active. This is give you high availability, means it will never be down. And the second benefit is performance. Especially if you see now these days, the most network have 1 gig speed. If you join 2 or 3 NIC, will be 3 gig speed or 2 gig speed. Okay, I give you a short photo example. I have one Linux, okay, and they have, I will create for them is 3 NIC virtual interface. Okay, as we learn was the interface or NIC interface. Okay, for example, I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, and have 3 IP. All of them linked to the router to the network. Okay, and I do my activity. So if I want to make bonding, so what I do, I will create another one called virtual NIC. Same like this. I will create one more, and I bond of 3 of them as a one. So when they go to the router, they receive only one virtual bonding network. So they receive as a one. So I have this no more IP here, no more IP here, no more IP here. Will be one IP. For example, I give him 150. So there will be the IP address. So 3 of them, they work as slave. So this will be master. This one be slave. Okay. And 3 of them works as one. If in the future one of them is down, the 2 working fine, no issue at all. If 2 is fine, 2 is down, 1 works fine, as everything works fine. This is called high availability. Why? If one of them is down, the traffic is coming and database is running, everything's running as normal. So why this benefit? Because high availability and performance. Because when you have more than one, works as one. If one of them is down, it's continue. But if for example you have only one and working to the router and the cable is down or the interface is down, everything will be down. There's no connection to the server. So most enterprise, they're using bonding. They minimum they have two interface. They make it as one. But for my example, I give you 3. So make it more challenger. I give you 3 interface. By default, they have IP address. So we make them all a slave, and we give the master as only 1 IP address. So we have 3 interface, and I have 1 IP address. Okay, we try to do together. First, we go to our virtual machine. Okay, this is a virtual box. I go to the settings. Now we add our virtual interface. As you know, this is just a virtual. I have a real one, physical. I have only one. The one code for Windows 10. Windows 11. This is my Windows. But for virtual box, I can make more than 4. But actually, is no real benefit because I have only physically. I have only one. But now we can do our practice. It's same concept and same practice. So what I do, we go to the settings. Okay, I go to the network. I have one enable. 2 and 3 is not enabled, so I enable both. Bridge and bridge means I take from my router. So the router by automatic, because they're using GHCP, they give them 2 IP extra random. So I don't know what's the IP. We'll give him right IP. So we turn on. We go to our mobile extern. Now it's up. I want just to see the IP so I can log in. Oops. Okay, root IPA.
I have 156. Okay, let me change if I wrong. Rename 156. Okay, and start it. Make it big. Change the host name. Set host name server bash. Okay, now I see nmcli network manager device status. Show me the device. If you see here, one is active. The one is by default. We add two more. Okay, give you an example again. If you go to settings, if you remember, we just add two, number 2 and number 3. Okay, and they don't have any IP, nothing, right? If I see ifconfig, they show me only S3. They have IP is ending with 156, but S8 they have no IP because it's not active yet. It's still down. And if you see here, S9 also is down, is nothing, no IP address. Okay, and this LO is mean the internal. It's using the same IP. Internal is 192.0.0.1. This one just for internal use for the Linux. If I see IPA, same way, they will give me the same. This is the internal. S3, I have this IP. S8, nothing. S9, nothing. Okay, they show you this is the state is up, but it's not running. Okay, so I see in network manager device status, they show me it's disconnected. So what, how to bring it up? Just see network manager device up, and they choose the name. I will S8. They will make it up, and which is GSCP. They will give him a random IP. I don't know what's the IP, but from range from 192.168.1 to 1.254. So I have 234 private IP. So it's up now. Now I run again the same command. Status, now you show me S8 is up. If I see IPA, now S8 I have new IP is ending with 98. So I bring 92, 90 S9 as well. Okay, and see the status, all is up, and we see IPA, and we have S9 also is up, and they give him random IP is 226. Okay, so what's the setups? First, we create call same name. If SCG, this is the name. If network all is coming all in this directory. Okay, we give him bond 0. Okay, this is the bonding start. If you have another bond called bond 1, bond 2, bond 3, this is just name practice we use in system administration DevOps, but you can give it other name. Okay, some of them I see they put like public or backup names. Okay, some company, but most of the other users by default they're using bond 0, bond 1, bond 2, bond 3. Okay, so for ours we're using bond 1. Okay, we give him this the details. So device name same, bond 0. On boot means when turn on the server, make it yes, means give him make him up, otherwise will be down. You have to boot manually. IP address, I give him 15. I give him 192.150. Okay, before I give him, I want to see this IP is available. What? Why? Because you see here is this one is taken. This one is taken, right? 150. I don't know. I see pink because maybe my TV use it, or my Xbox gaming, or other mobile they're using this IP. So I just make it sure it's empty or not. 192.168.1.150. So when you're doing the testing, you must ask the network team if this IP available. They will give you the IP. But if you are at home, you just ping it and you see if unreachable means no any device using this IP. So I will give him this IP ending 150. 22 the subnet. Okay, this one you take it from the Windows. You can see CMD IP config, because using the same subnet, you same gateway. If you see here, I'm using 89 for Windows. Subnet there must be the same, 255, 255, 255.0. This is class C. The gateway must be the same. This is the router. If the router is wrong, you cannot go to Google or Yahoo or whatever. No networking. So gateway is the router IP is ending with 1 1. So I put the same. If you go to the Linux, when you see the information, you see Sudo network manager config connection show. Example, I go S9 show. Sorry, I think opposite. Show and the name. By the way, they will give you a lot of information. Okay, so if you want search, like example, I search for grab for me for subnet. C is 255.255 same. Grab for me the gateway. They give me the same gateway. Okay, but there's a lot of information if you want search by one. But if you're lazy to see in Linux, you go to the Windows if you're using Windows or Mac, and you see what's the subnet and the gateway. You put the same. Okay, so this is the information for the master, the bonding. Okay, last one, if you see bonding option. Okay, how many options they have? They have around 7 options. I will put you for here for your reading if you want. Okay, most of the company they're using 2 and 6 and 7. 2 is active backup. This one is usually if you have 2 interface only, one will be active, one be standby. Okay, they're using number 2 or 6 load balancer. Or 7 is load balancer. The difference between this and this one, they will just send the traffic or distribute the traffic between them by equal. Means 1 to here, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like that. The first one come to number 1, number 2 to number 2, number 3 to number 3, like that. Just equality. But if this what load balancer, okay, active load balancing, this one depends in the load. Means if you have too much load in NIC 1, they give some loading in number 2. If too much load in number 2, they share or they see the balance. Means if more in number 2, they will give more of the number 3, like this. Try to share the same loading. But if number 6, this will give by equality, means 1 by 1. Okay, for now I will choose number 6. Okay, I just choose what you do like this. This is the mode and give the name. I give you all the name here. I never see any company using these modes. Okay, most companies using mode active backup if you have 2 interface, or this one or this one. This is the most common they're using. But this one is all this I share, give you the information. This is up to you for your information. Okay, so the rest of the network, I will remove the IP. Okay, I give him only this device. I follow the device name, means IPA. Okay, I give him this the same device name. I never change. I follow the name. Okay, and just give him information. Who's your master? Bond 0, same one. Okay, if you give this one bond example 3, 5, you post here 5. Follow the name of your master. Okay, so the 3 of them, they give him the same information. Who's your master? You give him the master. Okay, are you a slave? Yes, I am slave. On board means GSCB, your IP address from the dynamic IP or static. We see none. Why? He will take a static from here. Okay, on board means when you reboot the server will be up. Yes. Okay, the same option with the 3 of them. Okay, we will do that together one by one. First, we give to the master. So we go to this directory. I give it this directory. Okay, clear. It says is config network. Okay, ls-l. We have we have only one s3. Okay, so we will use the same, but we copy paste many time. Okay, first of all, cp same name. Okay, we give to the bond, the master. Okay, will be bond 0. Okay, then we edit this one. Vim. By the way, if you don't have one, you just create from scratch. It's okay. Just give them the same name, fcvg, and the name. Okay, so I give him this one. I copy. Go to here. I remove everything. Okay, I just put add. Okay, this is the IP. Remember, your IP is different. If you have free subnet, you follow your subnet. The gateway the same, and the option up to you. So I just save it. Okay, I have one ls-l. I have the bond and I have s3. S3 come by default. If not, you create new one. So what you do? Let me edit this one also. Okay, remember I keep only the device name. The device name I will keep the same as the original one, but this one I just give him this, who's the master and you are slave. Okay, so I go here, I keep the device name, I remove the rest. Okay, add like this, who's the master and you are slave, yes, and is take any IP, DHCP is none or static, same. On boot means when you restart the machine, yes. Save it. Okay, so I have one more. I copy for IPA, I copy for S8 and S9, almost all the same, but just the S. So ls-l, I have this. CP, I copy one more to 8, and I copy one more to 9. So ls-l, I have 3, but I just changed the name. Vim, I changed this to S8, save it, and S9, and I change to S9. Okay, so we have ls-l, we have 3 files. Remember, I cut one by one. Cat bonding, I have only this information. This is the device name on board and give him the IP address. Okay, S3, cat S3, they have just information. Device, only the name, same, I follow the name. Who's your master? Are you a slave? Yes. On boot roto means if you DHCP take IP address from static or DHCP, I see none, don't take anything, just follow the master. On boot, yes, one reboot. Okay, cat, cat is 8, almost the same information, only the name is different. And last one, cat 9, almost the same. Okay, if you see now, before I restart, if config-a by right, S3, S8, S9, all the IP will disappear, no more IP. And then we have new one called bonding 0. Okay, so become the master, and this all becomes slave. Okay, you have to wait. First, you reboot the server. Okay, and I highly recommended to reboot the server, is the best. Some of them, they like to reboot only the network manager, systemctl, reload, and network manager. Some of them, they like to reboot only this. Some of them, they like to reboot whole server. For me, for my best practice, I like to, if I have downtime from the owner of the server, I like to reboot my server. Okay, first we do this load. If we see it's working fine on it, if not, we have to reboot the server. I reload, so ifconfig again, and I see the IP all still the same, and the bonding doesn't exist. Okay, last things, I try to restart again, restart the network manager, see if it works now. Start, and ifconfig is almost the same. So what I do, I like to do reboot, because I do everything from reboot. So I see you have to reboot like this. Oh, init6, let me try this init6. Now the server is up. If I restart my session, will never take, because why? Remember, I have IP address called 156. By right, our setup is mean the all IP will gone, will keep only the master. The master will be 150. Okay, so we see if our setup is correct. I restart the session. I was click to time, see if the master as bonding is working fine. Still doesn't show up anything, so let me log in and see if the IP, everything is here from the console. Root, the password. Now it looks fine. It's on after I access the console. Let me minimize the console. Okay, close. Now we see our setup. I see IPA. By right, we have new one called bond. If you see here, bond, the one we create together. Okay, and they have IP is 192, the 150, the one we create together. Okay, S8. If you see S3, the IP is gone, no more IP. Okay, S3, S8. By default, by right, this one also be disappear, because we put the same setup from S3 and S8 and S9, almost the same file, but they still keeping the file, the IP. By right will never keep the IP, but maybe my virtual box or CentOS doesn't work properly as requested, but the setup is correct. What you do, After you restart the machine, you have, let me fconfig -a. Okay, the bonding will have one IP address is 150. The rest will be a disappear. S3 should be disappear IP. S8 by right should be disappear, but it still show up. I don't know why. Okay, and S9 also disappear. If you remember the same file we bought for S3, S8, S9. Okay, the setup is correct. Okay, by right you should be disappear, but maybe my virtual box or some issue with my virtual box here. But this is the correct way how to set up a new bonding. So what we done after the 3 virtual machine, we create, let me make a slave to one master. Okay, so the master is be up and be all be slave. Okay, and the router is receive only 150 is the server name or the bonding name. So the good things in this, what if example now if I let me open another session. Okay, by the way, is remember my nick is just virtual mic, but the actual one is only physical one. Okay, for example, I will ping to google.com. I will keep it running. Okay, because it's coming from my 150. Okay, so now I try to turn off one of them. Okay, we just testing. For example, I will turn off S8. LMCLI device status. They show me all is up, right? Even bond 0 is up, right? S8 we run down. This example, if you are working in company and the interfaces go down. So what do we do? The bonding will running normal. Why? Because we have more than one. Means if this down, this one will be running normal. Okay. So what do we do? In MCLI device, let him down and give him the name. I put S8. Disconnect it. If I run again, now my virtual machine is a little bit stuck because remember this is just network interface, all it's virtual. Okay, but real one I have only one physical, Windows one. Okay, let me run the same command. At here, nmcli device status. Now you show me S down, but S9 and S3 is running normal. Okay, so the bonding is coming now from only 2. If I see if IPA, if you see now S8, show me here no IP because it's already down. Okay, S8, S9 still have IP and it's running fine, and S3 was S3 here is also is up. Okay, so we go to our we ping to Google. It's still running fine. Should be we have slightly off or not, but still running fine. Show you how the network traffic is still working fine even one of the network is down. What we do, we just we bring one more down just for this thing device. We bring now is S9. So NMSLI device down, and now we have 2 down. Okay, let me see the status. Now you show me 2 down, only 1 up, but still the bonding running fine. Why? Because one nick is still up, still running fine. We see the Google. If you see here some disconnect. Okay, he trying to going up again. He will running now disconnect unreachable for a while, then will go up again. Okay, we see how if you go up again now for a few seconds the nick is down, right? We see if we'll go up again or not, automatic, without our touching. Okay, so I see if IPA, he show me the S3 is up, S8 is down. Okay, and the bonding is still running as normal. We see the network connection. See, now it was down, now it go up again. It was for a few seconds no connection, but it's going up again. This is the beauty of bonding. Why? Is you have high availability and you have performance. Okay, so this is the bonding is why it's very important for enterprise. Most enterprise now they're using bonding. Why? Because if one nick is down, the cable is down, or the router is down, at least the other one is working fine. Okay, now we just bring it up again and we finish our course, our video. we go here. So I see NMCLI device status. Now I bring both NMCLI device up and the other one is 9. Okay, now all is up. NMCLI device status. Now all back to normal. Okay, with config -a, all back to normal. Okay, hopefully you learned something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Today we talk about the firewall. Okay, don't be surprised if I told you I work with many company. I never see any company using software firewall. Means what software firewall? If you see example this one, I run system CTL status firewall. You show me is active. Okay, let's call this a software firewall. I work with many company. Nobody use this one. Actually, they will disable it and mask it. I don't say it's best practice, but I see out of company they never use, because why is like more issue, connection, network traveling. Sometimes the app or the database doesn't work properly, so they disable all. They use firewall, yes, they're using firewall, but it's physical one. Appliance, example from show the diagram. Example. Photo. Example, you have example 100 server. Okay, every server have a software firewall. Imagine if you have to control the firewall port here, then another device you have to control the port here, then another device to control. It's very troublesome and very bad for performance. So many companies, they do what? They will disable all firewall for all server, then they activate one physical server. Not physical server, I mean Linux is physical device. Okay, like that. This is Yamaha model, I never see before, but the most popular is F5 or Cisco firewall. This is most company they're using firewall, means all they connect to the firewall. From the firewall can connect out, means connect to the third party or connect to the public. And behind behind the firewall called DMZ. Example, you have, for example, third party example, VA was scanning for virus or something. So they ask you, they need to accessing the Linux server to scan, for example. How they do? They will request from network to open port. For example, you ask which port they're using. For example, they're using port, for example, 450. Okay. So they choose this port. So they will ask the network team, please open for us port called 450. From they open the port, then they can connect the Linux. So this is the way. So most of the company, they never use a software of firewall. They disable all the firewall here, then they enable only one physical one. This one is not best practice or is bad practice. The company, they works like that. I never see any company they activate or they're using a software firewall. So before you disable it, you will just double check and your how they will do with the firewall. I work with many company, government and private, they all disable the firewall. I will show you how to disable firewall, but I told you before, double check with your team if you need to disable the firewall of software or not. Disable firewall is same way we do before. Disable it and mask it. So run system CTL status firewall. You check the status is active, so we stop it. Run system CTL, stop. Then if you see status is already inactive, but still enable, means if I restart the machine, will be on again. So how to disable it? We disable it. Run the same system CTL. This time is disable. To make it sure nobody can activate except the root, you can so CTL mask firewall. Now it's masked. If you see status, they show you is masked. So only root can unmask this surface. This is to make sure like nobody can, like any user can on the firewall. Okay, this I tell you, this real life nobody use firewall. They're using physical firewall like F5, Cisco and other branded from that. So this is the way when you they need to access your Linux server from outside, from behind the DMZ, means behind the firewall. They will ask network team to open the port for them. They choose one port to open. And same things when they open port from for HTTPS, for example, port 80 or port 443, the same things they have to throw from the firewall to the Linux. Okay. Before that, just double check before you disable your firewall software. Ask your boss or management about that. Okay. Hopefully you learn about something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. About that. Before that, I will give you overview about ports, how to accessing. Okay, one Linux server example. This is the IP 192.168.1.102. Okay, so as you know, internet is this only packages, send packet, receive packet. Okay, so you imagine you have web browser is running. Okay, same time you have Outlook is running. You have also SSH accessing your Linux server or other Mac. You have Skype is running. You have Zoom is running. You have DB database inside internal. You have maybe file system also, your transfer file and receive file in the Linux server. Okay, so if you expect Outlook is running, browser is running at the same time, Skype and Zoom and all using the same IP address, how is not conflict? How is not crash between this and the browser? How is not conflict between Zoom and database and FTP? So must understand the fundamental. So why is not crashing between FTP or Zoom or Outlook or browser or something? Because why? Because they differentiation by ports. What I mean, example, the browser using only two ports, 80 for HTTP, or the secure one is 443. Okay, need two ports. Email most of the time using you call unknown port is 25. SSH using 22. DB I think 600 something. FTP 21 sometime using. So you can change your own port, but this is the why it's not clashing, because web browser using 80, Outlook cannot use 80, because when you set packet, example 192.168.80, so it is reserved for web browser. So when you open Chrome, you open Firefox, you search for Google, Yahoo, whatever, is use port 80. So you send packet, you receive packet by 80. Okay, when you open Outlook, you send email to your boss, you receive email, is using same IP dot 25. Okay, SSH, when you're accessing any server, now I'm accessing our server for Docker, we're using 22, port 22. Never clash with browser, never clash with Outlook, because we're using different port. But if you example you change your Outlook to use 80 with 80 will be clash, they're both not working. So this has how the network is work. Is same IP address dot port, it must be different. So every like DNS using 53, syslog use 514. Some is by default using the same port, but you can change. But you must change. Don't use with other surfaces. How to know what surface is running in Linux? We can use netpap. Excuse me. Not that len. This example, this command, they show me which port is open and listening. For example, if I state, let me grab with only listen, grab listen. So you show me example 11 is open, is listening to RPC bind, 22 using for SSH, 25 using for master, and this one is TCP IP4, and this one is TCP6 is mean IP6. Okay, this how, and 000 means when from anyway. Even this using same concept in AWS cloud, they see anyway, or 000 means anyway can receive can listen from port 111 to 22 25, the same things. So this is the port. This how the ports works. Every server or process is work when one port you choose. So using this port to accessing the things you want to access, the service or process. Okay, so this is overview. what's the difference between ports and this. So in container, for example, we have now I want to do this example for web browser. I want to run some web browser example. I want to run Apache. The most application for every process have packages to run on background. For example, if I want to run Apache or Nginx, this is two softwares the most popular to run HTML or anything in browser. Okay, this is the two both can most popular can run. We can use 80 because this is free. If you use 443, we have to buy the certificate from CA. So for our container, we just use 80 is the free one. Okay. Example, if database, example, the most software or application using database, for example, MySQL, Microsoft SQL, Oracle, DB, IBM DB2, like that. So most every things or software you're running, we have most popular that you're running this. For us, for example, if you run some software to accept traffic from web browser to run HTML, CSS, JavaScript, programming language, for example, PHP, Python, C#. This we have most like Tomcat, we have Apache, we have Nginx. Okay, for our container now, we can use Apache to run our web browser. Then for web browser, we can accessing and we try to do our practice. Okay, so what we do from the container, inside the container, we open, example, port 80 because we're using the free one, HTTP, not secure. When you open port 80, so how to link from port 80 to the server? Example, this is our Linux server. This what we learn in next video, how to link between the server and the container. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care.
Hello everyone. As explained to you, firewall physical is used in all enterprise. I never see, in my experience, I never see any company using software firewall. Most of them they're using physical hardware, physical firewall from different third party like Cisco or F5. Then they control by that, so nobody used by software. But I give you example, if your company may be using software firewall, I will teach you here how to open firewall by software. Okay, so at least you have all example. If your company using software, you can use the software. If you're using physical, you have to ask the team to open for you any port, because in this course we will learn a lot of software. Some of them we're using Apache, NFS, and others. So some of them they need to open firewall. To open firewall, then you have to ask the team who's in charge of firewall, physical firewall. But if they're using software firewall, you can open from here, and I can show you the command. Okay, for this example, I want start first command net start. This will show you all the port open. Okay, so for me, I will see the best flag you can use. I bet in the touch is tubelen. Okay, this is the list for you, the TCP and UDP, because the port we have two type, UDP and TCP. TCP is mean you send package or packet and they will reply the packet. UDP they just send, never reply. Okay, so this is two type. So the best option you see tubelen. This is from my experience, and you can grab for listening. Okay, listening means the port is open and listening. So I will grab for listening. Okay, give me shortcut for, let me clear the screen, run again. I see my example, port 22 is SSH. If you see SSH is open and listening. Okay, so I can receive any traffic here, TCP 6 or TCP normal. Okay, so for me, I see like TCP 000 from anyway. Okay, anyway can access the server. Okay, I can make it more and specific if I want to close it. This one 2049, if you watch later about NFS, we will open this port. Okay, this port same NFS. Okay, for RBC bind. Okay, so now we learn about how to open example. I want run Apache run on 80. Okay, if you see 80 here, it doesn't exist because the surface is down, or no package to open 80 and run 80. So we have to run something to make the port listening. For me, I will install Apache, yum install httpd. Okay, yes, Apache is package you can run in browser. We can some testing there. Okay, let me minimize this. Okay, so I see now I run the same command. Okay, if you see now 80 is not running. Why? Systemctl
status httpd. Oh, because it's down, let me start it. Okay, I start again. Now Apache is active and running. Now let me run the same command. Okay, now you see 80 is open now. Why? He started listening. He opened the port to listen to anyone. Okay, so now if example I see go to cd var www.html, I know this is the package or the site place for Apache server. So ls-l, I have nothing, so I create a file vim index.html, can be indexed HTML or PHP. Okay, so I run just HTML tag h1, close the h1 tag, and I say hello world from Apache. Okay, I close it. Now I see IPA. I will take the IP of the server. I go to the browser, I put my IP, run, and hello world from Apache. Why? Because our firewall is down. Okay, so systemctl status firewall. The firewall is down. Why? Everything is open, means anyone can access and can run port 80. Okay, so now the example, if the firewall is on, how to access, because the 80 is done. Second things, you can test example from another server. This is client. Okay, this is server. Okay, I want to check the server is this is for troubleshooting. Sometime you want to see if the port 80 is open in the server. You can see how you can use the old package called telnet. I see telnet, then the IP of this server, our IP is 192.26. okay, and the port I use 80 to check, right? Because this one is running on 80. By the way, is by default is 80. Otherwise you can put here 80, same things. But if you're using different port, you have to put here like 444 if the application run in different port. But by default is 80, no need to write it. Okay, now it's running everything. Okay, right? I tested from different server. Example from client, I want to test this is open port or not. If I click enter, they say telnet does not exist. Let me install it for so fast. Telnet, this is for troubleshooting. It's good for you to sometimes if the everything okay, but the package is not working. Let me clear. I run again. Okay, telnet is not open. Telnet. Oh, I read this. Oh, sorry, I read wrong. Again. So you see connected means the port is open. Okay, they tell me this server, the port is open. Okay, let me try SSH 22, right? By default is open also. See, I click here, they see connected means this server is open port 22. Okay, sound good. But now if we activate the firewall, okay, now I see systemctl status firewall is active. Now I will start the firewall. Okay, now status now is running. When he run, he will stop all port by default. Some of them by default is, I think SSH is open. The rest they will close everything. So now if I do the same command, if you notice here, I run 80, he give me connected. But now I run again, they will see trying. It's not connected anymore because now the port is closed. If I open the browser also, they will run and cannot open anymore. Why? Because the firewall is on and everything is down. Okay, so he block all the traffic. This is good system because we do in physical one and from high level, not from the software. Okay, but if your company using software, so we give you command how to open the port by each surface. Means now we is focusing on 80, how to open 80. But the same concept you want to open for NFS, for example, 2049. You want to open for DNS 51. They have unknown port. You can search in Google. They give you a lot of service by default. Example, SSH using 22. Apache using 80 and 443 for secure. What else? FTP, sometimes using 21, sometimes using 22 if secure. So NFS using 2049. I remember it because I work with it. But for you, you can Google it. They can give you all the list of the port. For now, I want to open the port 80 again. So what I do, first, the command we learn is you run this firewall CMD list all. You want to see all the firewall open in your system. Okay, if you open the firewall CMD list all, show me all open. If you see here on port, is mean all port is closed, never open. Okay, but if you see surfaces, they open only SSH. SSH is 22 by default. If I close SSH, nobody can connect the server from SSH, only by console. Now we're focusing on port 80. I want to open port 80. So how to open? You run this command to open port 80. Firewall CMD add port 80. 80, as we know, we have two type of port. It's actually more CIP and other for network or calling. But for most our surfaces, our point, we use only UDP or TCP. Okay, so we have port 80. I know it's Apache using TCP, but like example, so like DNS using the UDP, like syslog using UDP. So this one you can Google it and can you check is TCP or UDP. If TCP, you put TCP. If UDP, you just put UDP, just like that. Okay, and it's temporary or permanent. So for me, I bought permanent, so you can keep it as on. So what I do, firewall CMD, okay, dash add port. Okay, what's the port? 80 TCP. Okay, and I say get perm. I finish. Now I want to reload the firewall surface. So I see firewall CMD reload. Why is that reload? Okay, reload is not working. Why? TCP dash reload. What I put? Oh, without dash. Sorry. So firewall CMD dash reload. You reload like this, or other way you see systemctl reload firewall D. Okay, you have two way. You reload the new configuration, or you reload by this. Okay, so now it's open. If I run the same command, list all, for me, they will show me now is port 80 is open. To make sure I check, I can run again the telnet. Port 80, now you see connected, means it's open already. If I run the browser, it's open already without refresh. Okay, this is how to open port by port. Okay, here you can open, like example, 2049 for NFS or whatever. You can just add 2049. The surface you can put anything here. Okay, how to open port? Example, you want to remove port. Now you finish the TCP. Dash pump. Okay, for example, you finish using 80. Now the boss, you see, we remove Apache. I want to close this port. Okay, how to close it? Add, you replace it by remove. So we remove it now again. Okay, let me back to the server. Okay, see, firewall CMD remove port is 80 TCP, then pump. Okay, same things, systemctl reload firewall. I list all. Let me list all. You see, the port is closed already. Port is nothing. If I see list all surfaces, I can see the port already removed. Okay, now nobody can connect it anymore. So I see here again 80 now is trying but cannot connect. If I run the browser, by right you cannot connect anymore. We wait for a while. Now it's down. Show me cannot reach anymore. Okay, so I give you some basic command. For example, telnet, you can check any server is opening the port or not. And the same things, if really your company using a system firewall, you have to understand this firewall CMD. They have many commands to add surfaces, or by example, if you can change surfaces, add surfaces, replace this, you remove surfaces like this. You can remove, for example, SSHD. Okay, if I remove it now, let me perm. If I remove it now, I can't access the SSH anymore. Reload, system reload firewall. Okay, now if I remove it, let me check again, systemctl list all. Now you see the surfaces is removed already, SSH. Okay, then after I log out from the server, I can't log in anymore. I try exit, example, exit, exit, exit. Okay, if I try to reconnect again, he will not allow me anymore. Let me try again. He will not allow me anymore. Even I run here, if you see number, I run, they tell me 22 is open. If I run again, now it's trying, cannot. So only way to access only by the console. Now only this way I can access by the client, the server. I cannot access anymore because 22 is down. Okay, today we learn how to add or port our services by firewall CMD. As I told you, 90% I never see somebody use, but if they're using, you can just learn out how to use the firewall command. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Before we go deep dive on disk management, okay, I want to give you just short video about the LVM, before the LVM, logical volume manager. Okay, so before that, how the disk partition. If you see my video for file system, you understand every Linux server have one purpose. Means what? For example, I have one Linux. I have one purpose. So maybe he can handle the application. He maybe can handle the database. Maybe he can handle the load balancer or networking. He have some purpose. Sometimes maybe they have multiple purpose. He can handle application, can handle management. Example, Ansible can handle many things in same time. But in most enterprise, they make one Linux or two Linux to handle one job. Or example, database, they give 4 server to handle database, 3 server to handle the application, 3 server to handle network load balancer, 3 server like that. So they separate like that. So for example, we have this hard disk. I have one disk is 100 gig. Okay, so I create the operation system. Okay, example, Red Hat, CentOS or Ubuntu or whatever. I create the operation system, root and others. Okay, I have 100 gig. So I create direct. Everything is okay. Then I need to separate the application as we learn in file system. Now I have application. Maybe I am working bank. I have in-house application. You know, when you go inside bank, example HPC bank, then you go log in inside. You do your transaction from you to your mom to your father. Example, this application is software. Okay, software can be based in Linux server. Most of them, 99%, they will be on Linux server, not Windows. Windows most of the time they handling the PC and Active Directory for users most of the time. But for applications, most application app in the phone, our website, our application and the web. For example, you open any browser, Google, Yahoo, Bing, any application, this based on Linux server. Okay, now I am bank. I have one application and the application is so huge. Then the boss tell me I want to make it 1 tera. Okay, for example, I use example here, one. Let me take screenshot. One disk is 100 gig. Okay, I create the operation system. Then I need to make the application, my example, my bank application. I bring one disk is 1 tera. Okay, I make one partition only the application. The bad things, if the operation system is become more heavy, I want increase. Okay, now the boss asked me, okay, increase from 100 gig to 100 gig, from 1 to 100. Okay, in the old time before LVM is impossible. I cannot increase. I have to bring another disk. Okay, example 200. Then I have to copy everything from here or create a new partition. This is a very troublesome. We cannot be. So what we do, we have to make another server maybe, and we move this one to another server. This one I will teach you later how to we move one partition, example, one disk from server to server. We can do this. Okay, but this one we can do for LVM. We can't do for the normal disk. So whatever we increase the disk, we cannot. We have to create another server from scratch. So without LVM is very troublesome to increase or decrease. Example, now the boss, he want 200 gig, we cannot. If we bring another disk is 200, we have to disposal this one, means lose money because we can't use this anymore. We have to increase to 200. then we install another operation system, then we link this 1 tera to this one. So this one no use for 100 gig. But with the LVM is the life has become different. Okay, LVM start from, for example, for Red Hat from Red Hat 4 and above until now we have 9. All is using LVM. Okay, so remember the old time without LVM, we just insert the disk, we create the partition, and we install everything. Okay, this just short code video about how the disk works without LVM. Okay, and the next video we learn about LVM. Keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone, we continue about disk management, and this video we overview about LVM. Okay, if you see the last video before LVM, when we have hard disk 100 gigabyte, we install will take 100 gigabyte for the root. We cannot make it less, we can make it more. We can make it partition, but partition will affect the operation system. If you have application example at 1 terabyte, same things. We'll take 1 terabyte, and we cannot increase or we cannot decrease. Okay. So what's LVM resolve these issues? Okay. Now that's the LVM. LVM example, I have 100 gig. Okay. We cannot just create direct the operation system. First, we have to create volume group. First, we be the volume group. The volume group will be the size of 100 gigabyte. Okay, this is the size of the hard disk. Then from the size, we can create logical volume. This is the good things. We can, example, I see my operation system is need only 50 gig. They don't require 100 gig. Then we can create a 50 gig only. They call logical volume. This is the volume group, and this is logical volume. Then we can create my operation system. Remember, in the first one, we create 100 will be 100. But in LVM, I need 50, I will give him 50. And this one can increase, can shrink. Shrink is not best practice. Increase is the best practice, but shrink, no. If the server is new, maybe you can shrink. But the operation system or the logical is running for long, few years or few months, is not recommended at all. It can be corrupted your data. So the best to increase, but don't shrink or decrease the size. Okay, so the best things, now I have application. Okay, the application need size. Before that, the good things, example, now I insert another disk. Okay, this disk can be 2 sections. First, we can increase the original. If you see the original volume group 100 gig plus 1 tera will become 1,100, means 1 tera and 100 gigabyte. So the logical volume become more bigger. So we can insert more disk. We can take the same volume group. Then we can increase this to 150. I will give you this example. If the boss, he need increase this to 150 and we don't have size in the one disk, we can add 1 terabyte example. We increase the volume group. Then we can increase the logical volume, and we can insert another one. Example, I can insert now new logical volume. Okay, 300 gigabyte, and I can install another partition. Okay, and I can insert another one. This other one, I can make it another volume group. This is also the best practice. Become one volume group, especially for one purpose. Another volume group can be purpose for another purpose. Means you can make it for operation system, and we can make it for application. The best practice we do, any volume group, we make it for one purpose. Means example, one volume group, just keep it for the root and operation system. And another volume group, keep it for your job. Because why? If this disk, let me finish. Oops. Let me take a screenshot. Why we separate the volume group from 1 to 1? Because if this hardware spoil, okay, this one can affect it. And when this one can affect, this one can affect, and all can be affected. Okay, so the best practice, we separate the application from the operation system. Okay, we make one disk for the application. We install the volume group, another volume group, and we can make it logical volume, and we set up our path, our application. Okay, if this hardware is spoiled, the operation system is still working fine. If this one become full, this one also working fine. So never affect the operation system. And the best practice, actually, most company, they do what? They do 4 disk, or they make mirror from the storage team or not. What they do, example, they make two disk, same size, for the operation system and 2 disk for the application. Why? If one hardware spoil, the other one works fine. If this is spoil, this one is working fine. This is most company, they make enterprise, they make 4 disk. Every server, they have 4 disk, 2 for operation system, 2 for the application. If anything happen, they can just recover from the healthy one. But if you are using LVM or VMs, they take the storage from LAN. LAN is, most of them is virtual one, it's not disk. But if you're using disk, you know how to handle the disk. But most of the time now is most in 2023 or more, the most company they're using LAN. LAN come from storage team. Storage team already have more than backup. Means the LAN will never be spoiled because it's behind it, they have backup already. So, but in the behind the scene, if they give you LAN, example 100 gig, first we have to create a VM, the volume group. From volume group, we have to create logical volume. From logical volume, we can create our operation system. But in the old time from the disk direct to the operation system. But with LVM, we have to create 3 times. First, we insert the disk. We create our volume group. From the volume group, we create logical volume. From logical volume, then we create operation system. From the next video, we make our hand dirty. We do a lot of command. We learn a lot of things about how to do the LVM. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. Now we start doing our practice and make our hand dirty. Okay, first we start the basic one. Example, if you have application, example we have /app. Okay, /app. Okay, then you have to insert one physical disk if you are a server, but most of the time we're using VM. So you request from the storage team. For example, I want hard disk size maybe 100 gig. Okay, we request 100 gig from the storage. Then when they link by network to your the Linux, then from there you have to handle yourself. Okay, then we are enterprise, we request for 100 gig physical server, physical disk, and waiting for them. Now first we log in, we see our Linux before we insert the physical VM. Okay, we go our VirtualBox. If you see here, go to settings. We have only one storage. Okay, one storage is around 500 gig. Okay, this is the operation system. We cancel. Let me start. We log in. We see in the command line how we do. Then I will give you all the command I write in Notepad. Okay, let me log in. I go my mobile XTOM. Then Linux. Okay, now I log in. Let me make the font big. Okay, clear. Then let me change this host name. Then set host name server 01. Okay, we call it 01. Then we can add another one, 02. We show you how to move from disk from server to server without any disconnecting or corrupted. Okay, now we have the server. Okay, the first command we ls block -p. They will give you the how many disk we have. If you see here, we have only one disk. If you see diff CDA, start by CDA, we have only one disk, is 500 gig. Okay, this is the operation system when we install. This come by default. Okay, if you're interested to learn more how to create partition with hardening with best enterprise, I have separate course. Course is around 5 hours to show you how to partition, best security, how to hardening and patching your hard disk house enterprise server. This is very, very good for if you're interested to learn how to hardening and secure your server. You have another course is around 4 hours to show how to also partition from best practice, how to partition from operation, how you take your free size. Okay, we're back to our course. Now show me I have one disk. Okay, separated disk is 500 gig. Now I want to insert another one. If you see here, last one is CDR0. Okay, they show you the size is 1 gig, around 1024M is around 1 gig. This one is the DVD. Okay, if you see here, they show you is like DVD only, right? But we never use DVD. I think USB or DVD here. Okay, this is the DVD. CD-ROM, okay, is empty. DVD, right? CD and DVD. This, if you insert anything, will show up here, okay, in slash. But otherwise, you cannot use because it's DVD, okay? So what do we do? Now we insert. Well, before you insert, you have to turn off or reboot your server. But you can't just do it online. If you do it online, sometimes the root will be corrupted. So what do you do? We turn off. We just power off. We turn off the server already. Power off. When we go to settings, storage, we add storage. Click here, and our controller SATA. Add. We can create, or we use. For me, I create example a VDI. Next size. I will give him 120 gig example. We'll keep it in here. Okay, for me. Finish. Then you choose the 12 gig and choose it. And you show me here. Okay, then click OK and start. If you see here, when I run this ls block p, they show me only one disk. Now will show me do one CDA and CDB. We'll change the name. Okay, let him start. This is action from storage team, not from you. Now you just run ls block p. They show me now I have CDA. This is the operation system. I have CDB. This is the new one. This size is 12 gig. Okay, that one we just insert together. That one we just insert. If you see settings, storage, this is the one, 100 gigabyte. Okay. Now we continue. So now the storage, they give you the LAN. How we do to convert to LVM at the volume group, then logical volume. So if you go to the photo first, now we insert. Okay, 100 to 120. Okay. First we have to tell this disk, please be LVM concept or LVM manager. So what you do, we have to change this disk to understand the LVM. Okay, the command start is PV, physical volume. Please change this one, this disk to be LVM manager. So what you do, so see BVS example is nothing because we don't have anything. So we do PV create. Please create for me this physical volume to be LVM. Okay, they ask me which disk. I click this one, dev/cdb. That will be successfully. Now you see PVS. You show me I have one physical volume become LVM concept. Without this, he will never understand. Now we create it. Now he become LVM concept. Now you see you have physical volume. This the slash VG volume group. The second one we haven't created anything. Still 0. Okay. See, nothing is nothing. Then you see the size is 120, 120. Tips just to show. BV start P and V. The first letter from the English. Physical volume PV. The second one, take the first one, VG volume group. Then when we go to logical volumes, LV. This is a command line. Same things. So now I go to the volume group. I use VG. Okay. And tips for you, when you start, for example, PV, okay, you click PV and press the tab 2 times. They will give you all the command for physical volume. Same things for VG. Say VG 2 tab. They will give me all the command they're using. LV logical volume, same thing. LV and 2 tab will give me all the command I needed. Okay. Now we have to create the logical volume. Volume group. Sorry. Volume group, you want to create the same size or you will this? For me, I will create the same size. This is the best practice. From one physical disk, you have to create the volume group the same size. Best practice. You can make 2 if you want, but it's not best practice. From every physical server, you can make 1. 2 physical server, you can make 1 volume group. That's the best practice. But from one disk, you can make 2 volume group. It's not the best practice. So we're using the same size, 120. So the command is just VG volume group create, and you have to give a name. Okay, now we start by naming. So what's the name? The most system administration or DevOps, they will follow the same name. So I see VG. I see VG volume group dash, or you put any name you like. For me, because I will use the same. For example, my boss asked me this is /app. I will follow the same. I see VG app. Okay, so volume group app. This is me, and tell me which disk. This is the disk. TV CDBA. Click enter. Now successfully. You see now VGS. They show me VG group. I have one VG group. Physical volume, I have one disk. Logical volume, I have 0. Remember, we haven't created this one. Now we create this done, this one not yet. Okay. Then the size of the volume group is 120 and free size is 120. The size is still free size because we haven't created anything. Now we come to here. Logical volume, best practice, don't follow the whole size. You partition as you want. For example, now the boss told me just give him 40 gig in the beginning. Maybe the beginning of the project, they need the app only 40 gig. Maybe in the future they increase. Okay. So now you ask me to make 40 gig for them. Logical volume. Are you okay? I go here. Then the command we see LV. Start by LV. Anything VG start by VG. PV start by PV. Now logical volume start by LV. Create -L. What the size? The size, remember, I want to give him 40 gig. 40 G mean 40 gigabyte. Okay, and you create, give me the name. I will create the same name. Follow the same concept. LV underscore. What's the name? I say call it app. I create here VG app just for simplicity. The name and the LV level group is LV app also. Okay. Now I create from where? I create from VG. Enter. Now created. Now if I run VG again, if you see here, this is the volume group. I have one physical volume. I have one logical volume. The total size is 120. Now the remaining is 80. Left 80. Why? Because we take 40 for our logical volume. If you saw LVS, I have one logical volume. I have one group. It's come from here, and the size is 40 gig. Okay. Now if you see, I'll just book the first command. Now you show me I have STB and I have one logical volume. This is the one. You can use this one for mapping, or you can use def VG, remember the name, and LV, the name, app. Okay, why I make VG, LV is easy for us. Most system administration, they're using the same concept. LVG, so you understand, is automatic is VG volume group. LV is logical volume. Okay. Now we done. We have to format it. How to format? First, I want to see what's the file system they're using. Most of the time, we're using file system same. For example, Red Hat 9 host name CTL. For example, I'm using Red Hat 9. CentOS 9 is Red Hat 9. Okay, the file system. If you see latest file system, they call XFS. You can see like SS block, same command, but just F file system. They show me all my boot and root, all using XFS. This is for swap file, but using XFS. So you have to change or format the same concept. Don't make it lower. Lower is for 4AXT or 3AXT. The best you follow the same file system you have in the system. For me, I'm using XFS, so I format it as XFS. So what I do, make file system XFS, and the path I can use this one, or I can use div VG my name and LV my app. Now it's format already. Now I can mount to any partition. Now I have to create a partition. If you see this, I'll see all my partition. I have /diff /run /root /boot ham, and this is by default when I create the this operation system, right? So I need another partition called app, not taken from app. So what I do first, I make directory /app, for example, for me, and I have to mount this one to this one. If I see again diff-app, they show me the app does not exist because I haven't linked to anything. Otherwise, if I use this one, if I go inside /app, I put any file here, touch file, will take from the root. Okay. Now if I see cd back, diff again, they will never show me the /app as different partition, because they show me as from the root. They will take size from the root, but I don't take from the root. I want to take separate partition from my new logical volume. So I see this block as P. If you see this one, show me is linked up, nothing, no root, nothing. See, if you see this one, it's linked to /home, this one /boot, this one /root. So I want this one to be /app. You can mount temporary, mount, and give the full name, or you can use this one, or you use diff vg app, lv app, and /app. If you run again, now you show me this one link to /app. Now I have different partition. This best practice, why? Because when we using this for application, most application is generating a lot of locks. When the locks is increase would never affect the root. Even the application is stuck and stop, you use the 40 gig already, the root still working fine. But if I use without partition, I use from the root, and the app is running and it become full, the root become full, the whole server will become stuck. So the best practice, we have to make separate partition for the future use, for app, for database, or whatever. Okay, so I just go inside, I will show you. cd app, I make file. Maybe this command I like. This might just make a file. Okay, make file size 2 gigabyte, big size. Okay, ls-lh, show me one file name is called 2 gigabyte. Okay, if you see diff-f, now you see /app, it's reduced. It was 40, right? Now it's 38. Why? Because he used 2 gig for this file. If I make another file, we call it /2, file name 2. Okay, and I run again, diff app will become less, 36, because 4 gig like that. So whatever even use 100% from the app, the root is still working fine. The Linux is still working fine. This is why we're using different partition for the application. When become full, never affect our server. Okay, the next video we will learn how to increase, because for example now this is the beginning of a project. We have 40 gig. This is most of the time we call in the night or morning, they say please increase urgent because it's already full. So we have increased by 50, 60, 70, 80. So the next video we will learn how to increase the size. It was 40, now I want to increase to, for example, 80. Before that, if you remember, if I now restart the machine, okay, if I reboot the machine, this link will be disappeared because we mount by temporary. Okay, but if you want to mount by permanent, how we do? We're using fstab. Let me restart the server. Let me see the server is run. Okay, when we mount by mount command, let me -r. Okay, increase. If I see now diff/app, the /app is gone. If you see ls block again, ls block -p, you see the partition is gone, nothing. /app, if you see now the file we create, this file, okay, it's not exist. It exists in /app, but /app is not, you have to mount again. You want mount the temporary, you use the same things, mount, then the mount, then cd app, and our file is here. Okay, this, if you reboot the machine, this one will disappear again. So how to make it permanent? To make it permanent, you have to add in fstab cat this file. If you add it here, will be permanent. Okay, after restore the machine, will be the same. So how to add? First, you learn we have to copy. Whatever you do, you have to copy. This best practice. Whatever you edit any file in file system, you have to copy first. Even you are the best system administration or DevOps, please copy before you edit. So let me go out. I see first copy, fstab. Most of the people, they will teach you, they see just old. I think this is the bad practice. The best you put by date. For example, today is 09 May 2023 example. Okay, I copy. Now I can edit. Okay, if for some reason something doesn't work, I come back to the old one. Okay, first we have to take the UUID of the partition, then we put the slash, then the file system, and default this one to follow. So what do you do? Let me exit first. I want the UUID for the partition, resolve.p. Here I want the UUID. How you do the same command, but just change it to f, resolve-f. This is our logical. This is the UUID. I just copy, open the file system again, F tab. Okay, I go to a new line. I follow UUID equal, paste, then the slash app. Then I go here. This all the same. Not really change anything. I like to make it neat, so I make it the same and save it. Okay, now I keep boot just for testing. See if slash app will be automatic mount or not. Okay, I restart already. Now I go def-app and slash app is already automatic mount, and it's the same things. It's the top file inside. cd app ls-l, the top file inside. Okay. Today we learn how to mount new disk, how we create volume group, how to make logical volume, how to make the slash. You have to format, then we make the slash. The next video, how we extend. Why is LVM is very, very important, because now we can extend. For example, this app need increase, we can increase from logical volume. Then if, for example, this running out, we learn later how to insert another disk, extend the volume group, then we extend the logical volume. This is, we do one by one, and at least you understand the whole concept, because most of the time the disk is full of space, then they ask you, the boss asks you, please extend the volume group. Okay, next video we'll learn how to extend the volume group. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone, we continue from here. Okay, now we insert the disk, the LAN or the disk, and we have 120 gig. I say ls block B. We have the original is 500. Okay, and the one we insert is 120. Okay, we use one logical volume is 40 gig. Okay, if I go to VG command, they show me I have one VG, I have one PV, means one hard disk, I have one LV, and the size, the total size is 120, same. And the free is 80, means the logical volume you can increase to 80 maximum. After that means you will take the whole size, then you cannot. Means, but if you want more, example, if you have this disk, for some reason the boss asks you, I want 200, but the original disk is 120, right? We cannot. Means we have to insert another disk, maybe 200. Then let him join the volume group, then we can extend whatever they require. From my experience, when you have a new request, for example, they have application, or database, or anything, okay? For example, they request for 120. They see the size or architecture, 120. For me, from my experience, you request double the size. If they say 100, you try to request from a storage team to 100. Why? Means many time, from my experience, many time they do this, then they mistake, they see they need more size, and this issue come. Because especially if you work in enterprise or government, you know the request sometimes take from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. Means if you need to extend urgent from government, I think will take urgent, something urgent, big boss must approve 2 to 3 days. But if normal request take from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, this is government. If private company, maybe take to 1 week or to 10 days. So from my experience, whatever request, for example, they see management database, they request for 300, you double the size, so you have safe. Means, for example, now they ask me for 40, I put 120, so I have 80 in case if they need urgent to increase, we can increase anytime. Okay, now we do this request. For example, the boss come urgent, please, at night the housekeeping is not working, so they need to increase the size. So how to increase? We increase from the logical volume. We take from the free space. How many free space do you left? We have 80. Okay, so I see LFS. I have this logical volume 40 gig. Okay, now we run command of how to extend. Extend is very simple. LV extend. Okay, then the -L, the size. What do you increase? Example, I have only 40, right? I will increase maybe 20 gig plus 20 gigabyte. Okay, so I increase 20 will become 60. Okay, then from where we have only one VG, so I see VG underscore app. No, sorry. The LV path. So diff, I give the full path, diff, the VG name and the LV name. Then click enter. Okay, now they see the size increase. To check LVS, now I have 60. Okay, this for my personal request. If you see now DF, okay, now I check it's already increased to 60, right? But in the system, if you see here, it's still 40. It's not increased yet. Let me clean the screen. If you now running LVS, show me 60. Okay, but we have another issue. If you notice, if I run now DF file system, they show me the app. Okay, only 40, but actually it's already 60. It's not reflect to the system. How to reflect to the system? We have two commands. The first command, the old command, we call resize to F. Okay, this works with ext2, ext3, ext4. This is the old file system, but now we're using XFS. If you knew, this is the new file system. We're using the new file system. So we have another command called axfs grow. Okay, then we have to run this one on the path. First, let me show you. Now I see df show me 60, 40. If I go inside the app /app, they show me the two files we created that time. Okay, let me go out. Then we increase. So LVS, they show me 60, but not a reflect. So what you run XFS grow XFS grow and the path df vg lv app. Okay, click enter. They show me everything's okay. Then df I run again. Now you show me the size increased to 60. Okay, this is how to reflect to the system without reboot, without anything. This is on live. Now I go to inside app ls-l, everything works fine. By the way, if I see ll, it's same things as ls. This is alias. See alias. This most work on only in Linux or Red Hat or CentOS. They see here alias -ll is ls plus coloring. Okay, so it's not new command, it's just alias. Okay, so we have the file and we increase. Everything works fine. Okay, we give her another issue, so I teach you more what do you call? We give you another scenario. So I try to teach you everything in how to troubleshooting. Okay, now we have increased to 60, right? For some reason, the application is huge. They ask you for, I want at least 300. Okay, they want 300. But the original disk is 120. How we increase? We have to insert one disk. Then we increase the volume group. Then we increase the logical volume to 300. The next video, we do the insert the disk and we increase everything. Because this scenario, if you have VG, you have space. Now you have 60 from 120. But now if they need increase for 200 LBS, they need 200, but we don't have 200, it's maximum 60. Then we have to increase everything. We have to add LAN. If you are working VM, if government, I told you sometime request approve will come from 2 weeks to 3 weeks or 4 weeks. If private company, maybe 1 week to approve for you to give you a new storage or new LAN. Okay. Hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. We continue where we left. Then now you have a new request from your boss, ask you to increase the application path or the partition from 60 to 300. Okay, it means this one must increase to 300. We don't have 300. Even the disk we have is only 120. Now we request from the storage team, for example, 300. We increase everything. So we request from the storage team, we drama, like we have request and they approve. Now we do shutdown first. They can do on fly, but sometimes not recommended. So you have to ask the boss for shutdown our deadline for a while, for at least 1 hour, because sometimes you do the LAN online, sometimes they corrupted all the disk. So the best you do it offline. So we increase, we are the sample storage team. We go to storage, we increase another storage, we create new one, we call it 300. Okay, I choose okay, and start. Okay, now the storage team approve and they link to your server. Now after you restart the server, you see the LAN inside your disk. So let me reboot. Still not yet. The old command I executed, I will attach to the video, so for your reference. Okay, now the server is up. Let me zoom big more so you can see clear. Okay, now if I see ls block-p, by right we should another one called cdc, because I'm using SS solid state. If HDD, the old one, they will show you H, start by H, but S will start by SSD solid hard disk, because I'm using my Windows is SSD, so they can conflict for my VM. Now I show me if I have 300. So what's the plan? We increase, we add another hard disk, 300, we have already add. Then we increase the VG to take the 2 hard disk. Okay, so extend this one to take the hard disk. Means total 120 plus 300 will be 420. So what you do, VG, remember our name is VGS. This app we extend. So we see VG extend, and the volume group name, VG app. Okay, then the disk. Before that, if I run now, I run in the wrong one. Then I run C again for the correct one. Now he already added. Now I see VGS. Now I see increase from 300 from 120 to 420. Plus minus 1 is here. Okay, this means we have 420. 300 plus 120. Okay, I run here the wrong command. I run the B, means I run on the same one. Cannot, so we extend from the new one. Okay, now we have VG new, so we can extend the LV. Okay, for example, now we have 400 space. Now we can increase this from 60 to 300, and we run the resize again. Same way, LV extend dash L plus means increase. How many? Now we have sorry, I forgot. LVS we have 60, means we need 240. So LV extend dash L plus 240. You can put G or GB, same things. Okay, then the path def VG and LV. Click enter. Success. Now I see LVS. I have 300. But remember, when you do this, it will never reflect the system. I see df dash HRD. You show me still 60. Okay, if I go inside the app, the file is still okay, nothing happened. So I need to increase the system. So let me exit from the flash or the path. Then we run the same things. XFS grow underscore grow and the path def VG LV and success. Now df dash. We have 300. Where's the app? We have 300 already. Okay, here 300. They minus the 6. We use the files, and we have this left, and use only 3%. So this is how we do troubleshooting. Because most of the time, well, boss asks you please extend or add, extend the VG, extend the LV. It's very, very important, and boss, please do carefully. Okay. We try to do other more practice in next video, and hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Now we give you another scenario. So this is I'll try to make you a great system administration. Okay, so you have another one. You have another server. Okay, you have database, for example. We have /database for external server, for external disk. you have another hard disk, is work for the operation system for Linux. For some reason, okay, this operation system is not working anymore. During the patch, most of the time during the patch, it's not coming up. Okay, so what you do? This best scenario, what do you do? For if you have this scenario, okay, you faster go ask your boss or the in charge to create another operation system. Okay, so you create hard disk, same size, you create new operation system. Okay, it's not copy, it's nothing from here because you cannot take anything. Sometimes the server go down, you cannot go up. Okay, sometimes it works like that. So whatever you do, this is the servers. Sometimes it's not working. So what you do, you try to take this disk. You take this disk from here to here. Then you insert for the new operation system, and how this works fine, TBA. Then if everything works fine, so the new system will become this one. Okay, so what's the second scenario we do? If the operation system we damage, it's not working, how to move the hard disk from server to another server. Okay, this is a good experience for you. If anything happened to you, like example, the server's down, cannot works, you take the hard disk. If it's LAN or something, if internet network LAN, you move it from here to here. Then you do our troubleshooting, how to insert, and you scan, and everything back normal. So the database, we create some file for testing file. Then we see how to move from this server to another server. Okay, keep up and see you in the next video for the demonstration. Hello everyone, now we do the demo about this, how to move from server to server. First we create server, we go from fresh, we clone it, I call it, okay, I choose the path, then I create generate, then next, full clone, yes. So we have two server, then we do the, okay, we open the first one, then we open the new one, remove back some. Now it's up. Now we have to close this. We have this server 1. Let me give the name same, but server 2. Host name ctl set host name server 2 dash. Okay, now we have server 1, server 2. If you see ls block p, show me the hard disk. We have only one, the 500. I just clone it, right? We have this, the DVD, not touching. We go here, ls block dash p, same things. We have only one hard disk. Then we have the str. For some reason, first, this one we create our DBA. Okay, we create new partition. We give him 100 gig. Then we request for 100 gig beginning. Okay, let me the fresh one. Let me shut down first. Best practice. I power off. Okay, it's down. I go to settings, storage, add. We create new storage so we can take from it. Next, we take it 100. Next, okay, and I choose the 100 one. I choose, then okay, then start. With the same things we done in previous videos, we create the LVM, same things. Okay, the server stop. Now let me hide this, increase. Okay, the screen. Okay, let's block dash p. We have a new one is 100 gig. Okay, to do the same, pv create, then stb, then vg create. I will call it this time vg dba, just to change the name. Create. Okay, then we create lv create dash l. The size I will give is 400 gig. I will give him 70 gig byte, and the name is lv dba and vg dba. Okay, then we format it, mx xct, then def vg lv. This all we run in the previous video, right? Now we have new one. Then we create a path, make dir dba. Remember, we do all on server 01. We never touch 02. Okay, now we mount. We can mount temporary, or we add an fstab. Remember, we add here fs tab, or we add temporary. We add temporary for now because then we remove it. Mount def vg dba lv dba and /dba. Okay, now we have, if I run now, we have a new one called dba. Size is 70. Okay, we go inside dba, we create some test file, like example echo. We have 5 file. Okay, for example, this is database. For some reason, this server hole is down. Okay, so what do you do? Example, you patch and power off. We example with power off, we cannot turn on anymore, and the database is very, very important. So what do you do? As our scenario, we create new operation system. For example, we create already, then we attach from here to here. Then we learn how to add NAT format. This is very important because one of the system administration, he format the disk and wipe everything. It's very, very, very careful. Okay, now we keep it off. Okay, now we go to 02. Okay, now this new operation system. Let's just block 3. We have nothing, right? So we power off. Okay, this job actually, what you do most of the time is done from, let me call it, let me change the name, Linux 02. Okay, this job is done by storage. Tell the storage move the LAN, the 100 gig. You see here, this LAN 100 gig. Okay, from this server to the other server. This one done by storage team, by network team, not you. Okay, for example, they do, but now we do it manually because we have only virtual box. So what they do, I go here, the storage of the 100 gig, I will remove it. Here, I think remove the attachment. Okay, I remove it. Okay, now I remove it, right? This one I attached. Now we attach the server. Okay, so when you attach, you just go to the second server, settings, storage, go SATA, click yes. Don't create new one. We choose the one we created for the old one. So just choose, okay, and start. Okay, making the screen. Okay, the server is up. Let me restart. Maybe the second one. Yes, this is the one. Let me close this. We make it zoom. Okay, servers are 2. Ls block SP. If you see here, they show me is SP100. Okay, sometimes they will show you already the DV. Okay, for some scenario, it's not working every time. In AWS, in cloud, I try, doesn't show. So what my system administration, he do mistake. He DV create, and he choose the 100 disk. Okay, then they show him already. You have VG already. If he press FF, he will wipe whole disk, and the boss, of course, angry. He wipe it. Then the boss very, very angry. They give him nothing warning. So what do we do for some scenario? LV scan. LV scan. If I scan in AWS, I try the same way. Is give me an active. Okay, but I don't know for this one. They show me is active virtual box. Okay, so if your scenario is not active, you run LV scan is not active. What do you do? VG change -EY. Let me unactivate. I'll show you what I mean. EN, I think EN to unactivate. Okay. Invalid volume group. VG sorry, VG change EN. I think it's EN. VG DBA. Okay. Now it's unactivated. Let me see again. LV scan. Okay. This usually what happened is you see this when you run LV scan by right you will see inactive, but for my scenario I don't know why it's show me activate but without any action from me. But you see ls block, this is what happened in cloud and other server. I try, you show me like this, you show me STB 100 gig but that doesn't show me anything. Okay, so I will show you if this happened to you. If activate is active already, it will show you everything here. Okay, but for some scenario I do in cloud, they show me like this, they show me it's not active. So what do you do? I told you my system administration, he do BV create and he this, and they give him our first warning. They see we have VG inside and he proceed with FF and he wipe everything. This is very big mistake. So what you do, if like this, you run lv scan. Okay, they will show you and activate the VG. We have one VG, but it's not active. So how to activate? You run VG change EY. Please activate. You choose the VG name. The VG name is the one in the middle. VG name. Why? I tell you make easy name for you to organize what your VG was the LV. So actually VG DBA now is active. Now I see LV scan. LV scan. Now you show me is active. When they active, they will give you the whole path is ready. So only for you to mount. You can mount like this, or you can mount from like this also. Mount for DBA. I think I have already slash. I created. Then AC/DBA ls-l. We find the files inside. Okay. So this is the easy way to move the disk from here to here. Okay. I told you most of the time I do will be inactive, so I just activate it. But on the video, I don't know why. How come it's show me active? It's been okay. If it's inactive, also I show you the way how to activate. You run first LV scan. You choose inactive, then you activate by this command. Okay, and everything is happy and everyone happy. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone, today we will learn about package installing or software install. In this course you will learn example for connection, essential command, file system, permission, user management, managed service, networking, disk management, sharing, cron job. Most of the things you learn in this course you can apply on Linux, CentOS, Red Hat, AWS like Amazon Linux 2, Ubuntu and others. Okay, everything is same. Only the different when you install packages. Okay, only the different this install packages we have most popular is they have two packages. One called .deb extension. The other one is .rpm. Okay, so I will try to teach you the both here because the rest we learned in the course is applied in both. But in Debian and package installing, they have some different. I will try to give you the both. Next video we teach you about RPM, other one will teach you about Debian. Okay, so why? Because when you install software, I will give you example. If you install software example for Windows, okay, for example, I install Ubuntu like SSH accessing. I download because you see here PuTTY for Windows example. Here they give you Windows. I just click and they download. I just click next. This is for GUI, right? But in Linux, we're using all command line. So we have a lot of command to do in package installing and dependencies. Okay, so example, I open PuTTY, I click next on just install. Okay, like that. I will cancel. I don't want it. Okay, but in Linux, okay, we have packages by Debian or RPM. Okay, Debian is for Debian GUI Linux created by Debian packages. Okay, some most popular OS operate by Debian is Ubuntu, Mint, and others. Okay, and other package manager called RPM. Okay, is Red Hat package manager is the old name, but they still stuck in the same name. Okay, is run in the most popular OS SUSE, Red Hat, and Fedora, and CentOS, and others. Even if you go to the cloud now, both cloud they running on Linux. Example AWS, Linux, and Linux RPM. Okay, I will try to focus more and give you more command and more information on RPM and YAM because this one now is running on cloud and running and everything. Okay, and also I will give you more information also about this Debian, but I just try to focus on this one more because the future is going in this one in RPM. Okay, so I will try to give you about RPM and about YAM is most important, and also the DF. This DNF is the newest command is try to replace YAM. Okay, but YAM is still working until now, but the DNF is the newest one. In 2024 is coming to replace the YAM, but maybe they change their mind or not. Maybe like I don't know, because it's like if you remember in Windows, okay, Windows 8, if you remember they removed the start menu in Windows 8. But I think more complain about everyone, so they in Windows 10 and Windows 11 the start menu back to again. Why? Because sometimes they remove something, but
the most enterprise, they complain about it, so they return the packages. Okay, so we will learn about both this, and I will show you some and when you go to install any packages, example Docker. If you come from my courses like DevOps and Docker Jenkins, you will see most of the time like that. So let me close this. Example, I install MySQL. Okay, MySQL. Most of the time you will see like this, a bit and yum. Okay, means Debian and RPM. They will give you two packages because the packages is big different. Okay, so the different extension, different dependency, the different everything. So every time they will give you two packages. You want to install in Debian or install on RPM. Okay, this is for MySQL example. I give you another example for Tram Macro. This is for deep security for malware and Linux. Okay, most of the time they will give you three packages. They ask you to install on Windows. We know is different. So the second one, they ask you to install in Red Hat, SUSE, Oracle Linux, or Cloud Agent. If you want this one, means they will give you RPM. Okay, but if you want to install in Debian and Ubuntu, you're using the .deb or Debian. Okay, so this is example for deep security. Okay, if I go to example Docker. Okay, I want to install on Docker. They will give you the most packages is two, .debian, okay, deb or RPM. This is the both packages. So at least what server you're using, you must understand. If you're using Ubuntu, Debian is using deb. If you are using Cloud or CentOS or Fedora or Red Hat, all they're using what? RPM. So whatever you install packages from outside for third party, you must know what you're installing. Are you installing the RPM or you install .deb? Okay, and both they have different command line. Okay, I will teach you next video. I just give you a short summary. If you learn from my course about DevOps, I have Jenkins example. Okay, when the Jenkins, they give you the same scenario. When you install for what's the distribution? Okay, Debian, .deb or Ubuntu. The other one, they ask you Fedora or Red Hat and Rocky, all those same .rpm. So the most packages that you install. So when you install any third-party software, or they call software in Windows, and Linux and Unix, we call packages. But when I say software or packages, same things. Okay. So when you install packages or install software, they will give you two extension, .deb or .rpm. Okay. The next video we will explore about deeper, and one about RPM and one about deb. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. As we learn from package installing, we have two types to install on Linux. One is RPM packages or Debian packages. This is the extension and dependencies is different. This come from yum, this from Debian. Okay. So we start for first section about RPM, then we learn about yum, then we go to Debian. Okay, so RPM is package installer. Okay, it's consultation file need provide feature, word or processor, photos, configuration, all inside the RPM. Okay, I give you here some information you can read. Okay, then we try to make our hand dirty, so how to install and set up and configuration. As I told you, in Windows we just next configuration file. Okay, but an RPM, they will when they create a package or software, they will compile and everything become RPM. So only Linux can install RPM. So you have to learn RPM files. So I give you some example about first yum or repo. Okay, for example, if you are using Android like Samsung, Google or something. Okay, so most of the packages or software is come from where? It's come from Google Play. Okay, so you open Google Play, you install and download the software direct. Okay, if you are your iPhone user, okay, so you open your Apple Store and install. Easy. Okay, but if you are on Linux, okay, you have to repo one. You set up your repo because, for example, if you install CentOS, we have a free repo. This is on internet, it's free. Anyone can use. But if you are using the enterprise one like Red Hat, you have to pay for the repo. So Red Hat, they will provide you repo and provide the support. Okay, Ubuntu or Debian are the same things. Okay, if you're using the free one, you are free. But if you are buy the paid one, you have to pay for it. Okay, so far we practice about the free one, but the same concept you can apply on the paid one. because same repo, same command, same everything works on free repo or paid repo. Okay, so, and I told you on Samsung we just download from Play Store. This is the official repo, our official store warehouse, our store. In iPhone, the official one is called App Store. In Linux, we have Yum and we have Debian. Okay, but if you have software is not in the repo, this like Windows or iPhone or Apple, sometimes in Samsung, sometimes we install some like movies, illegal movies, our website. So we set up is wrong against the warranty, but sometimes you have to install software from outside the repo. Same things in Linux. Sometimes we have to install software that exists in the YAM repo. Okay, and I give you example. In deep security, I work in the software called Macro. Okay, the agent we have to upgrade from time to time. But how we download? We have to download from the official website. So we go here, example, deep security software. Okay, then we choose the agent. What agent we need? Example, Red Hat this version, Solaris, Ubuntu, Windows, Oracle, Debian, Cloud, Amazon, all is here. Okay, for example, here we have we in our server, as I see host name CTL. Okay, I have CentOS 9. Okay, we consider Red Hat 9, same things. Okay, so I go here, for example, I install the packages. We have two packages here, they show you. One is ending with, if you see here, 6912. This is the version. Okay, other one is 6658. This is for, you have to, depends on your the manager, so you have to compile with the same manager, compatibility for the same manager. But for now we just install the agent. We don't care about this manager because we don't have any antivirus or something to troubleshooting. Okay, but we learn how to install, because now this software is not exist in the repo. Okay, it's not exist in CentOS repo, so we have to install from third party. Third party only works with yum command, rpm command to install the command, the packages. For example, now I have this two packages. I will install 6658, the old one, and then we upgrade to 6912. I will show you the both way to learn. Okay, so I install this one 66, and I install the new one. Okay, for Red Hat 9. If you are using Ubuntu, you can do for the second practice. Okay, but for now we practice on rpm. Then I go to the server. Okay, I can upload by WinSCP. You can use this WinSCP, the software to download or transfer the file. Or we have in mobile XTEM, they have built-in also to upload. Then I upload from here. Just click here. See, I hide this. Go to here, file FTP, click upload, and go to the file. For example, we download two. 6658 and 6918. Okay, I upload both. They will go in the root/root. Okay, now I hide this. Now I see cd. I go to /root, ls-l or ll. I have two packages. Okay, ending with zip. Okay, I upload different packages. Okay, so I unzip there and uninstall it. Okay, how to install? We go to the command. First, this is all for your information. I will attach if you want to read how to install more information. This is about yum. We learn the next video about yum. Okay, and yum is very, very helpful and fix a lot of issue, because a lot of issue we facing in rpm. Yum is fixed for us, and I will show you what's the big difference to fix. Okay, the command we need to install, and very important. I to install. I start from install. VH is give you more output. Okay, this call for verbose, and bring some sign. Okay, I will show you what's the different. And the most command we use for upgrade. Example is upgrade this file to another file. I use Okay, we upgrade our we tried later, we upgrade about this file. If you see 6658, then we upgrade to 6918. Okay, then the Q, if you want to see the packages installed or not, and QI to see what's the more information about this file, and E to remove any packages. Okay, this is the most command in rpm. Okay, we're using RPM mostly only when we check if the package is installed or not. Second, if we install the package from third party, means from outside the YAM repo. Okay, so we start doing this. So we are going to here. First, I will make two file, make directory, because when I extract, they have many files inside, so I don't make dir this one, this number. Okay, and another make dir for this file, just to later change. Okay, then move this one to this one, and move this one to this one. Okay, now we have to file. First we install the 6658. Okay, I go inside 6658 and I have one package to unzip, because it's extension with ending with zip, means I have this zip file. So unzip first, call unzip, then the file name. They will install a lot of packages. Okay, so we don't care about all the packages, we care something about ending with RPM. So the best way, you go just with grab ILL, means grab search all or list all, with grab filter for me is IRPM, ending with RPM. They show me the two file. I have one is Red Hat, one is PG Core. Okay, as I understand from the agency or the Macro agency, this is the file we need. This I know from them. I don't know is actually this one or this one, but I know from them, from the customer support, they see this is the correct package when I was working with them. So I see RPM -I to install. Okay, and the name. If I do like this without IVH, okay, if I install without this one VH, okay, usually I use this one. Why? I show you is different. So now it's installed already. I never show me anything. Okay, they tell me it's already ready and everything. Okay, I will delete it and I will install again. Delete our same E and the name. But before I delete it, I will show you. Let me delete first RPM and I explain to you later. Agent. Okay, grab agent. Okay, this is the file. I will remove it. Okay, RPM-E. I will do the same but with VH. I will show you the difference. When I install like this, okay, they show me just in systemctl is already running, right? So I RPM IVH. This is very good command and the same name. Okay, see, first of all, they give me like cyan is how the process 100% or not, if 80 or something is been something wrong, and giving more output, like example printing, verify, host name, blah blah. So this is very good command. Use always. If you upgrade, you remove whatever, use the same command. Okay, even if you see when I delete, they show me it's just deleting, nothing, right? If I delete, same things, but I add VH. Okay, you VH like this or VH like HV, same things. They will give you more command. Actually, same. They show me is deleting and removing and more information. So my suggest for you, my experience, use always VH. Okay, don't use I without, just with this one. Okay, first we install RPM IVH agent. Again we install. Okay, now we install. If you see systemctl, because it will come in systemctl, because I work with it before, so I know it's called DC agent. Now we show is active and running. Okay, so in RPM is very good also to find any packages. Okay, for example, I'm searching for packages. It's called DC agent. Okay, I don't know it's installed or not. So what we use is QI or Q. For example, here I will give you another one called QA. Okay, and grab. Okay, grab for I. Okay, this is good when you find any software. Example, now I am searching for this agent or this agent. So I don't know if it's working or not, or sometimes I cannot find this agent. The best things you see RPM QA. If you see QA without anything, they will list all packages installed in the server. Okay. So what I do, I see grab I and the name DC agent, for example. Okay. And they show me is already installed. The software is exist. Okay. Example, I search for HTTP for the Apache server. I never installed yet. So they show me it's not installed. This is different packages. Okay. It's called HTTPD. Okay. It's not installed. Show me it's nothing. Any file or package software you're looking for, you just search for it and they will give you exist or not. RPM QA and grab for the name. Okay. This is very important command. QI also is very important. Why? This is give you more information. For example, you install this, you never worked with this before, okay? And you don't know what's the package about it, okay? For example, DC agent, you first time you work and you see this package, DC. Okay, you work this and you don't know, the first time you work with Tram macro, I don't know what's this package. You don't know anything about it. So what you see, RPM QI, give me information about this package. What's this package about? They give you more information. They see the name, DC agent, the version, release when, install date, means May 2023, example, system environment. This is very important. Vendor, who's the vendor? Tram Macro Enterprise. They give you even URL. What's this about? You can just click, you copy the link, you go here, for example, you search for the link. What's this company about? You read about it. This QI is very good information. Why? They give you whatever packages about it. For example, if you when we install Ubuntu, we try to SSH is not exist, right? We install Open SSH to access the Ubuntu, if you remember. So for example, I search for SSH. Okay, the package. They see me Open SSH server. Okay, this is the package we're looking for. This is the package to allow us to access SSH. Okay. For example, I want to see what's this about, right? Same RPM QI and the package name. Okay, they will give you more information. What's the name, the version, okay, the release when, install date, okay, what's the company or source is OpenSSH, okay, it's built by this company, is under CentOS, okay. This is the company or the package name or URL. If you go here, example, I search what's the URL about. Okay, they give me all OpenSSH release and more information. Okay, so any package you're looking for, you just QI and find out. E, same things, but for me, experience VH in add to remove any packages. Okay, so we learn about IV. Okay, this is U upgrade. Last thing about upgrade. Okay, so what we do, for example, I want to upgrade this package, the agents. Okay. The Tram macro. So example, RPM QA grab agent. Okay, I have this package and the boss asked me, no, you have to upgrade from 6658 to 9 something, right? Let me go out. I need to upgrade to 6912. I have two ways. First, you have to remove it and install the new one. Okay, but most probably they ask you to upgrade direct. You need to install it. So you have to wait. First, you delete or re-upgrade. Upgrade we using U. Okay, using U. Very U upgrade and same VH or VH or HV same, give you more output. So what I do, example, I go to the server, example this directory, because I install here 669. Okay, LL. I have one package. I open it, unzip, same agent. Okay, so I search for a list for me, grab for me, filter just RPM. Okay, I have this. I install this. This one I have to, if I install it like this, it's wrong way. RPM IVH means you install another one. Okay, this is wrong. Okay, if I install like this, will give me a lot of error. Okay, because they see the packages conflict. You see, but the correct way, you use U means upgrade. Don't. Before I upgrade, I just tell you RPM QA grab this agent. The existing package now is 6658. Okay, I want upgrade to 6912. So what I do, same command, but from I, not install, upgrade -U, upgrade U. Click enter. Now show me 100%. stopping the old version, and they are running the new one. This is the correct way. If you see I run on both, they will give me a lot of conflict and a lot of wrong file, right? But now I see I grab it again. Now show me the new one, and the system is still running fine. Systemctl status ts agent show me is working fine, and he restart automatic. This is the correct way. You can remove and install is also correct, but if you install about install, sometimes they give you a lot of error. Okay, this is the RPM. Okay, so what's the negative about RPM? RPM is the worst part is dependencies. They can't find the dependencies. Okay, I will explain to you in short way. Then in the next video we go to yum. Okay, now I want to install more packages. Okay, I don't know how to install more packages or more dependencies. Okay, this is about the yum. Okay, so I will give you example. Let me go to Chrome. For example, I want to install Apache. Okay, I found this Apache server. It's called HTTPD. Okay, I want to install it. It's third party. Remember, when I install this Tram macro, the developer team, they include all packages in one file called RPM. So when I install this file, doesn't require any dependencies. Okay, but sometimes third party, they never give you all dependencies, so they will stuck there and you cannot download it. I will give you example HTTP. For example, I want to install HTTP. This one for CentOS 9.7, but we're using CentOS 9, but it's okay for us. For example, I want to install it. So I go here. I want to find the URL. I found this. This the binary is ending with RPM. Okay, I will copy this. First, I will download it. So what I downloaded, I can download in Windows. Then I send by FTP, but also I can download direct in Linux. For example, I go here, make directory HTTPD. Okay, I go inside. Okay, ll is nothing. So I see we get this command to install anything or download to the server. I give the link. I click enter. Okay, install for me. ll list for me. I have one package because RPM. This package is not without dependencies. Means I can't install it without dependencies. I will show you how. If I see RPM, IVH, and HTTP, they will give me error. Why? They tell me warning. Okay, failed dependency. This is need some other packages must work with it. Means I have to install all these packages dependencies, then this one can install it. This is why we need yum. Yum is very beautiful. He can grab all dependencies in same time. Okay, but must be exist in the yum repo. Okay, if not exist in yum repo, you have to bring all dependencies alone and you have to do troubleshooting alone. But in yum, if you have the file here with dependencies, he can list and grab all the dependencies. I will show you the same example. If I want to install the HTTP Apache, they not allow me because they ask me this failed dependencies. So I have to install this all. Then they accept to install the dependencies. Okay. So if I using yum, so how the big difference? If I say yum, install HTTPD. Okay. Same things, right? But I will not install. I will learn the next video. But I will show you. But the example, they tell me you were installing this the package. Okay, this is the package I'm looking for. But you see, they tell me also we have dependencies required. This all dependencies, and this one they see weak dependencies if you want or not. They give me also 3 dependencies. So they give me around 11 package. Okay, 1 is the original package, 10 is dependencies. Okay, so this package is depends on this. So I cannot install this package without this. So this depend on this all. So if I install by yum by RPM, I want this package. They tell me cannot. You must. This package depends on this one. I can use forcing the example. Let me click no. RPM IVH HTTP. If I click like this, I have another way. Like example, I go here. I tell him no dependencies. No dependencies like this. Okay, I can install without. Even I install without will be works, but they tell me this one will not working properly. Now I'm systemctl status httpd. Okay, it's not working. Why? Because I first install without the binding file, the binding packages, the 10 of them. Okay, I use this command, means no need any depends, just install it for me, first install. But at least I first install, I success to install, but show me now it's not working. So this is the big problem with RPM. When you install packages, we need a lot of dependencies file our packages with it. So the solution is RPM. RPM is come to fix all this. Example, I am yum install example sshd we have already. Let me yum any other package, docker. Even docker is not exist here, but I will show you the next video. They will give you the package and they give you the dependencies or the upgrading file. So yum is very, very beautiful. Why? Because he can grab for us all the needs depends file or packages. This is a big difference, but RPM we still need it. Why? Because some packages or third party we have to install manually. Okay, let me remove this. So most packages we need to install manually. We can install manually, but if anything required from yum or we have the package in yum repo, we just install from yum repo. No need to install by RPM. Okay, today we learn RPM. The next video we will learn about yum. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. As we continue for packages, now we learn about yum. Why yum is very important and very beautiful and helpful compared to RPM, because RPM they cannot catch or find the dependencies packages, but yum he can. This is why it's very, very important and very useful for every company to use yum. You have to set up yum in one repo or a warehouse or software packages, then you can grab from it. As we learn, as explained, you have to link the yum to the repo. From the repo, he can catch or find all the dependencies packages or from there. Okay, so you have to link. Means if you are enterprise, most enterprise now they link to satellite server, Red Hat satellite server, to take all the software packages they need. For our practice, we have CentOS, it's free repo. So we link our Linux by default to the repo. From repo we take. Next example, if you are come from my another course called Docker. If you come from my other course called Docker, I have course called Docker, Master in Docker. Container for beginner is around 8 hours, how to run in promises and cloud. Okay, this one, how to get the packages. The packages the same way. We have to get from the repo. So we have to link a new repo called Docker. It's free by internet. Then we link. Then we ask yum to install our packages from the repo. Same concept. Okay. So this is more information. Then we have DNF. The new come in 2023 is coming out, but I don't know will replace yum or maybe yum will stay. Until now, even Red Hat 8 or 9, yum still exists and works. And the good news, any command you run on yum is can run on DNF. Okay, this is a new command and the new way to come. They see to use DNF. Okay. It's only for API excluding or restrict for API as only the benefit, but the rest you can use yum is more beneficial. Okay, so we learn about yum and DNF is the new one, but whatever command you learn in yum you can replace with DNF and you can do the same things. Okay, so we're focusing on yum. Okay, yum, the name is Yellow Dog. Update, modify, project and head managing dependencies and RPM. Okay, as I give you example, if I want to, for example, yum install httpd, just I will show you example. They show me the package and the dependencies packages. Means this depends on this all packages. Its total is 11 packages, 1 and this then 10 packages, and they give you the size and the full size. Okay, is more beneficial. Even we see in patching, how to patch your server. This we learn in different section, how, because we have to do some steps before you patch, because the patch is very, very important and very dangerous for every system administration or DevOps. When you patch, you have to do some steps, best practice before you patch your server. Okay, and next section you learn about patching, how you patch your server. Okay, the correct way. Example, if I see yum install Ansible. Okay, for example, Ansible, they didn't exist because this they means what? inside this repo we don't have Ansible. Okay, how to find the repo inside this server? We go to Notepad. Okay, first command is important to find how many repo or software you have. You just run yum repo list. They show you how many the enable repository, okay, in CentOS, for example, CentOS or Red Hat or whatever. Okay, so what you do, you just, let me clear screen. You see yum repo list. Okay, when you click repo list, they give you what packages we have, what repo we have. Now they show me 3 repo I have. Upstream, all by CentOS, is free. Upstream name. The second one is called PS OS. The third one is extra packages. Okay, this is come by free. Usually they come 2. You can add more and more. You can add, yes, you can add. It's free, yes. If the company they give you for free and you can add. Most companies they give you for free. Okay, like example for Docker. I install Docker. They give you first the repo to install repo. Then you can install your Docker packages. Okay, because Docker is not exist in upstream, does not exist in base OS. So we have to we enable another repo, then we can install packages. So if you're asking this file where exists, the configuration is exists there. It is C yum and enter /l. You will find here. Here you see repo. The extension must be dot repo. Okay. So example, if I cat this one, they have details. Example from here, they see which is the server link will come from. GBT is for the certificate or GB. So the for certificate this come from where? Certificate means check the certificate, yes. Repo, check from the repo, no need. Metadata, custom, enable 1. If enable 0 is mean does not show up. This VC debug is not show up, but this one PS is show up. Okay, source doesn't show up. Okay, this by default. We can change if you want. Example source we can change, or we can add also. For example, yum repo list. For example, I have 3, right? Example, I have Docker. If you watch my course Docker, I need to install Docker. Okay, if I see yum install Docker, they will search. They will give me this daemon Docker and daemon. This is the rest of the package I am looking for. Okay, if I go to the documentation of Docker, okay, let me drag it here. Okay, if I go to Docker, for example, Docker, they ask me to set up the repo first. If you see here, they ask me to delete the first one. Okay, then they ask me to installation method. If you read, they see add in the repo. Okay, they ask you to add the repo. If I copy this one, okay, let me copy. I go here. Okay, let me know. Okay, let me clean. Remember we have 2 files only. Now I click here. Done. The command not find. This command need install. Let me under documentation they say install yum first. Let me install first. This to drag the new. Okay, complete. Now I run the command. This command only just to add. You can add the new repo. Okay. Then I add Docker run ls. Let me clear screen. ls-l. You see now I have 3 document, right? This is new repo come. If I read it, cat repo, they show me which repo is coming. Okay, this is from Docker. They release for me enable 1. This is the one for me CA stable. They give me the stable Docker to install Docker. Okay, if I click yum repo list, now I see one more is coming. Before I have 3. Now one more is coming Docker CA stable. This is the one. Okay. So if I can enable anyone, I can just enable from here. I can just one will be more. Okay. For example, I go to the ls-l. Let me enable more here. I go to config file. Okay. Vim. I will enable, for example, base resource or something. Upstream 1. Debug source. For example, here I will enable 1. Okay. CRB debug information. CRB, I don't know what's that, but okay, let me enable. Okay, then yum repo list. Okay, now I have more. I have source, the one I enable, and another one I enable. Okay, this is how to enable this Okay, then from here you can download and install. Example, now I say yum install Docker. Remember before I don't have. Now he will search where in the new one. They will search here and search here, and they search in the Docker also. Okay, and they will find in Docker. Okay, so they until now they see not find. I don't know what's the name of the. Sorry, let me see. Install CA. Let me see. I follow them. It's called Docker CA. Okay, let me see. No. And now his Docker CA is coming. Okay, so this is the package. This is the dependencies 1, 2, and we have others. Okay, this is all coming from the yum repo, from the Docker repo. Okay, so this is no. Okay, let me clear. Okay, this is how to set up or install new repo in your packages. This repo all come for free if they allow you. If not, they not allow. Okay, so how to install yum repo to see all the repo you have. To enable it, as you see, like just make it as one. This will be enabled. Red Hat, they will enable for you a lot. For example, if you are using Red Hat 6 or 9, for example, you just enable Red Hat 9. You need to enable 8 or 7 or 6 because it's not useful for you. They just make your server is heavy for nothing. Okay, usually yum is yum and the option and the command. Example, yum install Firefox. This is how to install list. For example, let me copy. I go here, I install Firefox. Because as I don't care about the server, but usually see, because I click only for Firefox, one file is coming, and dependency, how many? If I see the total, around 116. Just 115 only dependencies and one file to install. And the size is 600 MB. It's very, very big because it's GUI, right? So I don't want for now, but this is how to install. Okay, let me search about yum install Telnet, one small package. Okay, so example, this is one package, no dependencies. I can install it. Second things I just show you, most system administration, they see yum install Telnet -y. Mean -y, why? If you put -y, this one will never come. They'll never pop up. If you without -y, will pop up, ask you yes or no. But if you put -y like this and click enter, they will never ask you. They will install direct. For me, I never use this one because I don't like it. Why? I like to see what's package first. Example, NMC or SSH. Let me Firefox again. Just I don't install it. Firefox. Okay. For me, I like to what's the Firefox? For me, I like to see before I click enter yes or no. But some people they put -y, so it's easy to not need to ask. So for me, it depends. I like to see yes or no. I like to see what package is installed, then I click yes. This is my way. Okay. So to remove, okay, if you click reinstall, you can remove the single package without dependencies. Okay, so if this one required with dependencies, if you just put a reinstall, they remove only the single package. The dependencies is required will keep it. But if you click yum remove, for example EMC, will they remove the package and all dependencies with it. Okay, so be careful. It's reinstall or remove. Search is nice. I like to click search before I install. For example, I'm searching for something I forgot was the name. Okay, so example, I search for bash. I install bash terminator terminal. So example, yum search bash. Okay, so he will give me this word, and they send me all packages with bash word. Okay, they give me bash, this one, bash compilation. This is for audio compilation. This one I never see before. It's like that. Search is good. Why? You give the command, that it will search for you. For example, yum search for HTTPD for Apache. Okay, so I forgot was the Apache server name. Okay, so they give you one here. How many package here? Apache HTTP server. This is the one I'm looking for example. Okay, and they give you the others. Okay, it's like this. So search, they will give you all packages with the same name. Okay, then you example, I searched for HTTP Apache. I found this the one I'm looking for. Then I see yum install Apache, and they will be he will install one, and the rest is 10 dependencies. Okay, like that. I see no need. What other option we have? Search info, same. Will give you more info about the package. For example, HTTP. Let me see this package. For example, I don't know what's the package about, so I can click info. Okay, they will give you more information. Same like RPM QI. RPM QI, they give you information. This also will give you information. Yum info about this package. They give you HTTP, what's the server, what's the others. This is can compare with QI and RPM. Okay, one more package, more command. By the way, they have more command, but this one, the most useful one. Okay, provide we don't use too much actually. List, this could list you all the existing one. Let me copy this. Let me yum list about HTTP, yum list HTTPD. Okay, they will list you how many package we have. Okay, and the yum they give you, we have source and we have x89 is the one that's correct one. Okay, so if you have example package it's same name but you don't know which one, you can list. They will give you all the list, all the packages in same name. Okay, history, you see which one you install. Example history, they show me which one I installed. If you remember, I installed Telnet. Okay, I installed this one, I installed Git before, and update. Okay, for example, I'm not sure about number 6, so I see yum, I think yum info number 6, yum history info. Yes, history, yum history info and the number, example number 6. Example, if another engineering, he do something and you don't know, you just see, oh, he clicked this one, success, which the user he used, blah blah blah. Okay, how long it take. If you work, example, somebody do something and you want to check what he done, you run yum history. Okay, he show you all the yum he done update, then he install Git, then he install yum utilities, then he install Telnet. If you want more information, you click yum history info and which number. Okay, this if you find package but you want to that component for this package. This is without dependencies example, and this is the config file. Let me remove this one. I give you the city yum.repo. This is the location for all repo you have. It's useful. Sometimes you want to see the which packages or what's configuration. But my advice, okay, for example, we edit this one. The best practice, I told you, when you edit anything, you copy. Okay, example here, and you put date or something. For me, I put date 23, example May 2023. Okay, then I edit. Why? Because if I mess up anything, I come back to the original one. So please, best practice. When you copy anything or edit anything in configuration, you have to copy one. Okay, this is best practice. Why? Then you can compare. If you did something, you just diff between the original and the copy one. Okay, if you see nothing, means you never change anything. If you see changing, you know what you change. Okay, this is just for best practice for system administration. Okay, summary is like that. Means we have difference between Debian and RPM, but we haven't learned about Debian. For the next video, we will learn about Debian. Okay, hopefully you learn about RPM. If you have any, by the way, before I close it, same things we done in yum. We can use the new command. It's called DNF. Okay, let me remove telnet. Yes, yum install telnet. Right, we install like this. Right. We use the same, but we use DNF and install telnet. Okay, so it's same things. They will give you everything. So in Red Hat documentation, they see DNF will use the same command in yum. Okay, only is more advanced and more for API call. But as they see the command, means all command we learn here, you can replace with DNF and you use the same. Okay, but we just we use the width for yum. Also the yum is made for spelling for English, easy yum. DNF, I don't know what this, they keep, but DNF is okay if you want to use DNF, you want to use yum, up to you. Okay, but the future they say use DNF, but for you can use DNF or use yum. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Today we're focusing about Debian packages, how to install, upgrade, and Debian. So also I open CentOS here, so unless you understand some difference between RPM and Debian base. Okay. So example here, most important command. Example apt update. In Ubuntu, when you update like this, they update only the local repo. They never update any packages inside the server. Okay. So to upgrade any packages inside the server, you have to run apt upgrade. Okay, why I give you this is very important, because in CentOS, when I see yum update is very different. They will update the packages inside the server. Okay, so it's not the same. Okay, and also important in this is different. For example, here if you see we'll install 6 packages, we'll upgrade 200 plus. Okay, if I see yum upgrade the same things, upgrade and update in yum the same things. Okay, but in Ubuntu no, Ubuntu they update only the internal local repo only. So now apt update, they just keep updating the local repo. In yum we update the local repo, just yum repo list here to update our local repo. We upgraded like this, updated. Okay, and Debian we just see apt update, we just update the local repo. But to upgrade the system inside, you have to see apt upgrade. Okay, this is upgrade the packages. If you see here, I like actually CentOS the overview example here. If you see, they are installed 6, they upgrade to 100 plus. Okay, but in Ubuntu they give you only one line small here. If you see, they will upgrade 279 upgraded, 8 new install, 0 to remove. Okay, here the line of Ubuntu or Debian, they will give you here line, but in CentOS or RPM they will give you the format output. I like it because they give you easy to read, 6 install and upgrade it around 200 plus. So the most important update in yum update or upgrade the same things, but in Ubuntu no. In Debian, update means update only the local repo, and upgrade the packages. Let me no cancel. Okay, this is the sum for installing the same things. Example, I search, let me see, yum search telnet package. Okay, they will give me example. In yum you have 2, telnet 64 and telnet server. If I do the same in Ubuntu, I use apt search, same things, telnet. Okay, they will search for me telnet in Ubuntu, but in telnet they will give me more than that. I don't know why, but it's telnet, this is the one I think. But the others is same telnet, but it's not the name, but I don't know why they show up. Okay, but this is how you search, same things. Example, I want to install. To install, I will give you the command on the video. For example, I want to install telnet, same things, apt install telnet. Okay, they will search and they see is already installed it, or 0 upgrade, 0 new install, and 0 to remove. I think it's already done. Is already inside apt install telnet. Okay, I will do in yum install telnet. They will install 1 packages. I see yes. Maybe in Ubuntu already install it because you see nothing to do. Okay, it's done. Let me install other packages to apt the telnet. They show me 0 upgrade, 0 renew install, means it's already installed. Okay, I try another package, maybe apt install vim. Okay, vim is that exist. See, now you see me 4 upgraded dependencies, 0 install, 0 to remove. Okay, means this also is not updated, it's not so new one, but they will upgrade the 4 upgraded. I see yes, they will install. So same way, apt install, and in RPM same, yum install or something. How to see the information of the package? Example, in yum you see yum info telnet. Okay, they will give you the full information about the package details. In Ubuntu or Debian, they see, let me clear, you see apt show telnet. They give you the details about telnet. Okay, they give you from here the package, the version, the priority, and others. Okay, same things. So in Ubuntu is info, and Debian is called show. Okay, this is some different. What else? remove the same. So example, apt remove telnet. They can remove, yes, they remove. And CentOS, same things, yum remove telnet. So the difference also, the yum, yes, start by yum, this is start by apt. Okay, but the big difference, remember the update. Remember the big difference about update. Update, yum update, update is only update the local repo. But in yum, I upgrade the packages inside. This is very, very important. To upgrade the inside is we use it in RPM yum update, but in Ubuntu we use apt upgrade. This is different. Okay. So one more things. Example, I want to install third party. If you remember, we install packages from here. Okay, we install packages. Okay, we install packages from here. I install this in RPM. We use in RPM. We don't use yum to install. We're using RPM -I to install in RPM server. Okay, but in Ubuntu we're using dbkg. This is the to install third party. For example, I will download one folder. Let me install this one, security for Ubuntu 22. For example, the third party. I will install this one is 8664. I download it. Okay, then I upload it in my Ubuntu. Upload this one, yes, open. Agent, some issue, I don't know, permission denied. I don't know why, but what I do is work around for so fast. I don't make it delay the video. So I upload in CentOS, then I transfer from CentOS to Ubuntu. So I upload in CentOS. Okay, LL. This is the package. So I just let me rename it. It's so long name to agent ubuntu.zip. Okay, I rename it. Then I transfer this file to Ubuntu SCP. We learn and transfer how to transfer files between. So this then Tariq, the IP address of Ubuntu, IPA transfer :/ops. Not here like this at the IP, then solution where I go /temp. Okay, I transfer to here. Yes, was the password, Tariq password, then is already transfer. I go to Ubuntu cd to /temp. I found the package where the package is here. Okay, let me make directory test, move agent to test, cd test. Okay, LL. I have one file. Okay, so I unzip the file. Okay, then I search for Debian, grab deb. This is the file we need. So let me change the permission 755 or 777. Okay, 777 example to install. Okay, I search again. Now it's 777. Now I install this package. How to install? dbkg. Remember in RPM we use RPM-I, right? Then the package name. In Ubuntu, dbkg-I, then the package name. Agent, for example, install, and they installing for us. Okay, so you remember the difference between them, and remember what's the different example. In RPM we use yum, in Debian we use apt. To install package third party we use in CentOS, for example, RPM or Red Hat. In Ubuntu we use dbkg. Okay, now it's installed. The surface name is DC agent. So I see systemctl status, and the agent is already running and everything is okay. So this hopefully you get how to find the others, or how to install packages, how to review the information others. Okay, last things I will show you how to add a repo. Okay, for example, I have cd, I back. If I see one apt update, I want to see the local repo, how many repo I have. For example, you show me I have 4. Okay, gme relays, update, backport, and security. This is the 4 repo I have in Ubuntu. in CentOS to see yum repo list. Okay, I see 3. One is upstream, one base OS, and extra packages. Okay, so and how to add, for example, I go to Docker. Okay, here they ask me how to add repo list in RPM. Just add me to add this command first. Run this command. I run this command. I'll show you a different. Not here, sorry. Here, yum. Then add this new repo. Okay, now if I clean screen, I see yum repo list. Before we see 3, now I have 4. Docker CA stable. Now I have new repo. Okay, and Ubuntu, same things. We cancel this. Let me clear. Update. They show me I have 4, right? Now I add Docker repo. So how to add? I go to the setups. They see first you run set update. I run already, but we run again. It's okay. Then they tell me add this one certificate. Some add before. Yes. What else? They ask me to run gbgk. It's okay. We run for now. Let me still updating. Now done. We done this. gbg is done. The last things how to add. This we done already. How you used to add a setup a repo. So I just copy and run it. Okay, now we set up a new repo as a documentation. So let me clear screen. If you remember update, we have only 4. Now we see how many we have. Okay, now you show me I have more than that. That's the 4 by default. Hit 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have new 2. This one docker.com Linux Ubuntu. I have unrelease and I have stable. Okay, this is how you add new repo in yum. We learn how to add is easiest. In Ubuntu, we add the same way in documentation. Okay, hopefully you learn a lot of things about this. At least you can compare between RPM and Debian. If it's Debian, you can have to install. We just use apt. If it's from the repo, if it's outside, you have to use dbkj. In CentOS or Red Hat or SUSE or Fedora, if it's third-party package, you have to use RPM. But if you are using from the repo, you can use yum, the old command, or the new one, dnf. Okay, hopefully you learned something new. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone. In this section, we will learn about patching. Patching is the most important and the most dangerous for every infrastructure. So please give me more attention for this section. I will give you my best practice, how to follow. I wish you follow my steps. It's very, very good. You can edit, you can remove whatever you suit your environment. Okay, but please follow. You have steps, you have list to do it before you patch your server. Okay, so why we patching is server? Patching because usually they upgrade, enhance security, any malware, any virus or something that happen in the market. The company like Red Hat, IAX, Solaris, they will patch their servers. They will release the packages to the repo or the server and in the cloud. So you download this server, the package, and you install it in your server. It's company to company, depends on. I see some company they patch every 3 months. They have window every 3 months. You have to patch the servers. Most company I see from 6 months to 1 year, means every 6 months you have to patch your server. This for me is the best. But I remember one company I work with them. The boss is very arrogant. He forced us to patch every month. Every month is very, very, very tiring, very irritating, very taking time, because you know some server you have to patch in overnight. It's midnight. Sometimes you have to patch in weekends. Sometimes you patch. If every month is very, very killing your time and very make you tired. So it depends on the company. Most company I see is they work from 6 months to 1 year. 6 months to 1 year is for me is acceptable, because Red Hat they release every month to month. They release new packages. They secure some like hackers. Any like zero variability, they will issue new one. So Red Hat they will the packages and they be available on the website. Okay, so first
Here the steps is very, very important. Okay, first you show the packages to be installed. We do step by step to explain to you the steps. Okay, before you patches, what the patches means, you have just yum update. This is the steps you done. But before that, you have prepared many things. First, your packages come from where? Okay, for my scenario, because I am, let me show you. For my, now we doing on CentOS. This is demo. This is my server, CentOS or Red Hat, and I can access the internet. I can access Red Hat direct. Okay, I can access and can download. Means I can ping to google.com. Ping google.com. Okay, I can ping to Red Hat.com. redhat.com means I can ping to Red Hat. Okay, let me ping to yahoo.com. means I can access internet. Okay, anything I can access internet, Google, whatever, it means I can access internet. So my packages come from where? Direct from server, from Red Hat because I am using CentOS hostname CTL. Okay, if you see is my in CentOS 9, the latest one, 2023. Okay, but CentOS and Red Hat is same, so we can download the same things. My virtual box, remember, is Oracle. They show you here the Oracle. This is to give you more information. This is a VM, not physical. Okay, and the server name, and this is the kernel. Most of the time they upgrade the kernel from 3 months to 6 months. Okay, the kernel is the one that is handling the whole system. So what do we do? So for my scenario, I can just direct from Red Hat or CentOS. I can download everything. Okay, but many company, they will never do the same way. They have different way because most of the company I see, they never access the internet direct. So they have some proxy. So they have like satellite server. I'll show you another architecture for satellite server. We see the photo. Okay, here I give you some scenarios. Some companies still using the old way. What they do, example, they have one desktop. You can consider your personal desktop. Okay, this is here the green one. Here is the cloud internet. Okay, no firewall. From here is your company, means no access internet. Okay, so what they do, usually what they do, they have, for example, my laptop, I access to Red Hat. Okay, example like this one, I download all packages, latest packages, then I copy to the hard disk. From hard disk I bring to my inside the server, I bring to one of the server, then I link all the server to this one. This one is like old way, but some companies still using this way. Means every time every month or 3 months, now example May, June, I download the latest packages from Red Hat. Then I copy to the hard disk. From the hard disk, I go to inside my company. We have one server, example, we call it repo or physical server. Okay, consider the satellite server. We copy all the file here. Then I link all the files to here. Then they can copy from here. Okay, this is the simple to set up a repo. Okay, this is most companies still use this way. The best way, they're using the new way, is called satellite server. It's provided by Red Hat. This photo from internet, the same concept. Okay, they have the Red Hat, or the content come from here. They have satellite server. The satellite server exists outside the company firewall. Example, this is firewall, this is firewall. Okay, so they access this direct, and he can connect direct without hard disk, without anything. Okay, then we have any other proxy server, and they have capsule server. Because of this, like capsule server, the capsule, they will take all the update from here, then our department take from the capsule. So we have two way. The capsule take from the satellite take from Red Hat direct. Okay, this satellite server is new way, I think come from 2015. Now it's almost 8 or 9 years old, but it's very, very good. Why? Because we don't use any hard disk or anything. So satellite server, he take all the packages, the newest packages from Red Hat, then he transferred to capsule server. Okay, from capsule we all connect to the capsule server. Capsule server, they don't have any access to internet. He have only access to the satellite. And the satellite, as I understand from Red Hat, is more secure. Will be 0 or 99% never affected by virus or anti-malware or hacking. Because if they hack this one, they can hack the capsule. But as they say the guarantee, they will never hack the satellite. So the capsule only can connect to the satellite. We all server connect to the capsule. Okay, this is the new way. Let me give you a screenshot, another one. Explain to you again. Remember, this is the Red Hat. Okay, satellite server connect to the Red Hat and bring all the packages here. Okay, so the latest packages will be in satellite server. Okay, here they call proxy, but you can just remove the proxy, just keep it as capsule. They call capsule server. Okay, capsule can connect to the satellite. They take also the latest packages. Okay, then this all consider the all server. Okay, this is like they show you different country or different city. Okay, if you have one capsule, you can example for New York, you can have one capsule connect to the one city, another capsule connect to another city, or another capsule to connect another city. This is also good architecture, but all of them they connect to the one satellite server. Means all of them they under the firewall. They have a connect to internet, but they have only connect to satellite. Satellite exists outside the company network. They can access us from the network, from the Google, right? This exists in internet. This exists inside the company. Means I can make it like green here. So anything from here is inside the company network. Outside here is outside the company network. Also satellite server, I understand they will make one whitelist UI API only to connect to Red Hat, nothing else. To download only from Red Hat. They will give him like redhat.com/something to only download from Red Hat. Means if you ping from here to Google, Yahoo, whatever, he cannot. Only he can access to Red Hat. This is like make it more secure, like nobody can hack or change the IP. So satellite only can his job to connect to the Red Hat to download all the packages. Then he sent the packages to the capsule. From the capsule, he can connect to the whole infrastructure inside the company. Okay, this is how the satellite architecture, how you get your packages. Now we continue our steps. How to show the package will be installed. Example, I have this server. Okay, I know the server would need packages. So what the steps I have? As interesting from company, when you work in company, every server is belong to owner. Who's the owner? Owner database team, application team, management team, infrastructure team. So who's the owner? You have to show the owner, I want downtime, I want to patch the server. You have to take permission. Don't just patch without any permission. Okay, example, I want this patch the server. Okay, the server under my name, I handle the server, some system administration. They have 50 to 40 server under my care. So this is for server example, my care. So first things first, I again yum update. Okay, I never click yes. Okay, I will just take the latest packages will be installed. So what I do, this best practice I see. Okay, show the server owner the packages that will be installed. What I do, if you see here, they show me 4 packages will be installed. 168 packages will be upgraded. Okay, this is all the list. Okay, so what I do, I come from here, packages, I highlight until here. Okay, this is the summary. You can also add the total or something. I go to the notepad. Okay, I copy. Okay, this is the summary. I have to send this the owner of the server. This send him email, official email, CC your boss, whatever. Say hello. This is the package will be upgraded and install it in your server. Okay, please acknowledge and confirm this will never affect your application. Example, if he has database, he has something, he knows will be affect his application, because if he developer, he will see network from here. If you see from here, this one be all upgraded. Network manager, bind, CentOS, comma, device mapping, globs, all this will be upgraded. They will affect his application or not. If not, he will give you acknowledge and he give you the downtime, means the timing. The example, Friday night, today, whatever the timing, you settle with him. Okay. First, you send him the packages we will install. Be professional. Okay. My second step, what I ask, request downtime from the server owner. After you send him the package, he acknowledge. You ask him for the window, which timing, the best timing to downtime. For me, my experience, some owner they asking for the weekends. Some of them they asking after office hour, like example 9 p.m. Some of them they ask me for Friday morning. So it depends on the owner. Owner he knows what's important time for him. Okay. Third, there's the very important. If this virtual machine, you have to take snapshot. If you are accessing to the vCenter or VM, is control under VM is under you, you can just take snapshot. If you cannot, you have to ask the VM team, please take snapshot the timing before you patch. If physical server, you have to find solution, because physical server is complicated from server to server. Dell and HP sometimes is very troublesome. Sometimes we have to take off the laptop, the hard disk outside until the patching finished and bring it in. Sometimes it works, sometimes doesn't work. It's so troublesome for the physical. So you find out what's the solution for them. Some of them they're using the image, means they copy the whole hard disk to image. They're using Chronix or other backup team. Okay, so this one you have to see what team they doing. For my experience, sometimes we have to take the hard disk manually outside. Then I will show you here. Example here. This is the hard disk. Okay, this is the server. They have example a 4 bay of hard disk. Okay, we take sometimes 2 outside manually. We take out 2. Okay, then we keep 2. Then after they finish the patching, if everything is okay, we keep it out for 1 week. If no problem, we bring back in. Then we become mirroring. So they become 2, like 1 package, 2, 1 package. This sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. So I don't give you the risky. So physical server, you have to check what solution they do. Okay. Number 4 is cluster. If cluster, you have to put finance down. Means cluster means I don't know if you learn about cluster. I have another course, okay, called Linux Cluster High Availability with 2 real project. I have active and active passive. I highly recommended after you finish this course, you learn about Linux cluster, because cluster means you put the whole server as a one. They work as cluster. This is you have to put a stand down. You cannot patch one server, because if you patch the one server, the whole cluster will be down. So this, if you finish this course, you can go to the cluster, because cluster is like high level, means more advanced. You have to learn, this is the basic, everything from here, then you can go to the cluster. Okay, so if the cluster, you have to put the node all as stand down, then you can patch the server. Okay, last things, make sure is you have not NFS file, not link. Means what? When I go here, example, let me click N, I go out from here. Okay, if you see diff disk space H, okay, here, let me see other way, disk. Okay, if you see here, okay, the type I run with touch TS. If you see the type, here is no NFS. If you have NFS, you must make sure this come from which IP, because why? When you reboot the server, you know the IP come from where. You have to do it manually to return back the NFS. Okay, make sure your NFS exists or not. Okay. Now we finished the 5 steps. Let me remove this. Okay, remember the 5 steps is very important. I do it every time before I do any patching, because if you forgot and something goes wrong, the manager is back to you. You don't know what's the answer. It's very bad for you. Okay, so remember, you show the packages to the owner of the server. Request downtime from the server. Who's the owner? Make sure if you have VirtualBox, you take snapshot. If cluster, you have to make it as stand down, standby. If NFS, you make sure the NFS come from which IP. Okay, I have some commands that I like to use before patching. I make directory, example here, patch and the date time. I take off the disk space, the file system, I take the hard disk name and the package, the kernel version, and the Red Hat release, and export if export from NFS, and uptime and who inside. Then I upgrade and I run init 6 to reboot or click reboot. I run this one by one. You see the timing. I think it's more than 17. Let us do the second video. We do the demo for patching. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. We continue about patching. I told you patching is very, very important and very, very dangerous, because in patching, sometimes the server be down, sometimes the application is down, sometimes cannot work anymore. Why? I told you that's very, very important. Number 3, you take the snapshot, because why? If the patch doesn't work, you can't re-back. Okay. In VirtualBox, we have also the same option. In VirtualBox, we can do the snapshot if you want. We can take, for example, I take fresh snapshot. Whatever I do something wrong, I just come here and I have to turn off. Then I take it back from the fresh. Okay. This is for training, but for environment, they're using most of them VM or physical. If VM, you have to go inside the VM and you request for a snapshot and just keep it for 3 days maximum. Then you can delete it. Okay. Remember this one, the 5 steps. You have to do it before you patching. Then we try here. Start form. For me, this is my personal steps. If you want to try to follow, you can add or delete, up to you. For me, I will do first. I make file as root patch and the date. Example, I run this command. I go here. Be clear. I run. Okay. What they do? I go to cd inside root. Okay. ls-l. I see one patch come here. Let me remove the others. Let me remove everything. So remove rf. Okay. I remove everything. I run the command again. I don't get confused. Okay. ll. I have one patch and the dating and timing. Example is 16 May 2023. Okay. I run the same, all the same. So we'll keep for date and the timing and the date for me. So I know which patch, last patch I did. First I run the root, then I run this one. Okay. I will explain to you one by one. Okay, this is the same. I see that F. The space, this one, just give me the output to this file. I make output the same things. Okay, next, fstab, same thing, cat the fstab to output. I will explain to you. Let me run all one by one and explain to you why is for me is very important. I run my one, your name. This one is for Red Hat, but I use CentOS. I don't know, will accept. I think accept. This one, cat for me, if anything export by NFS. Later we will learn about NFS, how to make NFS server. And here uptime, just see uptime, how long the server is up. For me, because I was just on it, it's 24 minutes. It's not a big deal. And who, this who command, why I run, just see who inside the server. Example, I see who. Now you show me is root, is me. But if other company, if a production or something, you will find another user or surface. You have to ask them to log out because you will patch the server. Okay. Then you run yum update to upgrade the server and init to reboot. Okay. So if you see here, I run example cat fstab. Okay. Why this? If you see cat fstab, why? Just in case if I upgrade the server and one of them is missing, one of them is wrong or something, I can back the old one. What happened? I can see the old one has happened to this old one. Okay, so I keep it the most important. Example, if I stop this one example, if I run, for some reason after patching, this one become full 100%. or this one 100%. I know something goes wrong from the patches. Okay, now I take all important things to check after that. Remember, I run what? To the space. I run the fstab, the file. I run the else block. This one, if you remember, this show me how many disks exist. I have only one disk, 500 gig, and this DVD is empty. Okay, also I run this uname a, means show me the kernel and the version. Linux server, the kernel name is 5.14.267. okay, 23 blah blah blah, nothing else. And cat export for me, if show me if anything export by NFS, it show me nothing because I never access any NFS here, and everything's ready for me now. I have approved from the server owner, I have everything. Then I can run update, yum update, just yum update, the same things. Then actually yes, and they will start upgrading our server. You see here the packages is 127. Okay, it will I will speed the video until I finish the updating. It's still updating, is now 127. It's talk so far 20 plus minutes from me. Something else I want to show you here. If you see, remember I pinged to Red Hat, is not working, right? I think Red Hat is required www. Is that like Google or other company without www? This works fine. Red Hat doesn't work. Need to put www to link to Red Hat. Okay, that's about Red Hat. Second thing's about updating. When you update, for example, you are in version 6. Whatever you upgrade will be called minor. Minor means 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 until 6.9. Okay, from 6 to 7 call upgrade major, but this one is very risky. It's dangerous. Nobody upgrade from 6 to 7. Okay, and almost Red Hat they not allow you to upgrade from 6 to 7 direct. Maximum they will stuck in 6.7. Then you have to do migration. Migration means you have to set up a new server with 7 point something. Then you upgrade, you move your application from 6 to 7. But we never upgrade. For example, you patch 6.7, it becomes 7 point something. It doesn't work this way. Okay, whatever you patches, because they will give you one link. For example, you are 6, they will give you only 6. If you are 7, you are 7 from 7.0 until 7.9. If you are 8, from 8.0 to 8.9. It's like this. The Red Hat is very also careful and professional. They will never upgrade for you from 6 to 7 direct. Okay. But if your application they won't upgrade from 6 to 7, this one we have to create a new server. Then you migration your application, you move your application from 6 to 7, from server to server, call migration. But the update, they will never update from 6 to 7 or to 8 direct. No. 6 usually stuck in 6, 7 stuck in 7, 8 stuck in 8, now 9. 9, whatever I upgrade will become 8, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3 is like that until 9.9. Will never go to 10. Will stuck in 9 until I change. I want to move my application to Red Hat 10 in the future, and now is latest one is 9. So if, for example, I want to upgrade to 10 or 11 in the future, I don't know. So it's okay. You can create a new server, then you move your application from 9 to 10, for example. Okay, this is the update. So every time like this, 6 will stuck in 6, 7 is stuck in 7, 8 and 8, and 9 and 9. Even you know upgrade or download the packages from Red Hat, they will ask you which version. 6, you choose the 6 points something until 6.9. 7, maximum 7.9. 8, 8.9, like that. 9 is the latest one. Okay, we see it's done or not. Still 7.1. We wait for a while. We see now it's like almost 30 minutes. Anyway, when you do patching, whatever you take time, you have to be patient. Okay, that's why we usually take downtime, a window from the owner of the server. Maximum we take 3 hours. We try. Sometimes they will give you 2 hours. You try to expand. Expand is more better. Why? You don't rush for everything. So for me, usually I try to take 3 hours. Means if they allow me after office hour, for example, I will take from 11 to 2 a.m. in the morning. If weekends, from example morning or night, for me I try to take 3 hours is safe for me. I can patch, I do snapshot, I do backup, I can restore whatever happened in the future. I can do within the 3 hours, no rushing. Okay, we speed up until they finish the. I think it's done. It took around 30 minutes. Okay, now it's done everything. So I just reboot the machine. You have to command init 6, or you can reboot. Same, both works fine.
So I just try init6, restarting. By the way, if you see here in my screen, now I have 4 kernel. This is the newest kernel, 3.7. Okay, if you repeat the video, you see here 4 kernel now I have. Before I have only 3. Okay, now it's on. Let me restart. Restart, you press R to restart. Okay, now it's on. Okay, now we see like uname -a. This new one, right? How to compare with the old one? If you remember the file we create together, cd root patches. Okay, let me clear ll. I have, for example, uname, the old one. I cat uname and I run uname -a. Okay, so I compare. If you see here the kernel 5.14.267, this is the old one. The new one is 309. 307. The old one is 267. So means it's an upgraded kernel. That's why I told you I keep all the old file before patching. I know what happened. Okay, the other things I want this one, diff. Okay, disk space. Okay, first let me cat it, disk space. Then I run diff space. I see if example everything is the same. This is the old one, right? If you see here, this is increase the boot from 29 to 37. It's okay. The number is small, 100 MB. It's not big deal. But if you see example like the home, it was example 1%, 350 gig, and it increased, for example, to 100 gig or 200 gig. Something goes wrong. Something in the patch goes wrong. Okay, for me, I like to keep this 5 file. Why? I just compare everything goes well or not. Okay, so I don't want like the owner of the application or the owner of the server come back to me. This happen. I have to check before anything happen. Okay. Red Hat same. This is like just show you the cat red hat. This the so me I think it's the same cat ct send to s relays. I think same things. They will show us 9 because I told you it's still in 9 version. But before they show us 9.1, 9.2, but sorry, 8 point something. For the release of 9, I never see 90 or 901 so far. I don't know why. Maybe it's still new system. Okay, and after this, remember the command you follow one by one. You have after this uptime and mount. Mount means what? If you see here, cat fstab. Okay, this one, if one of them is not mount yet, you just write mount -a. They will try to remount everything inside the file. Okay, this is called mount a. Many times I run this one, is very useful, especially when you have a lot of mount. You just run mount -a. They try to remount everything if something missing. Okay, uptime p, uptime. I like to put p. Other way you could just put .p. They show you the timing of how many run, how long it is running. For me now I run 3 minutes, means it's just reboot. But if you example you after reboot and use uptime time, they see like 3 hours, 4 hours, means the server haven't rebooted. This one happened to me like 5 years ago. The console screen become black, so I thought it's rebooting already. But after it's become live, I run this command uptime and show me it's almost 3 months never rebooted. Means when it becomes black screen, it means something happened but never reboot. So it's a very good command. Also, you uptime, you see how long it's rebooted. If just rebooted the 3 minutes, means the reboot is successfully works. Okay, this is all the command and very important command for the patching. Please remember to follow the steps. I don't want you like become like just run yum update and finish. It's not. Last things about the packages. If you see now, cd, if I run yum update, okay. If you example after 3 months, okay, you run yum update and this is the result. They see nothing to do, right? Complete means your packages is very old one, never upgraded. Why? Because if I run this one after 3 months and they give me nothing to update, this means something wrong in my packages. I never run. I will never upgrade it as properly from satellite server or from Red Hat, because Red Hat usually every month they upgrade some packages.
So if after 3 months or 6 months you run yum update and they show you is nothing to do, means your packages is very old one. This one happened to me one time. I linked to the wrong repo. When I run yum update, it's tell me there's nothing to do, means I run to wrong repo. If you see your repo, you back to the section of how the packages install. There I teach you how to set up the yum. Okay, hopefully you learn a lot of things from today, because it's very, very important about patching, and it's very dangerous at the same time, but we have to do like that. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone. Today we will talk about the share directory share, okay, in Linux or Unix. Okay, most of the technology they're using is called network file system, NFS. Okay, what's the NFS? NFS to share your share directory among all your servers. Okay, I never join any enterprise and they don't have NFS. Most of the time they have NFS, example for the IT team, example for important patches or packages or repo or others. Why? Because when you have example, I have one server. Okay, I have one server. I have maybe in the company I have more than 100 server. Okay, maybe I have one script or two script is very, very important, and like housekeeping for every cache file or set up any new surface. You cannot just copy this. You cannot copy this package or script every server, right? It's tedious job and unprofessional. Okay, so most company what they do, they choose one of the server. Okay, why I put the same icon for all, because any server can be the any Linux can be the server. Okay, any one of them can be the server of NFS. For example, I will choose one of them. I will choose it as a server NFS. Okay, then I will make one directory or one path a share. Can I make my /root from the real branch? Oh, I can add new disk, and I give him one file system called NFS, for example. Okay, and I will share it in network. So anyone here, the client, you see here client 6 client, this one just attach. I can just mount this file system in my system, in my server. I just mount here, I can mount here, easy. No need to copy, no need to do any extra space, no need to do anything, because the space only come from this server. For example, I give this one 500 gig. Okay, 500 gig. Sorry for the font. Example, I give him 500 gig. So I have 500 gig every server, all come from this one. So it's very, very good. Even like example, I need some space to keep my file. I can keep in this one. Most of the company they call /temp. If you see many companies using /temp in Windows or Linux. Okay, so the company they will make /temp. So they ask the team, all the IT team, whatever file you have in the server, you keep in this directory. This directory will come from one server. Okay, so they make one server as NFS. The rest will be just attach or mount the NFS, and they have space and they can keep the AI file, because every IT guy or system administration or DevOps, they have their own file, they have their own script, they have own memory or notes. So they can't just keep every server, right? It's not a professional. So the best you can keep in one directory, and this directory can attach or mount for any server he want. So today we will learn how to make one server as NFS. Then we make some client, we clone some client, and we show you how easier to mount any client the NFS. Very, very important concept, because you have to understand it. We will teach you here how to be the server, and I will teach you also how to be the client. Okay, the next video we will do the demo. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. Now we do the demo about the NFS. Okay, I will create 4 clone or 5 clone. Okay, so I create one of them become server of NFS, the rest will be client. Okay, so I clone from the fresh. Whatever I have fresh, I will clone from it. I clone this. I will call it NFS server. I choose directory. Next, full clone. I will create one as very slow. The rest I will make it the video speed, so no need to waste time, and will be the same way. Okay. Second one.
Okay, I create 5 clone. Okay, one of them I call it NFS server, the rest will be client. If you have a space, you can do like me, but if you have no space, you have just two, minimum 2. One will be client, one be server. At least you can apply. But for me, I just apply 4, so I can do show you how you can make more than that. You can make 10 if you want, but for me, is if you just apply on the 4 is more than enough to understand the concept of NFS share. Okay, this one NFS, I will make it. I add just disk. Okay, because we add like example a disk, we can use from the slash root, but in more enterprise they will use slash example 500 gig or some size to make it as NFS. For my I create one attach hard disk. I'll create new one, VDI, not replicate. Okay, this name. Okay, I will give him example 500, big size, but it's not really. We will take nothing from here. Okay, then I choose. Okay, I have the original disk and the 500 gig. Okay, it's okay, and we launch all of them. Here the steps we will do together. Okay, how to set up this. We install these packages. NFS star means any other packages NFS you just create. RPC also need. Then we check the status. If not, we start the service. Same things for RPC, because this is the in charge for NFS server. Then we make directory. Okay, we make the directory example slash desk or slash server or anything you like the name. For me, the best you put not capital letter. Example, we beat NFS server. Then we open this file to export. Then we add the slash. We be the same slash here and here. Okay, then we share means star means any IP. This is very for security. If you want some IP only or you have subnet, you put the IP here. Example, the client IP here, the client IP. But for me, I put star means I can from any client he can access this this disk. Read RW, read and write and sync. From any client he can put any file, he can sync immediately. Okay, then we launch the export and we restart the NFS again. We start the RPC again, then we disable the firewall. Okay, then this is from server side. From client side, you just install this package. Then you can check the IP of the server. You can check, for example, if you don't know what's file system, what file he export. This one, where's the slash? For example, slash NFS. You don't know what's the name of the slash. You can just check by this command. Here you can attach to the client by temporary, or you can attach it by permanent. Now we do together. Let me log in by mobile extern, all of them. Okay, we done. I did NFS server. We change all the name. Client 1, client 2, client 3, client 4. Okay, so now we focus on the server. We follow the steps. I will attach the steps for you. This is the info, but what is NFS is network file system, and very popular. Even if you go to cloud, AWS, all they have some disk called NFS or FSF. This is network file system. Same concept. Okay, first we install these packages. Okay, we just copy. We can use YAM or DNF. I go to the server, attach, click enter. If you see here, because we put NFS star. Okay, star is shift and number 8 means anything with NFS. It will install for me NFS utilities and COP and tools and client, and this the dependencies for it. YAM is very powerful. You can fetch me all the dependency I needed. So I click yes, and they will install for me. Okay, done. Second one, RPC. RPC also is very important for the NFS share. So go here and same things. RPC star, and they have only one package. Okay, I see yes. Next, check the status, if on or not. We check the status is off, so you started. Same command, just change from status to star. Then I check status again, now it's running. The same things, you check the RPC. Okay, check the surface is on already, is active. If not active, you just from status to star. Okay, next you make the directory. So I will make directory, but remember we attach one file system 500 gig, right? In this server, only one server we attach. If I go to this one, the NFS server, we attach one file. Let me settings, storage, we attach one is 500. Okay, this one we make it as NFS share. Okay, you can take direct from the /root, means you can create direct like this. You make directory, you can create, but the best practice, you make one separate disk. Okay, so we call it first. We call it, for example, NFS server. Okay, I will make the share df. If I make like this, will never show up. Why? Because he part of the root. But now we want make new disk for him. Okay, the same way we do in disk management section. If you never you pass this, you can watch again how to make LVM or new logical volume for him. Okay, so we do for sim ls block as we learn p. Now you show me one I have dfb stb. This is 500, the one we attached. Okay, this one all attached for the operation system. This one is separated. Then this one we make it as NFS and we attach to this path. Okay, bv create, we choose the diff, then vg create the name, vg I will call it NFS. Okay, and the directory. Done. Now we create all logical volume. I can make it for 500, take the whole space, but for now we give him 400 gigabyte. For example, we keep 100 for the future use. So same lv create -l, the size I will see 400 gigabyte, and the name I see lv nfs, same concept. Then with the volume group is vg nfs. Okay, click enter. Now we create it. Last things we do file system. We create the file system inside the logical volume. mkey fs, we choose the latest one is xfs, and the def vg nfs lv nfs. This one we all learn in disk management section. Please, if you never watch again. Okay, now diff h we have, we haven't even created. We haven't mount or attach for the server. So else block -p. If you see here, I have now this the disk and this the logical volume. He take around 400 gigabyte. VGS, you see here, I have the full size 500. I give left 100 space. LVS, I have this 400 gig is for LVS NFS. So I have path already. I attach this one for the new one we create together is /server NFS. So what I see, mount diff vg nfs lv nfs. Okay, to server, we call it server or nfs server, nfs server. Okay, enter. Now df space, and you see now nfs, the new share is around 400 gig. Okay, so from this never affect the root volume. This is the best practice. If you take from root, if the space is take the root, maybe if the server is down, the whole share is down. Okay, so the best practice, you make different disk, so never affect the root. Okay, now we have everything. So what else? We just share the disk. We back to our document. Okay, now we make directory, we make already. Now we export. We export by this file, we call vim. We back to our mobuxer. Let me clear. Vim sc export file. Okay, have nothing. Now we share our disk. Or just we call it this right? This one we export, right? The make directory for export. So we see export this directory, star any IP can access, and read and write he can read, and sync with the client. So I just copy, move extern, attach. Okay, remember this one you change if your file system is different name. Okay, so I save it. Okay, let me cat export. This is the directory come from where? From def, from here. Okay, I think I opposite name, sorry, I call it NFS server, but here is called server NFS. Let me edit again. I correct name, exports. Okay, it's called NFS server. Okay, we save it. Next, export this for anyone now. Export -r or -ra, export -r. We export already. Okay, now we check again. I'll restart the system NFS surface because we export already. We restart it. We can also check same things. Status now is active. Okay, same things for RPC surface. We start it and we check it. Status now is active. Okay, now it's done. But most important, remember the firewall. If you have firewall, physical firewall, you have to ask the network team or who's in charge of firewall to open the port. Now we finish. The last one, stop or disable the firewall. If you are using software firewall, if the company never use the system, as I told you, 99% nobody use the system firewall, you can just disable it. But if you want to open the port, you can open the port as we learn in firewall command if you want. But if you are using physical firewall, you have to ask the team to open this, the port number. This is the default port number for NFS. Okay. But if you are using different port, you have to change this configuration in NFS. But this one, the default one, if you are using the default one, you just ask the network team or who's in charge of firewall physical, ask him please open this from the server and from the client. Okay, now we check our firewall, systemctl status firewall. Okay, is inactive. Okay, now our setup is correct, nothing done. We done from the server side. Okay, and remember this one you must do also from the client side. Let me do here. Okay, I attach first data. Okay, now we go client side. We go first number one, client one. Okay, first we check the firewall, systemctl status firewall. Okay, is inactive. Good. Now we install one package only, NFS utility. This require from the client side. So I say yes. One thing's important, maybe I forgot here. Check the change mode. You can give 777 or 755, up to you. Okay, for now, for me 77 I give now. For slash the server NFS, what I call server NFS or opposite. Let me cat dev, sorry, NFS server. The document I will update it. Okay, so you give 777 -r as we ran for the permission. Okay, to all the server. Why? Because if you make 744 means another client, they cannot even write anything. Okay, I will delay this one now. I will show you what's the mean if I cannot change. Okay, if I go to the server, okay, the current def ls-l for, okay, the slash all. I will show you. If you see slash NFS server, okay, the current permission 755. Okay, 755. He cannot write anything. Okay, if you see dash, it means he cannot write. Okay, means any client he cannot write anything in the file system. Okay, so we have to change the permission. But I show you the error before I change. Okay, we go to the client, we finish first step, we install this. Now you see the show mount. For example, I don't know what's the name of this one. Okay, for example, I forgot what's the name if the slash in NFS. So you can change or check by the IP address of the server. For example, first what's the IP? IPA is 26. Okay, I take the IP. Okay, I go to the client. For example, I want to see the server he share, which directory he shares. So I see show mount -e and the IP of the server. Okay, if I check like this, if they show me like this now, /NFS server share means my setup is correct. But if I cannot see, means my firewall still exists and I cannot open the share. Okay, so I can show mount which directory he share. I can see he share NFS server. Now I can attach this NFS server to my server for any directory. For example, I will do it make directory new one, but this one of the good things is will never take space from me. I will make directory called maybe NFS or sharing. Okay, I will make this directory. I can make this directory for all server the same name. Okay, then I see the last command to mount temporary. We have to command, if you want just temporary, is mount -t. What's the type is NFS and the IP of the server. The IP is different now, is 26 here, 26 here, 26 here. You follow your IP. Okay, so I just mount T, the type NFS, then IP of a server. If you are using a host name, you just put the host name here, slash, which is directory. For us, the directory is NFS server. Okay, to which directory in my server for my client. So I choose to make directory is called sharing. Okay, here also. Okay, so we do first one. I go to the client first. I see mount -t type NFS, which is the server is coming from this server. Okay, dot semicolon slash, what's the directory we see is this the one directory. Okay, now I mount to my server. My server, I see sharing. Click enter, is done. This is mount already from the server. So def -t, if you see here, /sharing 400 gig. I have space in my directory now. Even my server, I don't have 400 gig. It's come from NFS S4, the new version. Before they're using 3, now it's 4. Okay, it's more secure. It's coming from where? It's coming from this server. Coming from 126, ending with 26. This is slash. Okay, now I can go inside. I can put my file here. If you see now, if I put my file here, will give me error. For example, I will see touch client 1. That will give me error, permission denied. Why? Because we never change the permission in here. We give him only to read and execute. He can't write anything. So we have to change first here. Then any client can attach. Okay. Now we just faster. We do in client 2, client 3. Same setup. First we check the firewall. Systemctl status firewall D. Okay, first we check the system. Client 2 is active, client 3 is inactive, client 4 is inactive. Okay, now done. Next we install this one, this package only for client. Install. This, yes, still running. Okay, now we do for 2, 3, and 4. Okay, then we show mount. We see which directory. This is just extra command if you want. Otherwise, you can do. Okay, this is yes. This 3 is done. Okay, done. 2 is done. 3 is done. 4 is done. Okay, so I can just click clean screen. Show mount from server, you show me already. from 3 I can see, from 4 I can see. Okay, now I can see the share file system. So now I can attach it. We attach it first temporary, then we make it permanent. But first I make this directory for every client. Make directory, I will give the same name, so easy to make. Here also and here also. Then we mount. Same command, because everything's same. Because one server coming from, oops, not this one. Mount. The best things now, if you see df, now I have 400 gig in every server. I have extra space. I can put my file, I can put anything here. For example, I want to make for my C client 4, for example, I go inside sharing. I want to make my own directory here. So example from client 4, but I don't have permission. Because why? The server never making permission. So we change the server permission here, then every client can access. We do like example ls chmod -r 777, for me is 777 / nfs server. Okay, now it's done. Now if I do the same command, will be okay. Why? Because I give him permission from the server. Okay, now ll, I can see my directory here. Client 1, he can make his own file. Now I can even see my lsl, I can see my client 4, I can see my client 1. So this is like /tim or /sharing, means anyone can access and anyone can see. But if you want like make it more professional, you can make everyone his own permission, means no can access. By the way, if you see here is the name of nobody. Okay, this is the username for NFS, and this is the group for NFS. This is by default. Okay, every server when you install NFS, they have nobody. Okay, if I go to the server, grab nobody password from the user all, we see one nobody is no login, he cannot log in the server, but here he exists in the system. Okay, this is for NFS. Okay, now we have all sharing, I have everything. I give you one more example. Last one, if the firewall is on here. Okay, let me systemctl start firewall. Okay, if I start it, most of them they cannot even access anymore. If I cd mount -nfs def. Now even I try to access the sharing anymore, he will cannot access. You see it's loading. Now if I see cd out, I try to mount again, or see the file system example, will keep loading. Why? Because the server, he already on the firewall. They try to access this server, they cannot. So the firewall is very important. You have to open the port. Okay, let me stop again. Now we back. Still, let me see here. Def. You show me now is the sharing is back to normal. Okay, last things I will show you the permanent. Okay, I will do in one enough. Permanent, this temporary means what? If I shut down the client, I will choose maybe let me clear df. Okay, now it's okay. And client 1 I will do in the testing only. Okay, you can apply the same in all. Client 1, if I restart the machine, reboot, if I restart it, okay, and I on again, this one will be disappear. Why? Because we mount as temporary. Okay, mount -t nfs blah 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 as temporary. But if you want put as permanent, you have put an fstab file we learned before. Okay, so we do this one in our fstab, and I'll show you how it become permanent. We go to the client 1, so I restart the session. You see now def f, let me clean screen first. Def the share is gone, the NFS is gone. So how to make it permanent? We learn best practice to copy this file before we edit. Okay, fstab, and we build the date, example 05/06/2023. Okay, then I edit the file. Okay, and I add same things. You can copy paste. but this one is we change the file system. That's okay already here. So I copy and I go to the last line, capital G and A. I go down, I copy. Is coming from where? This is coming from the disk, right? UUID is the disk. Okay, for us we coming from this server. Okay, so I will make it the same need. So I to here, then this they mount to boot to /home. For me, I will mount to /sharing, the one we created. Okay, we go the next line. What's the type of file system? Our type system, the original one is XFS, but for this one is type NFS. Okay, default the same and dot the same. Okay, so I come here. Okay, and quit. Okay, how to mount from the file? You see mount -a. Now done. If I see diff dash, now the sharing is come. The good thing is what? If I reboot 99% will come up automatic, but if not come up, you have to run this one command. If you remember in patching, sometimes we do, I told you before you patch, you have to check if you have NFS server or not. If you have, you must remember which IP come from. This is for your information. Why I copy this output? For me, after reboot, after patching, if one of us is down or gone, I know he come from where. I can mount it again manually. For some reason, sometime after patching, if never come, you have to do it manually. At least you know why I tell you. And before patching, you have very important steps you have to follow. Now I restart again. I see diff -a and the NFS is here, still exists. Okay, 90% will come up again, but if some reason cannot, you just run mount -a because this already exists in the FS tab. Okay, today we learn a very important about NFS, how to share from server to client. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. Last video we do 1 server and 4 client. Okay, and we do on RPM base, means CentOS, Red Hat, Fedora, or SUSE. Okay, so because this is all packaged on RPM base. But if you have Ubuntu, we will do also the same concept. If we have Debian, Ubuntu, we do have different packages we install. Okay, so we use the same setup. Okay, the client, we use the same client from CentOS. Okay, the server, we choose another server like Ubuntu. So every server will be different. So this first server, he have 400 NFS from CentOS. We make him another share is come from Ubuntu. Okay, so we go our virtual box. If you remember from the lab setup, we have fresh Ubuntu. Okay, I will clone it one time. I will call it Ubuntu NFS. Okay, I choose the location. I add already, but same things we do in NFS. I will give him a disk, almost maybe 800 gig. So we can do our setup. Let me create one. Nope, not add. Create. Next. I give him maybe 800. It's not real. Remember, let's just take maybe 4 MB or something only. Okay. If you see the real size, actually size here is 5 MB. It's very, very small. Okay, you just give a lot of space, but not really take. But if you put like client or VDI, will take space, will take some space like 4 gig or 5 gig. Okay, whatever you give here, they will give the real one. Real one is MB. If you create some file, will be less than 17 MB. Okay, I will choose the 800 gig. Choose and okay. I'll start the server and login by Mobaxterm. Okay, the server is ready now. Let me move it to the first. Okay, now we have server NFS from CentOS. We done. Now we have NFS Ubuntu. Okay, so we share to the client the same way, but different packages, because RPM, they have different packages. Debian base, they have different packages. First, we run apt-get install NFS kernel server. This is the package we need. And use sudo if you are not root. If you are root, no need to use sudo. So I take this one because I'm root already. I go to bash. Okay, root, install. Yes. Okay, done. Next, make directory. We call this one nfs ubuntu. Okay, we make directory. Okay, remember this one will never show up here. So what we do, we use our new disk ls block p. If you see here, I have stb. Stb is 800 gig. Okay, the same way we do in CentOS, we do in Ubuntu. So what we do, pv create. I don't have this packages, so we have to install things. If you see pv create, they tell me error, and they tell me please install lvm2. Okay, we install lvm2. By default, they not have in this OS. Okay, so we install it first. So we see ls block p. Okay, this is the disk. We pv create vg create, and the name I see vg nfs again, and the disk name, then lv create, and the name of the lv, and I will call it, for example, lv nfs, and the size I will give him maybe 700 this time, 700 gigabyte, and the name of the vg nfs. Then now we create the file system mkfs.xfs mkfs.x. XFS does not exist in Ubuntu, so we use the before that is lv4. So we see ESXFS4. Then let me see what's the file system in Ubuntu. ls def type is all of them is XFS4. Okay, so they need to use the same Red Hat's XFS, the latest one. So still using the old one is XC4. So we use the current one in Ubuntu. Okay, so we create file system on dev vg lv nfs. Okay, we format it. Now we are ready. Now we mount to the one we create. We created as, what's the name? We created as Ubuntu nfs. So mount dev vg lv to nfs Ubuntu. Okay, we done. Now we have now Ubuntu, and we have 700 gigabyte. Okay, 2 gigabyte using for the cache. Okay, this is the path. Now how to share this one to all the client the same way. Now we change the permission. Remember if no share permission, we cannot make the client to access. So we make this done, and we make -r, so anyone under this directory. So we go here, we run. Okay, next, export. We export, and remember the name, our NFS, same, read and write and sync for all. Same things in RPM, if you remember, same name, same command. Okay, so we edit vim etc export. Okay, they see vim is not exist. Vim is not exist, it's vi. Okay, the old one. So for me, I don't like vi, so I install the newest. Install vim, please. Yes. So when we install this OS boxes, if you remember, we install Ubuntu from here. Okay, so I thought this they install a lot of important packages in Ubuntu, but when you install this from here, actually they have a lot of things missing. But in CentOS is they have a lot of exist, but I noticed in Ubuntu a lot of things missing. For example, if you install from the lab, if you remember, OpenSSH is not exist, is missing. LVM is not exist and missing. Now a lot of packages I notice even vim is not exist as missing. So if missing is okay, you have to install manually. Okay, so I see vim export, then I go down. This I will leave it because it's all is hash, means is committed. I add my line and I add this one. Please share for me my NFS Ubuntu for anyway from anyone can access and read and write and sync. So I take the same things. I go to the and add. Okay, save it. Now I launch the NFS. Okay, they see what export subdirectory is required. So we add this one. They see assume this behavior of sub. So we add this one. Where here we add Ubuntu, I think require it. So I will add again. Then we export. Vim export, because you see since NFS is version 2 they change. So I go here again. So I will add star and this. If you notice here, oops, I write to dime. If you see with the command, they tell you the best you rd sync and no subtree, never subtree for check the system. Okay, so we add the same thing they want in Ubuntu. So I save it, then I export again. Okay, now exported already. Okay, we exported. I put the same command. I will update the sheet because this one is required in Ubuntu, but it's not required in CentOS. Okay, we exported. You can dash R or dash A. Then we check the file system. Remember in Ubuntu and CentOS we check two, RPC bind and NFS server. But in Ubuntu they have only one to check. I'll start it. Okay, we go to Ubuntu, started, and must check is working, everything okay or not. Status is very important. Why you have to check is active, everything okay, because sometimes you start it and they give you error. Okay, if you have to check what's the error from. Okay, now our setup is correct. From the client we use the same things. Okay, but we have already set up in client. Remember, we have already 4 client. Okay, they have same file system. This is CentOS. Okay, so we use this time from Ubuntu. So Ubuntu was the IPA 146. Okay, we go here. Okay, show mount this one and this one, but the share is different now. NFS Ubuntu and NFS Ubuntu, and our server is called sharing. Okay, I will call it shared by shared Ubuntu. Okay, so first we create this. First we check if it show up from Ubuntu or not. I go with the client. This time I can use client for CentOS. They show me is export also from Ubuntu. Okay, so first I will make directory. Make directory. I will call it shared Ubuntu. Okay, so I mount to this one. So I take this directory and update my here. Okay, and here and here. Okay, same way you want temporary or permanent, the same way. Okay, so we do just temporary, at least don't make the video so long. So I just click. Okay, same things, mount -t NFS from where is coming. Oops, from where is coming, let me remove this. From where it's coming is from this IP, which our path is NFS Ubuntu, to which one my path I share Ubuntu. Okay, so click enter. Def. Now I have 2 NFS. If you see here, first NFS is coming from Ubuntu. Sorry, it's coming from CentOS. If you see here down, another NFS, same NFS 4 is come from Ubuntu. This one have 700 gig and this one have 400 gig. This is the best. You can share more than that. So we learn today how to share from CentOS and we can share from Ubuntu. Let me go another client 1, client 2. Example, I make directory same. Okay, share and 3 and 4. Okay, then we just share this one. This one will be the same. Okay, 2 enter, 3 enter, 4 enter. Now I check one by one. Let me clear the screen. Def. Okay, I have 2 share Ubuntu and CentOS. Def. I have 2 share Ubuntu and S. Def. I have 2 share. Last things I have to share. Def. Okay, last things I will just test. I go inside CD. I go inside. I will touch file called client ls-l. I have client 4 is come from this, and I go to any other client, I can share, go inside, and I can see the file of client 4. Okay, so I can share and everything. Okay, why? Because we changed the permission. We changed the permission here. Okay, so today you learn about Ubuntu. So if your server is Ubuntu based, you can do it. If your RPM based, you can do it. I will teach you the both way, and hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone. Today we talk about the cron job. Cron is like same as coronavirus. Okay, this cron is job is like a schedule and work. Means if in Windows we have called task scheduler. Okay, task scheduler means you run a script in timing. No need to automatic. No need to do any manually. This is usually as we do for system administration, we do some script. Okay, maybe you ask me what's the script. The script is only just a group of command you put in the file, then the file will run one by one. For example, something we learn like ls just list the file. Example, I want make directory. Okay, for example, I make folder, then after the folder make for me create touch file. Example, for me make folder name file, then create file, then do ping or testing something, then exit. Okay, this is the command we usually do in as system operation system. We just we collect it, we put in the file, so they call a script. Okay, script you can do it yourself, or you can do from a third party. For example, some third party, for example Cisco networking or something, they give you script. They need to run, example, diagnostic for the operation system, or script to run to check if any files is open. For example, some security team, they give you a script. Just check if any permission have 777, the one we run in the permissions. If they have 777, just give me the path. So when they have the example, they scan the script, they put some command. Example, most of them they call find. For example, search find for all directory from the root and above, from anything. Find for me the example permit perm again 777. Find for me anything, just show me. Then they will make like script, and they put in file. Then they ask system administration, please run this one. Most of the time, as enterprise, they run any script, they run over after office hour, means after 9 p.m. or after on weekends, so it never affect the performance of the operation system. So as usually, like we do patching, we do upgrade, we do on weekends, so it never affect the system in during the office hour. So almost a script, they ask you to run the script after office hour. So how to run the script after office hour? It's not impossible. You are like system administration, you have to wake up at night, like example 2 a.m. in the morning, and you have to run a script. So this cron job is come in place. Cron job, just you can just make timing, then the script they will run. Okay, this is just the job of the cron. Cron is just put the file. You have to follow the format. You put the file, example, run which day. You run tomorrow, run Sunday, run every day, run once a month, once a year, up to you. Okay, and they have to command -crona tab -l to list all the crona job you have already, or crona E to edit the file. Don't worry, next video I will show you on demo. You will maybe understand more. Okay, crona tab file, it will be in the st directory. Okay, if you put crona deny, example, this file, if you put this crona deny, this one means what user can allow to put crona job on it. Sometimes you have like system administration, you have 10 of them. Okay, but you allow 2 only. Example, you put crona allow. Example, you allow maybe Sam and Mike to do the crona job. The rest you don't want them to put. So you have to put deny any user not in the allow, they will deny anyone to put any script in cron tab. So you can allow, you can control, but this one is just optional. You can put this file or without. So if you have like system administration, you know they can put any cron tab, you just without these two files. So anyone from in the system administration in the operation system laws account, they can create a cron tab. Okay, now we learn about how the way of perform how the cron tab. I will do the next video, you're more understanding. They have this method. The first one call minute from 0 to 59. Okay, the second one is hours from 0 to 23. The third one is the day of the month. The fourth one is a year from 1 to 12. The fifth one is the days. Okay, then you put slash the path or the directory of your script, because you have script, where's the location, you just put the path, then they will run. For example, if you put like this, start means anytime, any. Okay, start this, I think is if all the programming language, Python, PHP, all it's the same meaning. If you put start means anything. Okay, so if you put example like this, star means any, so they will run every minute. Okay, if you put example 5, yeah, they will run every 5 minutes. But if you want example, I want to run this one every for example 2 a.m. in the morning, so it's 2:05 they will run. If you put the star like this, they will run example every day and 2 a.m. Example, you want to run only on Sunday, or you run on Saturday. Sunday is 0 to 6. 0 is the Sunday, means Sunday, Monday. So number 6 is be Saturday. For example, if you want to put in Saturday, you put here number 6. So it will be run on Saturday and 2 a.m. every week. Okay. If you want, for example, run once a month, you just put which day in the month. You want monthly, you put star. If not monthly, you just put which month. For example, you want put 3, so you want run in March. You want put in 9, run in September and December, and the path. Okay, this is the way tab is to create the job. So you just put 5. This is minute, hours, day of the month, month of the year, and day of the week. Then you put the path of the script. Then they will run and the time you will put it. So almost our time we put like every weeks on Sunday or Saturday we put at 3 a.m. So it's between like office hours. Backup team, for example, they run a script on also after office hour. So almost the script they will do after office hour. So we just put in the cron tab. Then when we come, when they come and they see nothing issue, but if they have any issue, they have to go to cron logs and they find out what's the issue. Sometimes the script is they run, but the path does not exist, or the path is wrong. So they will look for your errors. You can check the errors and you can find out. Don't worry, everything we do in the next video, you more understanding about the cron job. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care.
Hello everyone. Now we continue about the cron. Move this. Okay, so as you see with the cron tab inside etc. etc is all the keeping all the configuration files. So the best when you do any config, changing any parameters, you have to do the copy is the best. Okay, then we do a cron deny. For example, I open 2 sessions, one for Tariq user, one for Sam user. So how to disable one of them? For example, we put Tariq user inside the deny, so he cannot access or run the cron tab. Okay, here as we understand, 1 to the minute, hours, day of the month, years, and day of the weeks, and star means any. Example, if you put star means run every minute, and the path. Cron-L to see any list of the cron. You can also cron tab
-l-u by user. For example, Tariq. I can, from root, I can list all the cron for users. Otherwise, you can go to this file location to see all the files exist for all users. This is the path. Okay. Then chronotab-e, he will run and edit the chrona. They're using the node is called by. Is the editors for all Unix system. They have vi is by default, so we'll edit by that. Okay, this I give you some examples. For example, I put 0929 dash dash dash. It means run every night at 9 p.m. 9:09 p.m. If I put, for example, 07 * 1 means run every Monday at 7 a.m. If I put 20, run every day as 2 a.m. I put 011 * 1 to 5 means run every day at 11 but on weekdays. Remember, 0 to 6 is to Sunday, 0 is Sunday, 6 is Saturday. So 1 to 5 means work in weekdays only. If I put, for example, 07 to 18 and 1 to 5 run every hours on weekdays, 1 hour every hours weekdays. Sorry, spelling wrong. Then I put /3 means run every 3 minutes. I put 23:14 means run 2:23 p.m. Okay, this is some examples. Let me now I show you. For example, is cd temp. I create this script, small script, cat test. The script, you see what? Just create a directory called demo. After stop for 3 seconds, then create another files called text.txt. Then sleep 3 seconds, stop. Then just say hello world. Write it inside this file. Stop 3 seconds. Then remove everything. Remove the directory with the files. Then exit. Just small. Because usually what they do, example database. DB team, they have to create a script to stop and start the database, because if you know a database, sometimes they have a specific table name, specific database, so they have to customize the database. They cannot run for any system, so they know. For example, I run in this server database, they know the table name, they know everything there, so they give you script. The script to stop, for example, database. For example, you want to some reboot or patching for the server, so you ask the database, so they have to stop the database, otherwise there will be crash or corruption for the database. So you have to ask the database, they will give you a script, so they ask you to run before you reboot the system. Also, they have script to run for start the database. Application team, they same things. When they have their own in-house application, they have to create customized script to stop, to start, to refresh, to do troubleshooting, all inside the scripting. So if you have a script, this is the way you have to take the script and you put it in the cron tab, so the cron tab can running as wanted. For example, I just make this script nonsense script. So if I see cron tab -l, they see to me I have this one, this same, but let me delete it. By cron tab tab-e, I will delete. Let me make it empty. Okay, now I see cron tab-l is nothing. Same things I can throw -l-u Tariq. I check Tariq is no, they don't have anything. -sam. Some have script. It's the same. He put *** means run every minute. Okay. How to check? You can go to cron tail. If you know tail command, just run. For example, give me the last 10 line from the file. If I see cat, he will put all the output on the screen. But I want just last 10 line. I put tail. I want the first 10 line of the any file. They call head. Now if I run tail, F means give me the last 10 line, but keep consistent life. So var log cron, this the logs for the cron. So I run like this. They will give me the 10 line, but they will keep in the screen. They never go out. If you notice here, Sam cmd means he ran the script already. If I go to let me check, I am in the temp, this as L. See, the demo is already here, right? Remember the script, they will create this demo, then they will delete it. Let me run again. It's already deleted. See, it was here, then they will delete already. There's no more demo. Let me remove this so you don't confuse. Remove. I can't remove because it's belong to root. Let me cancel. Remove RF. Okay. You run again. We will run the next minute. Excuse me. Now, Sam also run again. It's every minute, right? Now let me check. ls-l. I think it's already run. -l. Okay, so it's like that. When you have anything, you can just go to the chronologs and you see what happened, who edit, who replace, by root, by user. Now see Sam is already run. So let me check ls-l. You see this demo already have ls-l again. This have after 3 seconds you will delete it. See, it was here, then delete it. So the script like that. So you check, you can just go here and check. Okay. This one, for example, if you want just put any timing. Last things I want to show you before I go, this one. If you go to this directory, you can see all the file for the users. Then cancel cd to this location. ls-l. I see all this the users have. Example Sam. Same things cat Sam. I can see his job. How I just cron tab dash l user Sam. Same thing, some result. I can check for Tarek. Tarek have nothing. I can check for root also nothing. Okay, this is how to check all the files of the users. Deny. I will show you now. Deny. Example Sam, he can did it right. Tarek, he can now he can, like example cron tab dash e. He can do any job here, right? But as I am system administration, I see Tarek and Sam as my engineering, but I want only Sam he can create. I don't tag to create. So what I put in deny. I put in deny file. Where's the deny file? In deny file, I just put the name. Okay. So how to put the name? Example echo Tarek. As we learn about redirect, this copy this Tarek name to. I will show you the other way is better. Pim dist cron deny. I open the file. I just put Tarek and close the username. Okay, now it's done. I see cat. Let's see cron deny. Every time I see cron, I think coronavirus. Okay, this is deny. Now this user is deny. So I go to Tarek. For example, I am the user. I want create cron tab dash e. Now they will give me what? You are Tarek. You are not allowed to use this program cron tab. Now I can like allow or not allow for the user. For example, I have users from application team. I don't want they run anything in the system. Sometimes application team, they keep running some things you don't allow. So you can put the name in deny, so nobody can create any cron job behind your back. Okay, today you will learn about cron, and hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Hello everyone. Today we talk about NTP. NTP is very, very important concept. Okay, so every company, if you work in bank, work in government, work any private company, when they have a servers, for example, they have Active Directory, they have a Linux server or Unix server, they have Windows server, they have domains, they have others, or they connect to one NTP. NTP is one server, works as a timing, just give the timing, nothing else. Sometimes they activate like Linux to be NTP server, sometimes Windows server to be NTP server. Sometimes the best practice or the most popular is one server. It's called appliance, NTP appliance, with antenna. They put in the roof of the building. Okay, if you have a roof, the building is the, if example, if they're renting or they own building, they put one antenna, then to connect to the satellite in the sky to give you the NTP. So every server, every company, they have own NTP. So don't link your Linux to Red Hat or Google or whatever, because you are different country, different time zone, and different everything. So why? Because if you have like some slight difference between your timing with your server, can make issue with the database, can make issue with logging, can make issue with the tracking logs, or will be wrong in timing. Even 1 or 2 minute delay or advanced timing will be a lot of issue in the database and logs and everything. So the best practice, you link your server to the NTP. Next video, we will teach you how to link your NTP to your company server. Every company have their own NTP. Don't worry, if you are new in the company, you ask, what's the NTP IP address? But you can also go access another server. You can see the NTP was the link. This is the funny story I just told you. I joined like a few years ago with company, so I was looking for NTP. So sometimes I access server, I found the system administration who set up the server, he never changed anything. He just leave it as by default. By default, it will link to the CentOS or Red Hat. So imagine if your server has no access networking or no network or public internet accessing, how to access Red Hat or CentOS. This is a big risk take or risk. This is why is the I make this course for every system administration. At least do your job as best practice. Do as professional. Don't just set up a server and just leave it. No, this is the hardening or secure part to secure your server. And when the editor come and check everything, you know how to answer, and he will know how your server is set up. Because I give you example, if you have like example to name. Example, this is Sam, okay, and you have another guy called Mike, okay. This is to system administration. Maybe Sam, he handling around 100 server, okay, under his care. Maybe Mike, another system administration, he handling 100 server, okay. And just to give you example, sometimes you go to Sam, you'll find 90% of his server, DNS, NTP, FTP, HTTP, everything is set up properly and correct. Go to Mike, you will find almost 50% of his server never set up properly. NTP is not wrong, DNS wrong, everything is wrong. Why? This is the human being. Some system administration, they work correct and smart and they do his work properly. Some system administration, they don't know how to do his work and just set up server without any caution, without any experience. This is the purpose of this course. I'm trying to give you best practice and how you do your server as best enterprise level. Okay. Next video, we will set up our NTP and I'll show you how to do in the command line and do the NTP server. Okay. Keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone. We continue about NTP. Okay. First, we have this small list for NTP. By the way, NTP, they have two packages. The old packages and Red Hat or CentOS 6 and Blue, like 5, they have NTP packages to serve the NTP timing. Okay. But the new one, they called chrony. Okay. This is a more advanced and enhanced for NTP server. So what you should use, chrony or NTP? You should use chrony. This is the new one. If you have two, you have to use one of them. Doesn't work with the both. If the both of them installed, you have to disable one or mask, as we learn under packages. The other one you cannot use the both at the same time. Okay. So how to check? First, we check the RPM is exist or not. We go our server. Okay. So first we see if chrony is installed. By default is installed, but we are system administration. We have to check if it installed, if everything works properly on. We see RPM. rpm q chrony. This is install. For me, usually I like to run this long queue like k, then grab for chrony. Chrony. It's long, but I used to it. I like to run this way, but you can run this way also. Okay, this is exist. Now I check for NTP. In NTP also installed, but this the dependencies. It's not the NTP package, was the dependencies. You more check. You can check by system CTL status. For example, chrony D is inactive. Let me change it to white, because sometimes if you see white is you can see the active and inactive easier. Color front white apply. Okay, system CTL is inactive. We see if chrony D is not running, but just NTP D, the issue does not exist at all. Okay. Second, now chrony D is installed, so we use chrony to activate, and this is the most system administration mistake. They leave it by default. By default, by client is what they put. I think Red Hat pool or CentOS pool. The configuration file is here. If you see here, go to as you remember, before we configure any file, we have to copy cp IP. I want to copy the file. Chrony.config, same name. Chrony config. Today is 31st July 2022. Okay, permission denied. Thank you. You move to root. cp IP. Let's see chrony.config. See chrony.config. 31st July 2022. Okay, now I edit chrony.config. Okay, by default, this one you just leave it. Most the option you leave it because this is client, it's not the server. The server you have to change some configuration. Example, allow. You have to allow the server who cannot connect you. But remember, this is for server, but you are client. This one you have to change from 10 to 8 if you are a server, but the rest is okay. The logs, everything is okay because you are client. You connect just the most important. I noticed like a lot of system administration never change. They forgot this one. This one is the most important. Now they ask you, your server take the timing from where? For example, the CentOS. If you are Red Hat, they will put you Red Hat. What does it mean? 1, 2, 3. They put one pool. Okay, is one pool. The pool is have 4 server. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the pool, if example this one doesn't work, you connect the second one. Second one doesn't work, like third, like this. But this is my right is wrong. You have to connect your own NTP because every country have time zone, different everything. Okay, so how was your NTP? Your NTP you can check your another server, for example, if you are new in the company, or you ask your management or the network team or whatever what's the NTP NTP server IP. You take the NTP of the host name, and remember you ask the port if they're using the default port. The default port most company they use 90% is 123, but just double check if you the port is correct. So how you do? Example, you delete. You left only one. For example, you put your IP here. Example, your IP company is 1, 2, 3, 4, for example, and just leave it in pause because this will take double on the clock. Okay, only that. But before we change, for example, let me save it. Okay, first it's the best you can check also like the connection. Okay, connection how to check. Example is you are listening to the 1, 2, 3. For example, you check your NTP server because we don't have NTP server. This is the home lab. I have another server I just created. Okay, let me remove it. This is I consider this the master. This is considered the client. Let me change to client. Host name CTL. Set host name. I change to client. Bash. I'll change to client. I clear screen. Okay, example, this is client. Then I example IP what's the IP is. Okay, they have fun good tools for networking. Is called ns.cat. If you have it, it's good. If not, you just yum install netcat. If your example team doesn't work, like they don't like to this, after you install, you remove it. Easy, just remove it. Yum remove netcat. Example. Now I remove it. Example, you finish your setup and you can remove it. Now I install again. A small tool is, but it's good for testing for UDP because we can test TCP. We have network two protocol, one TCP, one UDP. TCP we can test by telnet, we can test by curl, but UDP not much tools they can test. One of them is netcat. Okay, so you can see netcat example. P is U, U is this, the NDB, propose the UDP, then the server name. For example, we take the test one, consider my master 192.168. Okay, then the port, the default port is 123. No route, nothing, because I think the firewall. By the way, the firewall you have to disable it because most company they're using physical firewall. Okay, and you double check your company because most of the company I know is they work with physical firewall. They never use the software firewall. Systemctl status firewall is active. If you see he's active here, so I will disable it. So stop, because most of the people they will just tell you to how to add firewall port like 123, but in real life I think nobody uses the software firewall. And disable it. I don't need it. From here I think it's active because I can't reach system. So example, if you are in company and they have like different subnet, okay, so you have to write request to open the firewall from, for example, from the client to the host. What's the client? You see I want just reach the server, the master, for example, the server IP and the port 123. You write request. When the network is finished, they open the port, then you can connect. You can test systemctl stop firewall. Okay, I stop it. Example, you write request and they clear the firewall port. Okay, now I test. Example, I want to test with the ns cat v boss UDP, the IP and the port number. Just click connection refuse because it's not listening. If I see example net that tube plan, I think it's not listening for the port. So how to make him listening? For example, I installed the netcat also here. For example, netcat you listen to port 123. Okay, let him listen for port 123. Then example, this is the master, he has NTP server. So now you test, you just put the same command I put for you here. Then you where's the client? This you click connected, that will give you successfully message. Successfully means you are able to connect the NTP. Means the NTP works fine. Then you just take the IP. You take the IP and change your vim chrony config. You change, for example, here you put your IP address. Okay, and save it and you restart it. Systemctl restart chrony d. Now it's finished. After you change your remote server, this is most important because at Debian system administration they forgot to update. Then you change to as the server just take from chrony the timing. So how you change? Because this is config file. As our practice, you have to copy it. CP IP again and 31st July 2022. Then I edit and just add option B chrony U. So ask him to take fully timing from chrony. I'll put like that, then save it. Then you can again systemctl restart chrony. Okay. So you finish this, we restarted, and our setup is just done. You can check, we have another tool called time, I think date ctl. They will give you the timing, okay? With the time zone, everything. Enable, NTP is enabled, is yes. This is most important. If example is no, okay, you have to set, for example, time date ctl set NTP no. So means like don't take for NTP. Now if you run again, it's not enabled for NTP. So you should be enabled. So just put yes and run again. Now it's just enabled. Okay, this is very new tool for Red Hat 7 and above. It's just called time date ctl. Okay, this is how to set up NTP. If you have any question, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Have a good day. Hello everyone. We now to assign for AWS free tier. Let's write AWS free tier. Can go any of them here, free tier. Then if you see here, type of offers, okay, they have free tiers, short term free when you start to activate the services, okay, and they have another services is always free, okay. This free offer doesn't expire, and you have 12-month fees free, sorry, to enjoy the offer from 12 months following the trail and sign up the AWS. This one they will give you like example for EC2, we learn later. Example 750 per month means you don't exceed this one. If you never exceed this, everything is free. So now we sign up, just click and create an AWS account, root user email address, okay. This is the email they will send you to verification. You have to put email, valid email, because this is the one will become the main account. So I will put my email. Then you put something to organize your account name. For me, I will put click verify. They will send you code to your email. I opening my email from my mobile. I receive the email. The code is 8834247. Verify. Okay, now you put root password. You try to put a strong password. Okay, continue to step 1 of 5. Before it was easy, now it's like a little bit, they make it more like more professional or something. But my name, 20 step 2 of 5. We continue. Oh, sorry, we forgot this. You have to option business or personal. For us, because it's training, you put personal. Okay, if you open for company, you can put business, but if you put for yourself for training, you just put personal. Continue. Now you put credit card or debit card, depends on your country. You put. I will put mine. I click verify. Continue step 3 of 5. Now they will ask me to give me a voice call. Call me now. I put call. You can put message.
Hello, this is an automated call from Amazon Web Services. Using the touchpad on your phone, please enter the 4-digit PIN number that was displayed on your screen. We have successfully verified your PIN. Please return to Amazon Web Services to complete your registration. Thank you for your interest in Amazon Web Services. Goodbye.
I finish. Now they ask me what's the support I need, basic or developer or business. For sure we choose basic because we don't need anything, is free. Thank you. Then complete. Now we done. Congratulations. Thank you so much for Amazon. We finished signing up. The next video we learn how to go in and log in for the account. Keep up and see you next video. Hello everyone. After you log in by AWS by root, okay, so what do? For example, first you have to go to IAM, this surface AIM. Okay, IAM or EAM call. Okay, this is for user management. Okay, so you go to user management. You have to create user. For me, the most recommended, don't use your root. Okay, first, the most important, you change the alias account. Okay, you have to change it here for anything you like. For me, I change it to Tariq AWS. Okay, for you, change any name. This is very important. Then I show you what I mean. Okay, then you have to create user. You go to user. You create any user you like. For me, I will create example admin. Okay, provide user access management console optional. Yes, I click yes. I want special user center or blah blah blah. You see, I want to create I am user. Okay, regenerate a password or custom. I see custom. I will do my own. Okay, user must next recommended means user change his password. I don't want. Then I click next. Okay, I don't want. Then permission. This permission, you have to give him permission. Okay, for us, I will give him the most string of permission. Okay, for group, I don't give him any group. I just next. Okay, tags, no need any tag. Create user. Then we have to assign permission. Okay, and AWS is like role. You have to assign role or permission to make the user. Now he can only access. If I see now is his account. Okay, some of them they give you this. Oh, you just go to AWS. Okay, I will Chrome. So IG AWS. Oops, AWS. Okay, just sign in. Okay, so root. Oh, I am user. Okay, what's the ID? Remember the ID we put? If you remember this one, when you go to let me go to dashboard. Continue without viewing the password. Continue. Okay, if you remember this one, we change. This is very important. You go to here. You put I am user and put the digit number. Next, then you put the username. Username I put admin. And the password. Sign in. Now he log in, but he cannot do anything because I never give him any permissions. Okay, so at least you learn how to log in. Okay, then we give him permission. For me, I highly recommended you add MFA. MFA is like authentication app in your phone. You can use Google Authentication or other app. For me, I use MFA especially for root. Because if anyone access my root, he can do everything. Okay, but if you give user a lot of permission, you have to give him MFA is high recommended. Okay, so what I do, so I go to the user. Example, I have this group. Sorry, users, admin, the one I created. Okay, I won't give him permission. I go to the security, credential. Permission. Then I give him the permission. Okay, I will give him the highest permission. I just click add permission. Add, and I choose attach policy, admin, administration access. Okay, this is very powerful. Okay, but for us, because we cannot learn everything in AWS in this course, because if you notice in other courses, AWS take 20 hours. Okay, but we try to focusing on DevOps CI. So I give him administration access so he can access everything. Then I just next and add permission. Okay, now he can do whatever he can from his login. Okay, so next video we create our EST and we launch some instant and we try to start our course from there. Okay, keep up and see you next video. Take care. Hello everyone, now we learn about AWS, how to create an instant or servers or VMs, all the same things. Means I see server, I see instant, I see VM, almost the same things. Okay, because some technology like VMware, they call VM. In AWS, they call instant. Okay, in physical one or normal way, we call server. So almost the same things, but we're using all on Linux system. Okay, AWS, as you say, we can create a lot of instant as you want, and you can put as we learn later, course or section by section, Maybe you install Junkies, you install Junkies. After that, you install Ansible, maybe Docker, maybe Tomcat, maybe a Maven, Apache. You can just follow same. But I will show you here, because this is the video, is last video about AWS. Then we start about my laptop. Then we create the VirtualBox, and we continue the whole course from VirtualBox. But now this video, I will teach you everything about AWS, how to create an instant, how to set up the public key or private key. Excuse me, my voice is gone. The private key. Then you set up or install some packages we test, and how to open the security group to the port option. Okay. For example, we go to the AWS example. You must make sure which country you are. Example, if you open by default, they will give you this North Virginia. Even I stay in Singapore, Asia, but they give me this by default. So if you create instant here, will be in this area, okay, in this zone. So you want change, you can change to the country you want, or you keep it in North Virginia. I heard many times they say North Virginia is more cheaper than others. So it's up to you. You want follow, I follow. For me, I follow my nearest country. For me is Singapore. I based in Singapore. Okay, then I search for. You go click A services and you search for EC2. Okay, EC2 here, or you search EC2, same things. Okay, then you click on instance. Here they call instance, otherwise called VMs or servers. Then you create a new. For example, I want install example Junkies, okay, or Ansible. So I create for some one server. So I launch instant. Okay, the CPU never change, is enough is one. Sorry, how many server? I create only one. Okay, this the OS or operation. First we give it the name. For example, Junkies. Okay, then I choose the operation system. Okay, operation system, you can browse more. Okay, and the best things use filter by free and Linux. We're not using Windows. Okay, free, because all enterprises are using Linux anyway, so nobody use Windows. Only Windows for client to accessing the other server. Okay, so we choose Linux and free tier. I don't pay for anything, so we have only a view option. If you see here, oops, I think free. I never click free. It's just I think list option they give you. Zeus, AWS, Debian, and others. Okay, so we just the latest one, Amazon Linux. Okay, is 2023. This is the latest one. This is IAM2, SSD, Valium, or Red Hat. We choose, for example, now Red Hat. Okay, because we're using in our VirtualBox, I will use CentOS 9. It's Linux 9, the same things. Okay, so we're using here Red Hat, but for our testing, we're using CentOS. Okay, I just click select. Okay, Red Hat is free. Okay, I choose also free because they have many options. You choose the free one. Okay, you just one tier or two T2 macro, or T1 dot macro, or 2 T2 macro. So you can choose 1 gig RAM, 1 CPU, or family, or less. Okay, this is so for me, just choose the second. Okay, the key is very important. You remember how to do. So first you create one. Okay, you create call name, example DevOps. Okay, this is very important to remember. Just leave it as RSA and .pem. Okay, click create. Okay, will download for you. Okay, this I will back to you later. Okay, this one keep it as a default. Firewall, you create firewall. I'll use the default. Just if you want to create, I'll just try create one. All SSH. Okay, for me, all SSH. Just leave it as default. Okay, this is the storage 10 gig GB2. Okay, for me, nothing else. Don't touch anything. Okay, only you change the type of operation system. We choose Red Hat 9. Then we choose only the key. Okay, the rest save it at default. Launch instant. Few seconds they will launch for you. I go to my instance. Okay, I have one now. Okay, how to access? They will pending. I go to my machine, my download folder. I see this file called DevOps. This is the security we download, right? Then you go to your install. Now the instance is ready. The show is running. Okay, just click here in ID. They will show you the IP address. Okay, public IP address. you right click, copy. Okay, then I'm using any SSH, PuTTY or MOBA Extreme. For me, I prefer to use MOBA. Anyway, I have a free course on MOBA Extreme if you want to learn, and Udemy is around 1 hour. For me, I like to check dark. Okay, I click session, SSH, I put the public IP and the special user. User is in Amazon, they call user EC2 user. Okay, this is the default user to access. Then you click advanced, use private key, and you choose the key we download together. Okay, DevOps term. Okay, and okay. Then you already access. Okay, easy. Then you want click in the star and you can rename. Example, rename the session. I call it example Jenkins. Okay, save it. Now I have Jenkins server. Okay, I double again and I can access. Okay, that's number one. Number two, first we need to change the host name. For example, I want this is server I use for Jenkins, so easy to remember. You say set host name, set CTL, then set host name, and you choose the name. Example, I choose Jenkins. I'm not root. Sorry, I had sudo to root. Then I run the same command, hostname CTL and set hostname Jenkins. Okay, I change already. Then I click bash. Now the name already changed. So easy to recognize my things. Okay. Then from here I want install anything. Example, in ping. First you make sure you have to access the internet, right? Because we're accessing by IP address. So we're accessing. Then you can yum install anything you want. For example, I want to install HTTPD. This is Apache. Okay, they will reach to Red Hat and they install for me. Okay, then yes. Okay, done. Then I have system CTL status HTTPD. Now it's not running, so I start it. Start. Okay, now it's running. Now I want to see the page in Apache, so I go the same things, the IP, and go here. If I run now, it's not working. Why? Because I need to open the port. Okay, then we go here again, and AWS, you go to anything called this is the instant information. Okay, go to security. Okay, security group. This is the security group you do. Okay, click on it. Okay, this is the name. You can change the name if you want. So then the important how to accessing this one, Apache HTTP by default using port 80. So what you do, just edit port import and you add the port. Example, add role, custom TCP, or you choose HTTP, you choose the port. I say 80. Okay, anyway, from IP version 4000, save. Now I save. Now I open the port 80. Now I refresh. Now it's working fine. Okay, from Red Hat. Later we learn. Example, you install Jenkins. Jenkins run on 8080. So you add it again. Add role, same custom. You put 8080. Okay, from anything from 4, save. Okay, later we install maybe a Python. Python is require port 5000. So you just put 5000. Okay, save. You want to open another one for Tomcat, same way. Okay, you see me same way. Okay, you go to security group. Okay, you have this one, right? You can just name it, easy for you to remember. So I put this one. I go action. Where's the name? I'll just put here. Oh, I can just click here, name, example, my security group. Okay, so that's my name. Okay, so I remember my security group. I open all the port here, so attach anything in the future instant or server to the security group. Okay, now I am accessing to security group. Okay, what else I want to show? Okay, I will show you now. If I launch another instant or another server. Okay, for example, this Jenkins, I will install maybe Tomcat or anything. Okay, what I do, launch new instant. Okay, I call it Ansible, for example. Same things, I will choose Red Hat. Okay, free 9. I choose free, make sure of free. This is the very important. You choose the same key, okay? For example, I choose DevOps, okay? You choose the same key. So the one we download together, I will keep using all the instant on it, okay? So you make sure you must use the same key. Security group also very important, because if you keep creating, they will create a lot of security group every VM. So what you do, existing one, and choose the one we change the name, MySec. If you remember, we choose MySec. Why? Refresh. I think we changed the name. Info. Let me. I think we changed the name, but I don't know why it never show us. This you mean launch wizard 1. Okay, so make sure you choose the one we change. Actually, I think we changed this one, but let me I choose first, then I change again. Okay, the rest all you keep it the same and you launch. The good things what using the same key. So I click session. Okay, then I take the IP. I go to instant. Still binding. Let me see the security group just fast. I have to lizard 1. Okay, it's my sec, but doesn't show me the name. So just remember this name. Okay, I thought they will show me this name, but they show me this one, launch lizard 01. Okay, but it's same things. Okay, I go to my instance. Okay, junkies Ansible, the new one. I go here, I check the IP address, then access the second one. Okay, same things. Okay, username EC2 user. Okay, remember advanced private key using the same key. This is the good things. You keep using the same key, except and same things. Here you rename Ansible. Okay, done. Now you have Ansible and Jenkins. Any way you can access the same way. Okay. Now we learned about this one. So some scenario I want access by password from Jenkins to Ansible, from Ansible to Tomcat or something. So how to access? Because if you access by password, will not allow. How I show you? If I see now user add, let me go to root first. Sudo I am now root. Okay. Let me change first the host name as we learn. Set host name Ansible bash. Now I am Ansible. User add, I see Tariq. Password Tariq, I put password again, doesn't match. Thank you. Let me again. Okay, I changed the password. Okay, if I try to access this server, let me access now. Same IP. Okay, Tariq, they not allow me because this key doesn't accept any authentication for password. So what do you do if you want to change from private key to access by password? What do you do in the same server? You edit the one file vim sshd config vi sshd config. Okay, and you go to one word called password. Yes, password authentication, this one. Okay, just remove the comment. Okay, so password authentication, yes, save it. Okay, and restart the system for SSH. Reload SSHD. Okay, done. Now if I try again, Tariq and the password, I'm able to access. Okay, by Tariq. This is how to learn if you change your device or your server from passwordless to password. Okay, for some scenario we need, because we need access from Ansible to Jenkins or Jenkins to Tomcat, we need password. So we set up a password and we can access. Okay, other things you want, example, I want Tariq to be access like root, for example, sudo to root. Okay, I don't have. Okay, so what do we do? first you have an easy way to make the root, change the password for root. For example, I am in root. Okay, I say password root. I change for myself. Okay, I change them, but doesn't match again. Let me again. I change the password for root. Okay, now done. If now I sudo root, now I am able to access by root. Okay, this is how to access by root. For some scenario you want to be root, so first you change the root. If you cannot, you don't know what's the root, first you, when you access by EC2, so to EC2 user. Okay, when you are an EC2 user, just run sudo -i. So also sudo -i, he will switch without password from user EC2 to user to root. Okay, then from there you can change the password for him and you can edit user or add any user. Okay, I think these are the things you need to learn on how to launch instant, how to install anything is same way. We're using yum for this is Red Hat hostctl. Okay, you see here this is Red Hat 9. We're using for VirtualBox, we're using CentOS 9 because Red Hat 9, if you install without AWS, you can't access any repo. We need repo for junkies and others. But for Red Hat on AWS, they will give you for free because you're using the free tier. Okay, so here we're using Red Hat 9, but for our setup, VirtualBox from my laptop without AWS, I use CentOS 9. Almost is everything the same. Okay. And nothing else we teach. So what do you do? Last things is tips for me to you. If don't forgot any instant, because after you do the practice with me, you have to delete. Okay, don't keep it run. So what do you do? The best practice, what I do for you advice is, example, you are in Singapore, you go to Surface, you search for VBC. Okay, you click on VBC, you go in the dashboard. This is the most important. You go to, you see VPC, you have 1. Okay, subnet 3, router 1. Must make sure elastic 0. Always is 0. Endpoint must be 0. Endpoint 0. Net gateway 0. Okay, this is the most important. Why? Because if you have 1 or 1, they will pay for it. If you create elastic IP by mistake, then you forgot, you can search for VPC dashboard. You can see here. For example, now I forgot which I am. So I see running instant, also very important. Running instant. I see 2. Oh, I forgot 2 is running. So I have to terminate it. So otherwise they will charge for me. So I go to running instant, for example, to here. Then I terminate it. Okay. Click here, instant, and terminate. Yes. They will shut down and terminate it. After they take around 2-3 minutes, then they will remove from here. So anytime you go, example, another Virginia, for example, I was there. Maybe I create instant by mistake. So what I do, I go again to VPC. This is very important. Okay, I go to VPC, for example, from the Virginia. Okay, same things. I check here, elastic IP 0, running instant 0. Okay, I am safe. Net gateway 0. Okay, the rest, like example, this one is free. Security group, even you create 2 or 3 is free. Customer now is pay. Some of them is pay, some of them is not pay. Okay, this is by default will have 1. Subnet they have 3 to 6 is free. This also free is from they by default. But this one, net gateway also free. Some of them they need to charge, some of them not. But from elastic IP, instant, endpoint, this all you pay if you create it. Okay, so you make sure it's all 0. Whatever you go, any country you choose, make sure you go to VPC and check if you have anything you missed. Okay, because I have from my previous course, they forgot static IP. They call in other like Google Cloud, they call it static IP. Here they call it elastic IP. Okay, so if you forgot, they will charge you for it. Okay, so remember, this is the last video about AWS. Okay, then the next video we will learn about VirtualBox, how to install, and we continue the same setup. Okay, from here we set up all things from VirtualBox, and this one is the good things. If you forgot running, it's always free because it's all running under your laptop. Okay, but this one, if you forgot in AWS, they will charge for you. Okay, so you want to use AWS, go ahead. I already teach you how to create, how to change the security group, how to remove a private key, you make it as password, how to make the root password, anything you want, could already teach you. So you can start, you do AWS from now. But if you want use free one from your laptop, just use from your virtual box. Okay, so the both option is yours. So whatever you talk, you take, and just follow the other practice. Okay, hopefully you learn something new. If you have any question, please let me know, and thank you for watching. And anyway, sorry for my voice. I think I get some cold and I cannot talk. Thank you.